Introduction. A comparative analysis of the dual worlds of Nezha, the tragic fate of the magical boy Nezha and the spiritual pearl Nezha. When the unresolved emotions of the main world summoned a system, it allowed for a viewing of the magical boy Nezha alongside the original Nezha. Despite their differing identities, one a magical boy and the other a spiritual pearl, the Nezha of the spiritual pearl endures a fate more tragic than that of the magical boy. The prejudices within the human heart form an insurmountable mountain. However, after witnessing the celestial screen, the audience began to ponder deeply. The distinction between righteousness and malevolence lies not in identity, but within the heart. Celestial Opportunity 1. Plagiarism prohibited. Timeline of the magical boy world. After Nezha befriends A.O. Bing. Timeline of the spiritual pearl Nezha, primordial world. Following the cataclysm of the investiture of the gods. In a vast cosmos, a golden orb floated aimlessly. Suddenly, it gleamed brightly for an instant, as if it had received some information. Primordial world. Magical boy world. Unresolved emotions. Which world shall I visit? After pondering for a moment, the little orb had an epiphany. Of course, I can create a celestial screen like Senior by you. Let me give these people a little shock from the celestial screen, and perhaps I can resolve their unresolved emotions as well. Without hesitation, the little orb located the anchor points of both worlds in the database and immediately initiated the connection. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed through the sky as a colossal celestial screen appeared, seemingly within reach yet utterly unattainable. Even more remarkably, it was visible to all. In an instant, a vague celestial sound resonated. The great Tao encompasses 50, while heaven manifests 49, with one evading. Today, I establish this celestial screen, granting you all an opportunity. Though the words sounded indistinct and ineffable, each individual instinctively grasped their meaning. Instantaneously, the inhabitants of both worlds erupted into fervent discussion. In the primordial world, within the realm of heaven, Hong Jun opened his eyes, having attained unity with the Tao. Hong Jun embodies the Tao, yet the Tao is not merely Hong Jun. His gaze briefly lingered on the celestial screen before retracting. An opportunity for the primordial world. The Tao had foreseen this chance. The negotiation for the celestial screen was conducted in harmony with the Tao. His world had recently endured the devastation of the investiture war, leaving it fragmented. This opportunity could restore some of its essence, a fortuitous circumstance indeed. The emotional energies generated by both worlds would transform into power, replenishing the system in return. Thus the Tao granted it passage. In the chaos, the sages also turned their attention to the celestial screen, and having grasped the heavenly secrets, they quickly comprehended the situation and refrained from interference. In the purple cloud palace, the celestial master of the way sighed, his expression forlorn. Opportunities come and go, yet this chance cannot restore his sect of the teachings. The deities of the heavenly court gazed at the celestial screen in astonishment, each lost in their own thoughts. They all understood the Tao and were well aware of the connection between this opportunity and the Tao. Will this opportunity befall oneself? People from various places kneel and exclaim, "Bless us, divine beings." Some are filled with curiosity and surprise. Will this fortune include them? In the world of magical children, unlike the primordial realm, the war of deification has yet to commence, and the worldview here diverges somewhat from that of the primordial world, possessing a lower tier of hierarchy. The heavenly Tao remains obscure, its consciousness akin to non-existence, with only the laws of the world governing it, wielding calamity and heavenly punishment. Connecting to this realm does not require the negotiations with the heavenly Tao, as in the primordial world, a direct connection suffices. This opportunity here contributes to the formation of the heavenly Tao's consciousness. The three pure ones gaze towards the celestial veil, deducing and arriving at an answer. This opportunity is rooted in this world, beyond their control. The celestial beings in the heavenly court look towards the celestial veil with uncertainty. The immortals here are far less composed than those in the primordial world. What is happening? The celestial veil? An opportunity? Is this real? Under the sea, even in the abyss, the imprisoned dragonkin can behold the celestial veil. Truly, it is remarkably wondrous. Celestial veil, opportunity 2. Brother, could this be the work of those in the heavenly court? No, it doesn't seem so. They lack such prowess. That makes sense. The sense of oppression at the moment the celestial veil and celestial sound appeared is beyond what those individuals can compare. Let's wait and see. Could this be an opportunity for our dragonkin? One can only hope. By the seaside, Nezha and Ao Bing sit upon a rock. Nezha, what is that thing hanging in the sky? Ao Bing shook his head, hesitating for a moment. The celestial sound just mentioned that this is an opportunity, perhaps it truly is, but we must wait and see. Nezha scoffed. Then let us see how it unfolds. At Chintang Pass, Li Jing and his wife gazed at the celestial veil, worry etched on their faces as they inquired of Taiji Jinren. Do you know the origin of this celestial veil, Jinren? Taiji Jinren waved his floating dust, offering an awkward smile. Alas, I do not know. Yet, this must surely be a grand opportunity. Li Jing and his wife. A magnificent celestial veil illuminated, and a line of text emerged. A flower, a world, a leaf, a bodhi. Different worlds yield diverse experiences. They are projections, symbiosis, collocations, parallel, intertwining across various realms, identical beings with differing identities and experiences. Observe the world of magical children and the primordial realm, the same Nezha from both worlds, yet with contrasting experiences. Magical child, Nezha vs. Spiritual pearl Nezha. Beneath the celestial veil, both Nezha from the two worlds were momentarily stunned. Ah! In the world of the demon child, Nezha gazed up at the sky with a look of wonder. Is the sky speaking of me? But what does it mean by that so-called primordial world? Could it be that the Nezha from the primordial world is the spirit pearl? Nezha pursed his lips, contemplating that the version of himself as the spirit pearl should be free from the worries of calamities and perhaps lead a more fulfilling life, garnering the affection of many. Beside him, Ao Bing appeared somewhat troubled. At Chintang Pass, Li Jing and his wife, along with the Supreme Master Tai, were equally astonished to discover that the fortune of the sky was indeed concerning Nezha. Li Jing remarked, Spirit pearl Nezha? He felt a surge of happiness. The Nezha from another world is the spirit pearl, so he need not fear calamities. Surely he will lead a better and more joyous life. Madamin added, Indeed, let us hope that the Nezha from that other world does not suffer as our Nezha has. The Nezha from the primordial world wore a look of disbelief. Could it be that this fortune of the sky pertains to me? But what does this so-called demon child mean? Have I become a demon child? Yang Jian raised an eyebrow. Nezha, when did you turn into a demon child? Why was I not informed? Nezha twitched his lips. Second brother, do not mock me. Did the sky not say? Different worlds, different experiences. However, I am curious to see how the other me, who has become the demon child, will fare. Nezha's expression grew complex. He feared that the version of himself as the demon child would be even more despised. The inhabitants of both realms reacted in their own ways. The primordial world's Yuan Shi and the denizens of the heavenly court wore inscrutable expressions. Demon child? What is the meaning of this? If this is indeed a fortune, why is it associated with a demon child? Nezha, that name sounds familiar. Is he not the new disciple of Supreme Master Tai? Wasn't he referred to as the Spirit Pearl? How has he transformed into a demon child? It seems there has been some unforeseen twist. Let us observe. I am quite intrigued to see the experiences of Nezha, whose identities are so misaligned. I would assume that the Spirit Pearl Nezha has had a far more favorable experience than this demon child Nezha. With such differing identities, the Spirit Pearl must be more endearing. Indeed, in the realm of the primordial world, the deities of the heavenly court indulge in amusement. Nezha, this opportunity from the celestial canopy is indeed meant for him. Upon seeing the title, they immediately recognize that this fortune has no bearing on them. It is explicitly designated for Nezha. Each of them, to varying degrees, has heard tales about Nezha and is aware of his grievances with Li Jing. To be frank, they harbor a certain disdain for Li Jing. Yet they find themselves in the same divine ranking, sharing the same court, where they inevitably cross paths. Now that this chance is bestowed upon Nezha, one can only imagine how enraged Li Jing must be. The eyes of the gods subtly dart towards Li Jing, whose expression is far from pleasant. Li Jing is indeed discontented. He fails to comprehend why the celestial canopy would showcase the affairs of this monstrous, rebellious son. And then there is the demonic child. Clearly, he is no virtuous entity, but rather a true aberration. Li Jing expresses his dissatisfaction. What merit does this wretched creature possess? Why does the celestial canopy grant opportunities to such a demon? The system within the celestial canopy can no longer tolerate Li Jing's outburst in full view of the assembly. It strikes him with a bolt of lightning. Instantly, Li Jing is enveloped in smoke, spewing forth blood. A voice from the heavens resounds, radiating authority and pressure. This matter is not for you to comment upon. The deities are momentarily taken aback, instinctively distancing themselves from him. Is Li Jing truly foolish or merely pretending? The The celestial canopy is evidently intertwined with the heavenly principles, yet he dares to speak out. What audacity! The system's strike inflicts internal damage upon Li Jing, a significant blow, but even more humiliating. His face turns ashen, yet he dares not utter a word. He has always been one to bully the weak while cowering before the strong. The overwhelming celestial might within that thunderbolt leaves him no room for defiance. Nearby, Nezha observes the scene with a glimmer of satisfaction and disappointment. Why on earth has that old fool not been struck down? The Jade Emperor, seated in his high throne, casts a calm glance at Li Jing, advising him that he ought to think twice before speaking. Li Jing, filled with trepidation, responds, "Yes, Your Majesty." The celestial canopy parts into two halves. One side is marked Demonic Child World, while the other bears the title Primordial World. In the center, the labels Demonic Child Nezha and Spirit Pearl Nezha are inscribed. The screens momentarily darken before illuminating with light. The segment on the Demonic Child World begins to play. The essence of heaven and earth has, over millennia, nurtured a primordial pearl. A red and blue marbled pearl appears, possessing a fierce countenance, imbued with an otherworldly charm. Indeed, it is quite fascinating. It greedily absorbs the essence of the sun and moon, its power continuously escalating. The primordial pearl traverses the clouds, consuming spiritual energy. However, the energy it ingests is excessively chaotic, entwined with both celestial and demonic essences, indistinguishable between good and evil. My master has dispatched me and my junior to subdue it. Amidst the boundless sea of clouds, a pig with a mocking demeanor suddenly emerged, bearing atop it a person reclined at an angle. This individual, adorned with a ceremonial cap and clutching a whisk, had his feet crossed, his chest bared, and his hand resting upon his forehead. His eyes were slightly shut, and his eyebrows rivaled the fullness of his beard. Indeed, this was I, the esteemed Tai Junren, revered by multitudes. As the pig jolted, the man atop it quivered in tandem. He rolled over, his gaze mirroring that of his porcine mount, strutting forth with a model-like gait. The excess flesh on his body undulating with each movement, while he incessantly defended himself with words. Though possessing a hint of baby fat, it could not obscure my undeniable charm. As I spoke, I struck a pose, causing even the primordial pearl to feel a twinge of embarrassment. In the realm of the magical child Nezha, beneath the celestial canopy, Tai Junren chuckled awkwardly. Oh dear, is this not the stage for Nezha? How is it that I have been summoned as well? Li Jing and Madame Yin exchanged glances, suppressing their laughter. Tai Junren indeed appeared rather untrustworthy. The denizens of the primordial world erupted in laughter. How could my master be portrayed so rotund, riding a pig and speaking with such an accent? Nezha's laughter echoed, resembling a goose's honk. The celestial beings of the heavenly court and the disciples of the Chan sect widened their eyes in disbelief. Is this truly Tai? Surely, he cannot be so absurd. I had seen Tai before the calamity of the Fengshan, and he had not been so corpulent or, well, comical. But what did it matter? It was another world, and yet I never anticipated that Tai from this alternate realm would be such a source of amusement. The Tai Junren of the primordial world was left dumbfounded. Is this really another version of me? How can I appear so ludicrous? Why am I so fat? My reputation is in ruins. At that moment, a voice imbued with hidden menace proclaimed, Hunyuan Pearl, today you shall find it difficult to escape. Accompanying this voice was a sleek figure clad in black, who, while speaking, cracked the whip in his hand, sparks of lightning accompanying its crack. Instantly, the Hunyuan Pearl bristled, entering a state of vigilance. In the primordial world, Shin Gongbao lamented, why do I stutter when I speak? Meanwhile, in the magical child world, Shin Gongbao exclaimed, why am I present as well? Junior brother, do not frighten it. Tai Junren waved at Shin Gongbao, then turned with a demeanor akin to that of a child catcher. Come to uncle. The Hunyuan Pearl regarded the smile on his face with skepticism, seemingly displeased by his attitude. The ice shards behind it began to whirl rapidly as it transformed into a giant. The smile on Tai Junren's face gradually faded, contorting into a visage of shock. In the next moment, the Hunyuan Pearl landed a punch on Tai Junren's face, sending him plummeting into the sea of clouds, his whisk flying from his grasp. Shin Gongbao, observing the scene, smirked disdainfully. In the following instant, he retaliated with the Lei Gong whip against the Hunyuan Pearl. With a single punch, it hurled Shin Gongbao away. Yet his arm was ensnared. Seeking demise, the current surged towards the Hunyuan Pearl, only to be devoured in an instant. Devouring spiritual energy, Shin Gongbao exclaimed in astonishment. In the next moment, he was struck by a similar punch from the Hunyuan Pearl, landing in the same cloud, even adjacent to the hole left by Tai. The contrast between the stout and the slender was strikingly apparent. Alas, you scoundrel! Dare you mar my handsome visage? Tai bounced back from the nearby cloud, arms raised, charging towards the Hunyuan pearl. With a whistle, the dust whisk floated over from the clouds, entangling itself around his fist as it met the Hunyuan pearl. A mischievous expression appeared on Tai's face as he taunted, "You dare strike me? You dare strike me?" Instantly, the Hunyuan pearl, in a fit of rage, sprouted 4 arms. Tai, momentarily cowed, chuckled nervously, "Not aiming for my face, are you?" The Hunyuan pearl, with 2 hands, focused on striking his face, while the remaining 2 held a mirror, adjusting its hairstyle. Beneath the celestial dome, spectators from 2 worlds erupted in laughter, utterly captivated by Tai's cheeky demeanor. Watching the film, The Demon Child Nezha too, I feel his expression is most deserving of ridicule. Indeed, I share that impulse to chuckle. The 2 incarnations of the primordial heavens wore somber expressions. What a disgrace! What a disgrace! The Tai of the Honghuang world appeared on the verge of fracturing. Thank you for the invitation. I must clarify. I am not like this, huh? The Nezha of the Honghuang world wore a similarly speechless expression. Does my master truly appear so absurd? The counterpart in another realm found it all quite amusing. My master is indeed quite the comedian. Meanwhile, several celestial beings acquainted with Tai did not conceal their mockery. Ah, Tai, you have fallen to this. Suddenly, specks of starlight emerged, and one could see the primordial heavens seated upon a lotus, raising a hand to gather energy into an alchemical furnace. Pointing at the Hunyuan pearl, the furnace enveloped it, commencing its refinement. Tai and Shun Gongbao respectfully bowed, addressing Master. The Hunyuan pearl within the furnace writhed in agony. Once I refine this Hunyuan pearl, it shall be divided into a spiritual pearl and a demonic orb. The demonic orb's essence is indomitable. I shall cast the heavenly tribulation spell, summoning heavenly lightning to obliterate the demonic orb 3 years hence. Until then, vigilance is paramount. As he spoke, the primordial heavens placed the spiritual pearl and demonic orb within a colorful treasure lotus. Li Jing, destined by fate, shall have the spiritual pearl reborn as his 3rd son. This task I entrust to you. The colorful lotus circled around Shun Gongbao, flying towards Tai. Among the 12 golden immortals of Kunlun, I have 11. Should you cultivate the spiritual pearl to fruition, the final title shall belong to you. Tai, filled with joy, exclaimed, "Thank you, Master, for your cultivation. Thank you, Master, for your cultivation." Shun Gongbao lowered his head, his heart heavy with resentment. Once the spiritual pearl was born, it would be named Nezha, beneath the celestial dome. The crowd remained perplexed. Isn't this still the spiritual pearl? Indeed, why has it transformed into a demonic orb? What is the explanation for this phenomenon? The onlookers glanced once more at the words displayed above the screen, confirming that it was indeed the demonic child Nezha. Enough of the commotion. Nezha's transformation into a demonic orb must have been orchestrated by Shun Gongbao, for I observed something peculiar in his gaze. It was a look indicative of impending mischief. Indeed, this is quite plausible. Shun Gongbao appears far more capable and reliable than Tai Zhenren, yet the primordial supreme lord entrusted the matter to the seemingly unreliable Tai, ultimately bestowing the rank of the 12 golden immortals upon him. This must have incited Shun Gongbao's dissatisfaction, prompting him to take action. Such speculation is not confined to the realm of the demonic child. The inhabitants of the Honghuang world share similar thoughts. After all, they have all endured the tribulation of the function and are well aware of the primordial supreme lord's lofty standards and disdain for the demon race. No matter how hard he strives, Shun Gongbao, as a member of the demon race, fails to capture the attention of the primordial supreme lord. His acceptance as a disciple was merely due to his role as a principal character in the tribulation. The demonic child Shun Gongbao clenched his fists. It has always been this way. Regardless of his efforts, his master remains oblivious to him, as though all matters transpire without his involvement. Despite being more competent than the indolent Tai, he is perpetually overlooked. He has always been aware of his master's disdain for him. Yet he is perplexed as to why the primordial supreme lord, who holds the demon race in contempt, would choose him as a disciple. Shun Gongbao is baffled. However, the appearance of this celestial phenomenon suggests that there may be a grand conspiracy at play. Perhaps understanding will come with time. As the viewing of demonic child Nezha 3 unfolds, Tai Zhenren is seen riding atop a pig, humming a tune while sipping wine. "Come, share a drink with me," he exclaims, wiping his mouth before pouring wine into the pig's snout. Why is Tai Zhenren feeding his steed alcohol? Is he not concerned about falling off? It seems improbable, for despite appearances, he is still a deity. But one must not drink and drive. This could lead to disaster. The scene shifts to reveal Li Jing and his wife. Lady Yin is munching on a chicken leg and a baked bun, while Li Jing cautiously supports her. The villagers bow in respect, but Lady Yin dismisses Li Jing's assistance, exclaiming, "No need." She clutches her belly and leaps over the threshold. "Be careful," Li Jing urges as he turns to the deity, suggesting, "Madam, you should also pay your respects." Lady Yin takes a bite of an apple and tosses it towards the divine statue, declaring, "I've prayed for 3 years. If I don't conceive, I'll destroy this wretched temple." Just as the apple flies, Tai Jinren and the pig descend from the heavens, crashing into the temple. Li Jing shields Lady Yin, eyeing the intruders warily. Tai Jinren quietly crawled out from beneath the pig, dusted himself off, assumed a dignified posture, and cleared his throat. "I am Tai Jinren of the Golden Light, cave on Mount Qianyuan." Before he could finish his words, a stone fell from above, striking his head and splitting in two. Yet he managed to utter the final word, "Run." In the primordial world, Nezha spat out water in disbelief. Is this truly how his mother behaves? It cannot be. I remember her as quite gentle. The disparity between the two worlds was astonishing. Though it was the same person, their personalities had transformed completely. His master had changed. And his mother as well. He pondered about Li Jing, wondering how he had fared over the years. Nezha, indifferent, felt that he had never truly reconciled with Li Jing, just as Li Jing had never reconciled with him. This Lady Yin indeed possesses an impressive presence, someone remarked. Meanwhile, Li Jing wore a solemn expression, lost in thought. In the realm of demonic children, Nezha raised an eyebrow, observing his master's unreliability, and grimaced. Ao Bing felt a twinge of anxiety and urgency. He was uncertain whether the heavenly curtain would expose him and the dragon clan. "Wait for me. Hurry. I can't keep up. Let us go, let us go." "I'm so excited." The townsfolk gathered in lively anticipation at the gates of Qintang Pass. One person produced a plaque stating, "Wishing Lord Li joy in fatherhood." Another squeezed past him, saying, "Butler Li, I have come to propose for the 3rd young master." In the next moment, he too was pushed aside. "We have composed a new tune. The spiritual pearl descends to earth." Butler Li, bowing respectfully, replied, "Thank you, my dear fellow townsfolk, for your concern. Please, remain patient as we await good news." Shen Gongbao watched them from a distance. These townspeople seem quite fond of the reincarnation of the spiritual pearl. Why is this suitor here when the child has yet to be born? Is Shen Gongbao up to no good? It certainly appears so. The enthusiasm of the townsfolk sparked much discussion among those from the primordial world. However, the heavenly scroll had declared that Nezha would transform into a demonic orb. The fervor displayed by the townsfolk now would surely turn to avoidance upon discovering that Nezha was not the spiritual pearl, but rather a demonic orb, such as human nature. As the viewing of the demonic child Nezha unfolded, Shen Gongbao produced 2 talismans, letting them drift in the wind. "Ah, it hurts so much." Lady Yin cried out in agony. Tai Jinren, with a serious demeanor, clenched his fingers. The time is drawing near. At that moment, Butler Li parted the curtain and entered. "Immortal, I hear you enjoy drinking." "Oh, when did I have the leisure to drink? Please place it here." Butler Li set the wine down at Tai's feet. "Alas, I am too busy. Take it away." Hey, what an inconvenience." Tai Jinren glared sternly at the wine jug. In the ensuing moment, Tai Jinren lifted a wine jug and began to drink heartily, exclaiming, "Ah, just a small sip. One must indulge." He continued to drink, lamenting the meager remnants. And down more, ultimately succumbing to intoxication with a hiccup, collapsing thereafter. Beneath the celestial canopy, the individuals from 2 different worlds were left with twitching lips. I had initially intended to commend Tai Jinren for his reliability in serious matters, yet within a heartbeat, he proved otherwise. It is truly absurd. Can one entrust him with critical tasks? 100 hearts would not suffice for such trepidation. However, there was something peculiar about the steward. Was he under some form of control? Previously, Shen Gongbao had discarded 2 talismans, had he not? "This dosage is sufficient for you to sleep for 3 days, remarked Steward Li as he attempted to retrieve the colorful lotus. But alas, it was futile. He could not lift it, inciting Shen Gongbao's fury. How infuriating. Only Tai can manage it. Inside, Lady Yin was in agony, while Li Jing anxiously awaited outside. The midwife opened the door, inquiring, "Lord Li, has the immortal yet to cast his spells? Is the time upon us?" Upon arrival, Li Jing noticed Steward Li propping Tai Jinren against a tree. "What has transpired?" he inquired. "The immortal is intoxicated. I wish to awaken him." "Intoxicated? Simply expel the wine," said the steward, commencing to thump Tai Yi's belly. Li Jing intervened. "What are you doing? This is most improper and unbecoming." At that moment, the midwife approached. "My lord, the lady cannot endure much longer." Li Jing's expression shifted immediately. "Allow me. I shall strike." His fists moved with such swiftness they left a blur in their wake, and as the wind swept through, the trees bowed under its force. Tai Zhenren expelled the wine, yawning, "I believe I just had a dreadful nightmare." The crowd from the demon child world erupted in laughter. Is this a double standard from Lord Li? Just moments ago, he decried impropriety, yet now strikes harder than the steward. They chuckled. Perhaps Lord Li simply adores his lady too dearly. It is evident he holds great affection for her. Even in his lack of decorum, he appears more trustworthy. Indeed, Lord Li becomes a person one can rely upon in perilous times. The onlookers from the primordial world raised their eyebrows. This version of Li Jing does seem rather commendable. Li Jing clasped his fists, addressing Tai Immortal. "Please open the lotus." Yes, let us proceed." Tai Zhenren extended his hand, yet there was no further action. Li Jing and the steward exchanged perplexed glances, with Li Jing questioning, "What are you waiting for?" Tai Zhenren stiffly replied, "I cannot recall the password." Li Jing and the steward were taken aback, while Shun Gongbao, hidden in the shadows, was so enraged he slumped back in disbelief. For reasons unbeknownst to me. Witnessing this scene evoked no sense of incongruity. Indeed, Tai Zhenren does appear rather unreliable. The crowd from the demon child world vociferously expressed their disbelief. How could this be? Such unreliability is intolerable. Indeed, it is no wonder that Shun Gongbao managed to take advantage of the situation. Tai Zhenren patted his head, lamenting the effects of the alcohol. "My mind is clouded. I seem to recall that Tai Zhenren attempted to input the password, but it was incorrect." He waved his hand dismissively. No worries. There are still 4 chances left." Ultimately, however, he lost 3 more attempts, leaving but a solitary chance remaining. Tai Zhenren stroked his chin, pondering. This is illogical. Li Jing, in a state of anxiety, inquired, "What happens if all 5 attempts are incorrect?" "The Balian would automatically lock, allowing another attempt only after 10 years. Li Jing clutched his chest in distress, while Steward Li covered his face, and Shun Gongbao, in a fit of anger, bit down on a piece of wood. At that moment, Madame Yin let out a tragic scream and fainted. The midwife approached to report, "My lord, the lady has fainted." Tai Zhenren quickly placed his hand on the Balian. "Let me try once more." Li Jing and Steward Li hastily reached out to stop him. Shun Gongbao also shouted, "Cease your actions, you fat fool." Fortunately, the Balian emitted a green glow and unlocked. Tai Zhenren raised his hand. "I remember now. If one forgets the password, fingerprint authentication can still be utilized." Under the vast sky, the onlookers collectively held their breath, only to finally release it. This was indeed thrilling. Tai Zhenren was remarkably unreliable. Perhaps it would have been better to entrust the task to Shun Gongbao, as it would have spared them from such troubles. Yuan Shi Tianzun has always held disdain for the demonic race. Thus it was inconceivable for him to assign the task to Shun Gongbao. Taking him as a disciple was merely a consequence of the impending calamity. The disciples of the Jiejiao, who had already been canonized in the Honghuang world, rolled their eyes at this. Their audacity to speak so freely stemmed from the fact that the current Honghuang sages were sequestered in chaos, unable to emerge. They were aware that their discussions would not provoke Yuan Shi to break the established rules set by the Tao ancestor and intervene against them. Their discontent towards Yuan Shi Tianzun was palpable, despite the 3 pure ones being a united front. Yuan Shi Tianzun showed no mercy in plotting against his own brother, allowing Jiejiao to be vanquished while wielding his power against the younger generation. Yet, despite their grievances, they remained powerless. Even their teacher had been ensnared and imprisoned within the Zixiao Palace, and they, as disciples, had been inscribed upon the Fengshen Bang. What more could they do? The denizens of the demon child world sensed something amiss, but chose to remain silent. Their Yuan Shi Tianzun was not trapped in chaos, so it was unwise for them to speak ill of the saints. Although there were differences between the 2 realms, the status of the 3 pure ones as saints remained unchanged. Just as Tai Zhenren was about to seize the spirit pearl, Steward Li suddenly pointed behind him and exclaimed, "The hotel is opening with a 50% discount." Tai Zhenren, filled with excitement, turned to look, allowing Steward Li to seize the spirit pearl. However, he was swiftly intercepted by Li Jing. "I sensed something was off about you earlier." It's a puppet talisman." Tai Zhenren removed the talisman, causing Steward Li to collapse to the ground. At that moment, the midwife took away the spirit pearl and the magic orb. Tai Zhenren exclaimed, "She too has fallen under the puppet talisman." The midwife chuckled ominously. "You desire it so much? Then let me return one to you." As she spoke, she placed the magic orb into the formation. "Stop!" Li Jing rushed forward and shattered the stone artifact, but it was too late. The crimson talisman had already taken shape. Tai Zhenren, witnessing this scene, was struck with horror. It was over. The red talisman soared into the air, embedding itself into Lady Yin's abdomen. With a resounding bang, dust flew, and the crowd recoiled in alarm. Meanwhile, the midwife, carrying the spirit pearl, handed it to Shen Gongbao, who transformed into a wisp of smoke and vanished with the pearl. "Master, come and see." A maid frantically emerged, cradling a swaddled bundle, revealing a small orb marked with the symbol of the demon sphere. Tai Jinren reached out to touch it, when suddenly, a pair of large eyes opened wide, startling him, and fiery red hair erupted from the orb. How terrifying! The orb leaped forth, darting wildly among the crowd. As it raced through, flames ignited around it, prompting a chorus of shrieks from women who sought refuge behind sturdy men. Even the bravest among them, Hua Hua, was overtaken by fear, retreating further back and letting out even more anguished cries. Wherever Nezha passed, chaos ensued. At that moment, Tai Jinren suddenly appeared, capturing the orb and exclaiming, "I've got it! Your turn, my turn." Yet before he could finish, the orb bit into his arm, causing him to release it in pain. With a yelp, the orb tumbled to the ground, engulfed in flames, and within the blaze, it coalesced into a human form. The background music intensified, and the onlookers turned to see which band was providing the soundtrack, only for the musicians to awkwardly halt as they realized they were the center of attention. The flames unfurled like a blooming lotus, gradually revealing Nezha, who curiously admired the blazing fire in his hand. In the next instant, he hurled the fireball onto a distant rooftop, causing the structure to collapse instantly. As if discovering a delightful new game, he began to unleash his boundless power at random, tossing fireballs with abandon while the populace scrambled in panic amidst the turmoil. Li Jing, employing his exceptional martial skills, redirected the fireballs to prevent any harm from befalling the innocent. Seeing this, Tai Jinren swiftly produced the Qianquan circle, intoning, "Sun and moon coexist, 1,000 spirits converge. Limitless Qianquan circle, hasten as the decree commands." The Qianquan circle, seemingly imbued with life, flew towards the rampaging Nezha, forming a rapidly spinning sphere. No matter how Nezha charged, he could not escape its grasp. Finally, with a decisive command, the circle tightened around his neck, and the flames enveloping Nezha began to subside. Yet, despite the gravity of the situation, there was an inexplicable urge to laugh. The crowd appeared so abstract, their expressions oddly comical. The band was quite impressive. I had assumed the music was a natural accompaniment, only to discover they were performing live. The inhabitants of the primordial world gazed at the abstract scenes unfolding in the sky, momentarily unsure of what to find amusing. Was this truly how Nezha came into being in that world? From a spirit pearl to a demon sphere, indeed. Nezha's lips quivered in an abstract expression. The other version of myself is quite perplexing. Although he, too, was born after 3 years of gestation and emerged as a mere ball of flesh, he was certainly not conceived in such a manner, nor did he unleash fireballs indiscriminately. Nor was he so abstract. Furthermore, his Qianquan circle was not a seal, but rather a treasured gift from his master. He succumbed to darkness. There is no hope. Observing Nezha's state, the immortal Tai shook his head. He raised his whisk and aimed to strike Nezha, only to be halted midway by Li Jing, immortal. This is the reincarnation of a demonic essence. I have only managed to suppress his malevolent nature with the Qianquan circle. Should he fully transform into a demon, a massacre will ensue, bringing devastation to all living beings. Nezha released a burst of fiery energy and leaped in defiance. Tai, once again, lifted his whisk. "Cease your arrogance. Do not." At that moment, Madame Yin rushed forward to shield Nezha. Tai quickly withdrew, striking the ground instead, causing stones to fly and graze Madame Yin's cheek. Madame, having just given birth, she was weak and staggered backward, but Li Jing caught her in time. "Do not harm my child. Do not harm my child." Tai hesitated at her plea. "Lord Li, the Chuntang Pass has long stood against the demon race. The citizens within harbor a deep-seated enmity towards these fiends. Given the circumstances, I implore you to prioritize the greater good and set an example for both military and civilians." An elderly man with white hair approached, bowing to the stone lion, but a burly man corrected his direction towards Li Jing. The one who had previously held a plaque celebrating the birth of a son quickly replaced it with one of mourning. Nezha, struggling in Madame Yin's embrace, bit down on her hand. Look, look, Tai exclaimed. Despite the blood, Madame Yin gently comforted Nezha. "Do not fear, mother is here." Feeling her tenderness, Nezha gradually calmed down. Li Jing clasped his fists and addressed the gathered immortals. "Esteemed ones, my family has faced misfortune with the birth of this child, but he is innocent, merely a victim of circumstance. It is exceedingly difficult for me to enact harsh measures against him. I vow to guide Nezha diligently, ensuring he does not step outside our door. Should he cause any trouble, I, Li Jing, shall risk my life to deliver justice to all. Tai sighed, alas. Even if we spare his life, he cannot escape the impending fate. My master has invoked the heavenly tribulation curse upon the demonic essence, and 3 years from today, the heavenly thunder will descend to claim his life. Hearing this, Madame E nearly fainted again, and Li Jing quickly supported her. Tai added helplessly, I cannot break this curse. Then I shall implore the celestial sovereign to lift it. Li Jing reassured Madame E, rest assured, with me here, the child will be safe. Nezha, amidst his mother's embrace, cried out, yet upon sensing their gaze, he grasped at the air and smiled, as Li Jing and his wife looked upon him with gentle affection. The onlookers beneath the heavens bore complex expressions. Nezha, who possessed the spirit pearl, should not have faced such tribulations, yet it was Tai's mismanagement that led to this predicament. Nezha was not inherently malevolent due to his origins as a demonic orb. A newborn child is akin to a blank slate. Upon sensing the goodwill of Lady Yin, he ceased to struggle. It is, in fact, the unreliability of Tai Jinren and the actions of Shun Gongbao that have led to these consequences. Yet it is Nezha and Li Jing who must bear the brunt of it, much to my frustration. The inhabitants of the primordial world were equally astonished. The Li Jing from another realm appeared rather commendable. He genuinely seems to protect Nezha, treating him as his own child. How vexing it is to see that some are more fortunate than others. Listening to such discussions, Li Jing's expression darkened considerably. The Li Jing in the celestial realm seemed quite favorable. He had no intention of harming Nezha and instead offered his protection. Yang Jian raised an eyebrow. Nezha, with a complex expression, replied softly, as you mentioned, it is another world. In my realm, Li Jing not only failed to protect me, but also sought to slay me the moment I was born. In the world of the demonic child. Nezha gazed at the celestial screen, realizing how he had become a demonic orb. Shun Gongbao and Ao Bing stared blankly at the screen, their hearts swelling with guilt. The spirit orb belonged to Nezha, and he should never have had to endure such misfortunes. Noticing Ao Bing's emotional turmoil, Nezha inquired, what troubles you? What are you pondering? Ao Bing bit his lip and replied, Nezha, I am sorry. Nezha responded, what are you apologizing for? Furrowing his brow, Nezha continued, are you reconsidering our friendship because of the celestial screen? Do you mind that I am a demonic orb? In haste, Ao Bing shook his head, no, I do not mind. I merely what? After a lengthy pause, Ao Bing managed to utter just those 3 words, I am sorry. Nezha exclaimed, what is wrong with you? Seeing Ao Bing's silence, Nezha sighed, fine, if you choose not to speak, then so be it. Ao Bing was indeed at a loss for words. On the celestial screen, the depiction of the demonic child Nezha froze, while the scene of the spirit orb Nezha began to play. The onlookers below were transfixed by the display. The inhabitants of the primordial world were already familiar with the circumstances surrounding their Nezha and were less eager for that narrative, instead yearning to witness the events of the demonic child. Conversely, those from the demonic child's world were quite eager to see how the spirit orb Nezha fared, believing him to be far superior to their own demonic orb Nezha. At Shintang Pass, Li Jing and his wife gazed intently at the screen. Li Jing remarked, in the other realm, my child Nezha is a spirit orb. He must surely be thriving, free from the worries of heavenly tribulations. The people must adore him, and he can venture beyond the confines of his home to forge numerous friendships. Lady Yin lamented, oh, my unfortunate child Nezha. May he find a better existence in that other world. They both hoped for their child in the other realm to lead a more fulfilling life, unaware that the spirit orb Nezha endured hardships that surpassed those of their demonic orb child. The celestial screen illuminated, commencing the portrayal of spirit orb Nezha. In the midst of the celestial chaos, a magnificent palace stands, inscribed with the words Palace of Nuwa. The sage Nuwa has just returned from the Purple Cloud Palace, where the grand ancestor Hong Jun summoned the 6 saints for a council concerning an impending calamity, the divine tribulation of the canonization. This tribulation, initially unrelated to Nuwa, is intertwined with her destiny as she deduces from her calculations that a trial awaits her precious Lingzhu. This trial serves as both an opportunity and a calamity. Overcoming it would elevate her cultivation, while failure would lead to her demise and a place on the divine list. As Nuwa has no disciples, only 2 attendants, Lingzhu and Xingluan, she is unwilling to let Lingzhu face this trial alone, thus sealing the palace to avoid the calamity. However, she did not anticipate the difficulty of evading such a fate. One day, King Zhou incensed Nuwa by composing a mocking poem in her temple, prompting her wrath. In retaliation, she summoned the 3 demons from Xuanyuan's tomb to incite King Zhou, which inadvertently triggered a force that pulled Lingzhu's soul into reincarnation. By the time Nuwa realized this, it was too late. The calamity had already unfolded. Indeed, escaping the tribulation proves to be no simple task, as destiny is unyielding. Under the heavenly canopy, the inhabitants of the primordial world have completed their divine canonization and are well aware of its intricacies. They are left in shock at King Zhou's audacity. How dare he insult the mother of humanity, Nuwa? The denizens of the demon-child world, unacquainted with the canonization, are overwhelmed by this revelation, nearly rendered speechless. What? The tribulation is approaching. The divine canonization tribulation. This is catastrophic. Wait, this calamity is meant for the way of the teaching and the way of the interception. Yet it unfolds on earth as a battlefield. Oh, great king, please do not emulate that foolishness seen in the heavens. In the palace of the Shang dynasty, the prince of Shang is in disbelief, his eyes wide with shock. How could he have committed such an outrageous act? Observing the viewing orb of Nezha too, his astonishment grows as he grapples with the absurdity of the situation. It is inconceivable. Why does the same individual exhibit such vast differences across disparate realms? This could lead to ruin. At Chintang Pass, Li Jing and his wife are equally astonished, unsure which revelation to process first. Although they inhabit a different world, they cannot rule out the possibility of a divine tribulation affecting their realm. While the grand trend may be immutable, minor circumstances can be altered. Perhaps the inhabitants of these two worlds will differ in their experiences, yet such a monumental event is unlikely to change course. After all, this is a tribulation of cosmic significance. Is this truly the case, immortal? Li Jing urgently inquires of the Taoist Master Tai. The master, usually composed, now bears a grave expression. The tribulation is of utmost importance. I dare not speak lightly of it. However, I have indeed not heard my master mention it. Has he not spoken, or has it simply yet to commence? In truth, all present harbor their own conclusions. As Li Jing and his wife anxiously gaze upon the heavenly canopy, they initially believed that Nezha would thrive in another world as a spiritual pearl. Yet it now seems otherwise. Even the sage Enwa has foreseen that he is burdened by a calamity. If one is not cautious, one may fall into disaster. How could that bode well? By the seaside, Nezha furrowed his brow, pondering the calamity of the investiture of the gods. Is this calamity truly so dreadful? Indeed, it is terrifying. Ao Bing's expression turned grave. He had naturally heard tales from his father and master. Once, the dragon clan was in its prime. But after enduring a calamity, they became entangled in fate, leading to their decline. Even the current dragon clan cannot withstand the heavenly court. Thus, the calamity is genuinely frightening. In the depths of the dragon palace, Shen Gongbao's eyes flickered. The investiture of the god's calamity? A spark of insight illuminated his mind, as if he grasped something elusive, yet could not fully comprehend it. He harbored a lingering suspicion that a grand conspiracy lay hidden within this calamity. Ao Guang transformed into human form, gazing at the heavens alongside Shen Gongbao, filled with confusion. Another calamity? Could it be that this calamity also pertains to the Chan and Jie sects? Shen, if our world were to face such a calamity, though the words hung unspoken, Shen Gongbao understood Ao Guang's implication. If they too were to encounter a calamity, then all beings under heaven would already be ensnared in tribulation. The calamity is destined to occur in both the Chan and Jie sects. Yet it cannot be confined solely to them. Shen Gongbao sensed that something significant was on the verge of connecting. He scrutinized the heavens with renewed seriousness. The scene shifts. The spiritual pearl enters tribulation, reincarnating into the household of General Li at Chintang Pass. The existence of the Chintang Pass general's residence serves not only to fend off demonic beasts, but also to suppress the countless disoriented malevolent spirits wreaking havoc in the world. Guarded by the Li family through generations, these malevolent spirits resent the Li family, enduring years of torment by searing flames, which has long since birthed their madness. On the day Nezha is born, countless demonic beasts howl, intent on devouring the spiritual pearl. Yet, constrained by seals, they cannot break free. In a fit of rage, the horde of demons channels their madness into Nezha's being. Upon his birth, Li Jing gazes upon the chaotic mass of demonic energy and draws his sword. To him, this is a monstrosity, even though he learned from his master that this monstrous child, whom his wife carried for 3 years, is the reincarnation of the spiritual pearl. Upon witnessing the demonic energy surrounding this creature, he cannot help but deem it a monstrosity. Is this the form that the spiritual pearl is supposed to take? The infant, sensing danger, evades the strike, yet Li Jing is still intent on delivering another blow, halted only by Lady Yin. As Li Jing raises his sword, intent on slaying Nezha, he is once again obstructed by Lady Yin. This is our child, she exclaims. Li Jing, his face twisted in disgust, insists, "Step aside, my dear. This is a monstrosity." Nezha, seeing Lady Yin protect him, hides behind her. However, having just given birth, Lady Yin is still weak and unable to shield him completely. In an instant, the infant is struck by Li Jing's sword. Initially believing that the meatball had perished, a child unexpectedly emerged, appearing to be over 3 years of age. Despite witnessing the transformation of the meatball into a normal child, Li Jing could not shake off the haunting image of the earlier scene, and his desire to eliminate this aberration persisted. Lady Yin hurriedly embraced Nezha, shielding him in her arms. Seeing this, Li Jing found himself at a loss. Nezha, perplexed by his father's intent to harm him, though inherently aware as a reincarnated spirit pearl, was overwhelmed by the influence of demonic obstacles and Li Jing's actions, which ignited a seething anger within him that he could scarcely contain. With a frigid gaze directed at Li Jing, he declared, "You would do well to slay me today. For should you fail, I shall be the one to end your life in the future." Lady Yin, taken aback, interjected, "Child, that is your father. Do not speak recklessly." Nezha regarded his mother, who was protecting him, with gentleness and inquired, "But why must I not retaliate against him if he seeks to kill me?" Lady Yin collapsed in despair, weeping, "What a calamity this is." Upon hearing this, Li Jing's resolve hardened, and he raised his sword, prepared to strike again. At that moment, Master Tai arrived just in time to shield Nezha from harm. This is the reincarnation of the spirit pearl under the auspices of Lady Nuwa, destined for greatness. He should not be tainted by demonic energy, he elucidated. Master Tai, perplexed, calculated the circumstances and discovered the underlying cause. Nezha inherently bore a murderous calamity, compounded by the demonic obstacles of the beasts that corresponded with this calamity. Turning to Li Jing, he remarked, "Li Daren, this is indeed your karmic consequence." Master Tai explained the reason for the demonic energy surrounding Nezha, leaving Li Jing astonished by this revelation. Although it was true that the situation stemmed from the Li household's karma, Li Jing still held a disdain for Nezha. Unperturbed, Master Tai proposed to take Nezha as his disciple and train him in the mountains, which would also help mitigate the demonic energy. Li Jing, who was not fond of Nezha, consented to let Master Tai take him away. Under the celestial canopy, the denizens of the demon child world observed Nezha's predicament with astonishment. They had presumed that as the reincarnation of the spirit pearl, Nezha would lead a prosperous life, only to be confronted with such unforeseen misfortune. Moreover, they were baffled by this world's Li Jing, who appeared so disconcerting. Did he truly raise his sword to strike? What manner of behavior is this? This Li Daren bears no resemblance to our Li Daren. Indeed, our Li Daren cherishes Nezha, even protecting him in dire circumstances. How could this Li Daren resort to violence? In light of this comparison, they concluded that their Li Daren was indeed the better father. "I still prefer our Li Daren." "So do I." Both Li Jing and Lady Yin were equally astonished by the actions of the Li Jing displayed on the celestial screen. How can this be? How could I in another world act in such a manner? Li Jing's face was a tapestry of rage and confusion. How could he treat my son in such a way? Lady Yin, on the verge of fury, also felt discontent towards her counterpart in the celestial display, questioning why their personalities diverged so significantly. Li Jing, that old man, if he dared to treat his son Nezha in such a manner, she would have long since smashed his head to pieces. How could she merely sit on the ground weeping? Lady Yin glanced at Li Jing by her side, feeling a sense of displeasure. That scoundrel, has he gone mad? Li Jing clenched his fists and spoke in a low voice. Indeed, he has lost his mind. As he gazed at the celestial screen, his heart was filled with incredulity and disbelief. How could he treat his own child in such a way? Li Jing harbored deep disdain for the Li Jing of that world. It could be said that he felt a mix of aversion and unfamiliarity. Since that Li Jing committed such atrocious acts, he had no desire to associate with him. Despite sharing the same identity, appearance, and name, they were utterly dissimilar. That was not him. He would never act in such a manner. Li Jing was both furious and aggrieved. The celestial display served as a profound psychological torment for him. It was a direct affront. What kind of madness was this? In his own world, when Nezha was born, he was filled with demonic energy yet retained his reason, and he had never harbored feelings of resentment towards Nezha, let alone murderous intent. In contrast, the Nezha of that world, although affected by some demonic energy from beasts, did not lose his sanity or harm others. Yet that Li Jing resorted to violence without an ounce of paternal compassion. It was only thanks to Lady Yin and Tai Junren's interventions that he was saved. This comparison was profoundly ironic. Lady Yin began to feel pity for the Nezha of that world. The malice he suffered at birth did not come from outsiders. but from his own father. How heart-wrenching must that be? Initially, it was believed that the Nezha of another world, as a spiritual pearl, would not have to worry about tribulations and could lead a better life. However, it appeared otherwise. He would endure even greater suffering and despair, facing his father's murderous intent. The calamities of the divine tribulation and countless tribulations of slaughter. By the seaside, Nezha was also momentarily stunned as he gazed at the celestial screen. He never expected that his counterpart in another world, as a spiritual pearl, would be treated in such a manner by his own parents. Reflecting on the father who protected him from birth, and now witnessing the one who seemed eager to kill his own child, Nezha's expression darkened. That Li Jing on the screen did not deserve to be called his father. Ao Bing furrowed his brows, his face a mask of anger. How could a father act in such a way, immediately resorting to threats against his own child? He recalled how his own father cherished him as if he were a precious jewel, cradled in his hands, fearing he might dissolve. Unlike the suffocating presence of the Li Jing on the celestial screen, tiger venom does not consume its young. Ao Guang looked at that Li Jing on the screen with disdain, concluding that the Li Jing of that world was utterly inhumane. What kind of father treats his child in such a manner? If it were my child, I would cherish him regardless of his nature. At least the Li Jing of our world is more agreeable to behold. Initially, one would assume that Nezha, as a spiritual pearl, would be cherished dearly. However, upon encountering such an exceedingly formidable father, he was beset by multiple calamities from the moment of his birth. Even Xingkongbao looked upon him with disdain. Regardless of the creature, most beings possess an innate instinct to protect their offspring. Yet, the human race exhibits a peculiar anomaly, as some individuals display a remarkable lack of affection towards their progeny. In the primordial realm, although the inhabitants had long been aware of these matters, they had merely heard tales of them. This time, with the addition of vivid imagery and direct experience, their contempt for Li Jing only intensified. Observing the Li Jing from the previous world and comparing him to the current Li Jing reveals a stark contrast. Nezha's plight in this realm is indeed tragic. Having such a father is a most unfortunate fate. Nezha gazed coldly at the scenes unfolding in the celestial screen. Were it not for his mother's protection, he might have been slain by Li Jing at the moment of his birth, even though he had perished and was no longer connected to Li Jing. The impending calamity of the divine decree still linked them, as Li Jing had ascended the divine list. He continued to leverage his paternal identity to exert pressure on Nezha. Were it not for the impossibility of killing him, Li Jing might have attempted to do so multiple times. Li Jing's actions were intentional. He recognized that if he completely severed ties with Nezha, the latter would be unbound and could eliminate him without hesitation. Thus, Li Jing clung tightly to the karmic bond of father and son, coupled with the tower granted to him by Ran Ding. As long as he maintained this connection, whether through himself or the tower, their fates would remain intertwined, rendering Nezha incapable of taking his life. Nezha found this utterly absurd. Despite Li Jing's evident disdain for him and his unwillingness to acknowledge him as a child, he still schemed and begrudgingly accepted this connection for the sake of survival. Now, he found himself unable to return to his former identity as a spiritual pearl. How laughable! It was truly preposterous. The imagery of the spiritual pearl Nezha momentarily froze, while the scenes of the mischievous Nezha illuminated once more. Both factions of the realm were invigorated. In comparison to their own world, the inhabitants of both realms were keenly curious about one another. However, the realm of the mischievous Nezha differed from the primordial world. The denizens of the primordial realm had completed their divine ascension, thus their reflections on their world were merely retrospective. In contrast, those from the mischievous realm remained oblivious to the divine matters, having only gleaned a general understanding from the celestial screen. Their primary concern lay in the status of their world and whether they too would face a divine calamity. Moreover, they observed the discrepancies between similar individuals across the two worlds, who could ascertain whether the virtuous in one realm were malevolent in the other, or vice versa. Nevertheless, in the primordial realm, the disciples of the Chan sect were predominantly afflicted by various flaws. Of course, the same could be said for the sheer number of their disciples was overwhelming, with many not even considered registered disciples. However, most acted with impunity under the guise of abusing their power, while the demon race was also numerous, with some even resorting to cannibalism, tarnishing the sect's fortunes. Indeed, the two sects are quite evenly matched. Neither can claim superiority over the other. However, the Xuanjiao sect exhibits a more insidious nature, often resorting to manipulation and the exploitation of the weak as a common practice. It leaves one pondering about the other world. From appearances, the Xuanjiao of that realm seems rather unreliable, a notion I gleaned from the antics of Tai Zhenren. On the other side, in the East Sea, Shun Gongbao plunged into the ocean depths, arriving at the abyss where the Dragon King coiled around a central pillar. Have you arrived? The Dragon King inquired. Shun Gongbao raised the spiritual orb in his right hand, to which the Dragon King responded, Is this the spiritual orb? If infused into the dragon egg, my son shall acquire boundless powers, and may even have the opportunity to ascend to divinity. No, Shun Gongbao replied. Not possible. The Dragon King questioned, puzzled. Indeed, Shun Gongbao affirmed. The inhabitants of the Honghuang world were perplexed. The Dragon Clan, although diminished compared to ancient times, still held significant stature. Why then did they desire to ascend to divinity? Did the dragons of that world aspire to serve in the heavenly court? In the Honghuang realm, prior to the commencement of the divine sealing, the heavenly court was largely disregarded by any powerful being or esteemed clan with even a modicum of strength. The Jade Emperor, despite his dissatisfaction with the situation, remained powerless. The dragons sought to join the heavenly court primarily to harness its fortune to cleanse the karmic consequences of the Dragon Han calamity. Despite their decline, the true extent of the Dragon Clan's heritage remained a mystery, and few would dare provoke them. While the dragons coveted the heavenly court's fortune, they were not eager to become deities. After all, working in the heavenly court can be quite unsatisfactory, were it not for a lack of options. The dragons would not choose to affiliate with the heavenly court. Reflecting on the film Magic Child Nezha, one must wonder about the living conditions of the Dragon King and his kin. How could they reside in such an environment? It resembles a sealed prison, no matter how diminished. The dragons should not have fallen to such depths. It's akin to dwelling in a jail. Yet, it appears to be linked to the heavenly court of that world. Have they been ensnared in a scheme? Is it possible that the dragons of this world are suffering in such a manner, reliant on the heavenly court while also being imprisoned? It must be admitted that the denizens of the Honghuang world are astute, possessing a keen sense of suspicion, often leaping to conclusions rife with conspiracy theories. The dragons of Honghuang, though filled with indignation, dare not voice their grievances. After being ensnared in schemes and facing the calamity of divine sealing, they found themselves irrevocably tied to the heavenly court. Reduced to minor positions, they faced relentless exploitation. One could scarcely imagine that the dragons of another world are faring even worse, with their living conditions resembling that of prisoners. Upon hearing Shun Gongbao's words, the Dragon King expressed his resignation. That is good. He then expelled the dragon egg, merging it with the spiritual orb. The egg cracked open, revealing a small dragon that transformed into a blue-haired child. This is my son, Ao Bing. As per our agreement, I shall have him take you as his master. However, you must assist him in escaping this underwater purgatory and ascending to the heavenly realm. Impossible? No, it is possible. If he succeeds, I shall prove myself to be the finest candidate among the 12 golden immortals. The Dragon King lamented, next time, just give a nod. The inhabitants of the Honghuang world were amused by Shun Gongbao's stuttered words. His halting speech, punctuated by heavy breaths, could easily lead to misunderstandings. I recall that in our realm, Shun Gongbao was quite normal and did not stutter at all. Shun Gongbao himself asserted, I do not stutter. Please do not conflate me with another world. Thank you. Meanwhile, the denizens of the demon child world erupted in chaos. The celestial beings and the disciples of the Chan sect were utterly astonished by Shun Gongbao's and the Dragon Clan's behavior. The Dragon Clan had previously rebelled but had since quieted down, leading many to believe they had settled down, only to discover they were quietly scheming. However, this scheming seemed somewhat abstract. One would assume such extensive plotting was aimed at rebelling against the heavens, only to find it was merely to elevate their son to divine status as a spirit bead. Quite exasperating. At Shintang Pass, Li Jing and his wife were infuriated. Shun Gongbao had taken the spirit bead to the Dragon Clan. It was they who conspired to steal the bead, causing Zhao to transform into a demonic orb. Shun Gongbao, the Dragon Clan, Li Jing and his wife were beside themselves with rage. Even Tai Jinren did not anticipate Shun Gongbao's audacity in seizing the spirit bead and collaborating with the Dragon Clan. However, now that the matter had been exposed, regardless of Shun Gongbao's and the Dragon Clan's schemes, they would likely come to naught. At that moment, a servant informed Li Jing and the others that Nezha had run away again. Li Jing and his wife, along with Tai Jinren, were taken aback. What? Nezha has run away again. Quickly, we must search for him. The urgency was palpable. No one knew how Nezha would react upon discovering the truth. Would he lash out? Would he recklessly confront the Dragon Clan? Tai Jinren nearly lost his composure, then paused. Wait. Given Nezha's temperament, upon seeing the celestial canopy, he would undoubtedly head towards the East Sea. Let us follow that route. Li Jing and Lady Yin concurred. Good. Let us hasten. Tai Jinren quickly mounted his pig. leading Li Jing and his wife towards the seaside. They had a foreboding sense that Nezha was likely in the East Sea. Meanwhile, in the depths of the ocean abyss, Shen Gongbao and Ao Guang wore grim expressions. What began as an entertaining spectacle was now turned upside down by the celestial canopy, leaving them with no one to turn to for justification. The most crucial detail was not the celestial canopy meant to showcase Nezha? Why did it also reveal them? At the shoreline, an eerie silence prevailed. The atmosphere between Nezha and Ao Bing was palpably tense. Nezha, caught off guard by these revelations, struggled to maintain his composure as anger surged within him. He lunged forward, seizing Ao Bing by the collar, demanding fiercely, "Did you know? Did you know? Do you even understand? Tell me." Ao Bing clenched his fists, staring blankly into the reddened eyes of Nezha. Apologies resonated in the air. And in that moment, Nezha could no longer contain himself. He forcefully pushed Ao Bing away and stood silently to the side. A tumult of anger and sorrow coursed through him, yet reason prevailed. The projection from the celestial screen revealed that Ao Bing had merely been an infant at the time. The spiritual pearl was not something he sought to claim. Had Ao Bing possessed consciousness and deliberately sought the pearl, Nezha might have been incensed enough to end his life. But that was not the case. He remained the sole friend who had willingly played with him. "I believed we would be friends." Nezha's voice trembled with suppressed emotion. "Yet, I never anticipated that you were deceitful all along." Ao Bing, taken aback, felt an emptiness engulf him. In a flustered attempt to clarify, he stammered, "No, that is not true. Aside from my identity, I never intended to deceive you. Initially, I was unaware of your identity. I had no inkling it would unfold this way." Nezha's gaze flickered, yet he remained silent. Discovering the truth so abruptly, it was commendable that he could temper his emotions at all. In truth, when the celestial screen first revealed his identity as the demon child, he was not surprised. He accepted it with a calm demeanor, for he had long suspected it. How could someone as astute as he be oblivious to such anomalies? He simply chose to endure and maintain his facade. However, what he found intolerable was the realization that his life had been orchestrated by others. As for Ao Bing, he too was at a loss, feeling guilt towards Nezha and uncertain if their friendship could withstand this revelation. Consequently, he could only sit in silence, gazing at the celestial screen. Nezha turned his eyes towards the screen, yearning to uncover his future. Would he withstand the impending calamity? The celestial screen continued to unfold the narrative. Master Tai and Li Jing rode a pig to the Void Gate. This was indeed the Void Gate, through which their master had long transcended the three realms. Only by passing through could they locate him. The two arrived at the gate and bowed respectfully. Master Tai reverently declared, "Master, I, Tai, seek an audience." A voice emanated from beyond the gate. Tai, do you acknowledge your transgressions?" Yes, I confess my sins, but it was not an act of demonhood." Enough with the excuses. Long Shengyan emerged from behind the gate. "How many years has it been since you last graced us with your presence? I am nearly bored to death." Master Tai, in irritation, swatted his nose. "I knew it was you." He then introduced Li Jing. "This is Long Shengyan, the one tasked with overseeing the Void Gate. We affectionately call him Xiaoyan." Long Shengyan, as he greeted Li Jing, retorted upon hearing Master Tai's words, "Chubby, Xiaoyan is also what you call me. This gentleman is..." Silence. "Address me as Master Tai." Master Tai interjected, knocking Long Shengyan's head. "This is Li Jing, the general of Chintang Pass. Pouring tea. Come, let us partake in tea. It is no small feat for me to remain here day after day. I have not conversed with anyone in decades, and I am on the verge of illness from the solitude." However, Li Jing was not in the mood for tea. He clasped his hands and said, "We have urgent matters to discuss with the Celestial Master. I kindly request that you inform him." Chang Xingyan paused briefly. "Oh, that is rather unfortunate. My master, along with the two esteemed elders, Lingbao Tianzuan and Dao Tianzuan, has retreated into the void door, purportedly to compile the Fengshen Bang, or the list of deities. What business do you have with the Celestial Master? Do share." Li Jing replied resolutely, "Someone has been afflicted by the heavenly calamity curse, and I seek the Celestial Master's assistance for salvation." The heavenly calamity curse. Chang Shangyun gasped, realizing that seeking the Celestial Master would be futile. For this curse is inescapable. Li Jing's gaze fell, and he weakly knelt upon the ground. Tai Jinren sighed, placing a comforting hand on Li Jing's shoulder. "In the celestial realm, a day is equivalent to a year on Earth. We have already lingered here for too long. Much time has passed at Chintang Pass. We should return post-haste and see if we can do something for the child." Good heavens! The Fengshen Bang. It truly exists. Our world possesses a Fengshen Bang as well. This is disastrous. While the inhabitants of the primordial world remained unfazed, those from the demon child world were utterly astounded. Key phrases emerged. Fengshen Bang. The previous celestial spectacle of Nezha had made it abundantly clear, the calamity of the Fengshen. This is indeed a calamity, one that marks everyone for death and ascension to the Fengshen Bang. At first glance, it seems appealing. Once inscribed upon the Fengshen Bang, one becomes an official member of the heavenly court, endowed with a position. Yet, one must consider who is worthy of such an honor. The Fengshen Bang is not a title bestowed upon just anyone. Furthermore, there exists a cap on ascension. Imagine, for instance, you possess great talent, with potential to ascend to the heights of Tai Golden Immortal or even De Luo Golden Immortal. Yet, upon being inscribed on the Fengshen Bang, your cultivation limit becomes fixed, rendering further breakthroughs impossible. How could anyone bear such a fate? The gravest concern is the servitude to the heavenly court. Picture this. You were once a disciple of a saint, free to cultivate and exert your influence, only to die and find yourself on the Fengshen Bang, stripped of all freedom, forced into servitude, unable to resist those who once were beneath you. Your former high cultivation reduced, now compelled to obey those of lesser prowess. How could anyone endure such indignity? It is clear that none of the disciples from the Chan and Jie sects could withstand this revelation. The enormity of such a secret now laid bare. All were on the verge of unraveling. In the void door, the three pure ones bore solemn expressions. With the exposure of the Fengshen Bang, how could the plans for deification proceed? Everyone was now aware of the Fengshen Bang and had become wary. Continuing this scheme would prove exceedingly difficult. Lingbao Tianzuan was the most elated. Why so? Because the matter of deification primarily concerns the Chan and Jie sections. The numerous divine positions on the Fengshen Bang cannot solely rely on the Chan sect. The Jie sect stands to suffer the most. After the separation of the three purities, the moral celestial and the primordial celestial conspired to isolate him. The matter of the investiture of the gods was originally proposed by the primordial celestial. Who knows what schemes they are now concocting? He finds himself in a predicament akin to that of the Tongtian cult master in the chaos world, making him the one who least desires the smooth progression of the investiture. He relishes the current situation. As they soared through the heavens, the true man of Tai and Nezha observed the celestial screen. At this moment, Tai and Li Jing finally recalled the matter of the investiture list they had heard when seeking the primordial celestial. In their haste to find someone, they had scarcely paid attention to Chang Xingyun's words. Now, prompted by the celestial screen, their memories were jogged. However, this time, Tai was also alarmed. The great calamity. It was indeed a great calamity. Clearly, they were already embroiled in the catastrophe. Despite the differences between the two worlds, such monumental events would not diverge. Tai also remembered the primordial celestial's warning about the Lingzhu. Thus, in their world, the Hunyuan Pearl would be the key to this great calamity. His master had long been orchestrating this. Suddenly, a chill ran down Tai's spine. This calamity would involve the Chan and Jie sects, and even the Golden Immortals would become cannon fodder, each individual scheming against the others. It was utterly terrifying. Although the demon child world ranked lower than the chaos world, it too was filled with formidable beings. The only difference was that the sages of the demon child world were merely at the quasi-saint level. Yet amidst the great calamity, all living beings were ensnared. The inhabitants of the demon child world were thrown into disarray. Various factions extinguished their flames, entering seclusion or forming teams. Those who stirred trouble became considerably more subdued. After all, no being wished to become fodder for the calamity. A single misstep could lead to their demise. Tai and his companions hastened their journey and finally arrived at the seaside. As expected, they encountered Nezha. However, to their astonishment, Nezha had not lost his sanity nor rushed into the dragon palace recklessly. On the contrary, he appeared remarkably calm, perhaps overly so, leaning against a rock while gazing at the celestial screen. Beside him stood a cloaked figure. Li Jing and the others breathed a sigh of relief. Lady Yin cautiously called out, "Zha." Nezha turned his head slightly. Lady Yin opened her arms and beckoned. "Zhar, come here, come to mother." Nezha suddenly felt a pang in his heart. He called out, "Mother." "Alas, Zhar, mother is here," Lady Yin replied promptly. Nezha rushed into Lady Yin's embrace. Her eyes reddened as she murmured, "I'm sorry, Zhar, we deceived you before." Nezha softly replied, "Mother, I actually suspected it long ago. If I were truly a hero reincarnated from the Lingzhu, why would so many people despise me and call me a monster?" Lady Yin, who rarely wept, could not hold back her tears at this moment. "Zhar, my Zhar, why must you endure such suffering?" Li Jing quietly wiped away his tears. Tai Yizhenren remained silent. For the predicament that Nezha found himself in was a consequence of his own oversight. Despite his typically brazen demeanor, he felt a pang of guilt. Yet, what could guilt accomplish? A mistake is a mistake, after all. A.O. Bing's heart was even heavier as he grappled with thoughts of his master and kin. While simultaneously contemplating Nezha, he had usurped the identity and life that rightfully belonged to Nezha. The more A.O. Bing pondered, the more conflicted he became. At that moment, Tai Yizhenren noticed A.O. Bing standing there, lost in thought. Who might you be? Upon hearing Tai Yizhenren's voice, A.O. Bing hesitated, contemplating whether to greet him. For Tai Yizhenren was his master's uncle. Just as A.O. Bing was deliberating, Nezha interjected, "He is A.O. Bing." Upon hearing this name, Tai Yizhenren and Li Jing were momentarily taken aback. "A.O. Bing, you are the one known as A.O. Bing?" Tai Yizhenren gazed at A.O. Bing with astonishment. Realizing that his true identity had been revealed, A.O. Bing no longer concealed it. He removed his cloak and bowed respectfully to Tai Yizhenren, addressing him as Master Uncle. He then acknowledged Li Jing and Lady Yin, saying, "Greetings, Lord Li and Lady Yin." Tai Yizhenren hesitated, letting out a sigh, while Lady Yin and Li Jing regarded A.O. Bing with caution. The group silently agreed not to take any action. After all, they had witnessed that prior to their arrival, neither A.O. Bing nor Nezha had engaged in hostilities. Moreover, Nezha was aware of A.O. Bing's identity, yet he had refrained from attacking him. Clearly, there was some undisclosed matter at play. Lady Yin was the first to speak, asking, "Nezha, what is going on here?" Nezha glanced at A.O. Bing and recounted to Lady Yin and Li Jing how they had come to know each other, how they had become friends, and how they would often play shuttlecock together. He had intended to invite A.O. Bing to the birthday banquet 3 months hence, but had instead learned so much from the Celestial Veil. At this, Tai Yizhenren and the others found themselves at a loss for words. Perhaps it was the innate attraction between the Spirit Pearl and the Demon Pill that had drawn them together, for the Hongyuan Pearl was originally a singular entity, thus leading to their friendship. Yet now, they were faced with a dilemma neither party knew how to resolve. Lady Yin embraced Nezha, saying, "My child, let us return." Nezha paused momentarily before replying, "Let us stay here. I do not wish to go back." Lady Yin consented, "Very well, we shall do as you wish." Consequently, the group sat quietly by the sea, gazing silently at the celestial expanse above. Meanwhile, within the Li residence, the surroundings were in disarray, hardly resembling the grandeur expected of a noble household. Near the entrance, the main door lay fallen, and Nezha reclined against the wall, idly muttering to himself. "Confined within these walls with nothing to do, I have scaled walls and shattered pottery 1,000 times over. Even a young master grows weary of such monotony." At that moment, Lady Yin and 2 guards approached, looking up at Nezha, and inquired, "Nezha, what are you doing perched upon the wall?" To which Nezha replied, "With no means to venture out and no one to play with, what else can I do but enjoy the scenery?" Nezha, with a blade of grass clenched in his mouth, cast a glance back at Lady Yin before turning away. Lady Yin, feeling somewhat awkward, inquired, "Why don't you tell your mother about the sights you've seen?" Nezha furrowed his brow and replied, "Mountains, trees, flowers, grass. Am I supposed to have seen people running about in the nude?" Lady Yin, attempting to lighten the mood, patted her chest and suggested, "Come, let mother play with you." Nezha, however, remained unfazed, thinking to himself, "Come now, you are either busy slaying demons or battling monsters daily. To see you today is a stroke of fortune. There is no time to entertain a child. Yes, it is my fault. I truly wish to spend more time with you, but as the guardian of the fortress, I find myself quite overwhelmed." Noticing Nezha's lack of response, Lady Yin continued, "Today is a rare day of peace. Shall we play shuttlecock?" With that, she produced a shuttlecock. Nezha's expression brightened momentarily before he feigned indifference, rising from the wall and leaping down, saying, "Well, since you seem so bored, I shall indulge you for a bit." The 2 guards hastily stepped aside as Lady Yin initiated the game. "Come, my son." Nezha joyfully caught the shuttlecock, kicked his way, his agile body performing acrobatics as he skillfully kicked it back. A guard, bringing forth armor, cautiously suggested to Lady Yin, "Madam, perhaps it would be wise to don the armor." Lady Yin waved her hand dismissively. "What nonsense. Playing with my son while wearing armor? Is playing shuttlecock a matter of life and death?" No sooner had she finished speaking than Nezha executed a somersault, sending the shuttlecock flying back. "Mother, catch." "All right." Unfortunately, the incoming shuttlecock sent Lady Yin crashing into the wall, shattering it to pieces. Goodness, this game of shuttlecock could indeed prove lethal. My word, is this really just a game? The power is astonishing. Is Lady Yin unharmed? Surely she must be fine. Alas, one cannot help but feel sympathy for Nezha. Confined within the walls of his home due to the prejudices surrounding his demonic identity. A mere child, he finds himself isolated, with family often absent, yearning for companionship. Yet, there is little recourse. The ignorant populace fears the uncontrolled existence of a being labeled as a monster, wishing to keep Nezha from venturing out. Thus, confining him within the home serves as a form of protection, for those outside harbor ill intentions toward him. Under the vast sky, individuals from both realms fell into a thoughtful silence. Who can one blame? What can be said? Humanity, in its essence, is often selfish, ignorant, and obstinate. No, it should be noted that all conscious beings share this trait. They are all governed by emotions and desires. The term humanity applies to all sentient life. Prejudice has long existed and cannot be altered. In this world, countless victims have perished due to bias. What can be done? Ultimately, nothing can be changed. Nezha anxiously inquired. Mother, are you all right? I am fine, I am fine. What a splendid game. Madame Een extricated herself from the wall, striving to raise a thumb in encouragement, and softly whispered to the nearby guard. You should put it on after all. Nezha tucked his hands into his pants and shuffled his feet on the ground. Should I be lighter next time? No. You should play freely. Madame Een resolutely donned her armor and addressed the guards. You should join us as well. The guards gasped in astonishment, their faces betraying their alarm. Bang, 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 bang. After a series of resounding impacts, the wall was riddled with holes, ultimately causing trees to topple and damage the structure. Madame Een gasped for breath, beads of sweat trickling down, as a guard advised her. Madam, perhaps you should take a rest. No, I can still go on. Observing Nezha's joyful demeanor, she remarked, look how happy Nezha is. It's been a long time since I've seen him this delighted. Yet, the guards disrupted this tender moment, appearing bruised and battered, exclaiming, but we can't go on. Under the vast sky, onlookers chuckled at the battered guards. How did you end up like this from just playing with a shuttlecock? Madame Yin's love for Nezha was palpable. Indeed, she prioritized his happiness even at the cost of her own well-being. In the primordial world, Nezha gazed silently at the heavens, a ripple of emotion flickering in his eyes. Mother, he thought. In his realm, Madame Een treated him with great kindness. Yet, a barrier remained due to Li Jing and his own circumstances. After Madame Yin's demise and her ascension to divinity, her past memories returned, overshadowing the significance of this life's memories. Even the last person who loved him was gone. The scene continued to unfold. Suddenly, the warm and whimsical atmosphere was shattered. A guard rushed in from outside, flustered and breathless, reporting that an eel demon had appeared in the east suburb fishing village, injuring over 10 people and requesting immediate assistance. Before Madame Een could respond, Nezha excitedly exclaimed, Mother, let us go. As Madame Een sidestepped, the shuttlecock crashed against the wall. Nezha, with an awkward smile, noticed the approaching guard and seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation, his expression darkening instantly. Madame Een gently proposed, My dear, shall we pause for today? Nezha turned his head away, and she approached him, placing her hand on his head in a comforting gesture. I promise. Next time I will play with you until you are satisfied, all right? It's always the same words. Nezha unhappily swatted her hand away and returned to the wall. I'm used to it. Madame Een formed a heart shape with her hands, saying, I will return tonight and make you something delicious. Nezha ignored her, and Madame Een quietly gazed at his retreating figure before donning her cloak and departing. Nezha watched them walk away, a profound sorrow reflected in his eyes. While it was indeed necessary to defend against the malice of demons, Nezha appeared to be in a pitiful situation as well. Nezha, this child, may speak coldly and appear indifferent, yet deep down, he yearns for companionship. At such a tender age, his peculiar disposition is likely a consequence of his solitude, lacking peers to share in his adventures. Unfortunately, suitable companions are scarce. The common folk have historically regarded him with fear and aversion. Lady Een, tasked with guarding Qintang Pass in the absence of Li Jing and Tai, finds herself unable to provide the camaraderie he craves. While ordinary people are ill-equipped to engage with his formidable strength. Moreover, the two guards, while accompanying Nezha, displayed their concern over whether he should don armor, indicating their prior attempts to entertain him, yet they are unable to withstand his overwhelming power. Alas, Nezha's circumstances render him an outlier, a fate that seems rather unjust. Yet, what can be done about such inequity? After all, where in this world does true fairness exist? As the gates swung open, Lady Een and the guards emerged with solemn expressions, prompting the languid barrier beasts to part the veil as if drawing aside a curtain. Lady Een turned to the two beasts, addressing them sternly. Gentlemen, Master Tai has instructed you to guard the barrier, not to serve as mere ornaments. Please ensure Nezha does not escape and cause trouble again. The flat-headed barrier beast quickly interjected, Rest assured, my lady, I am responsible for the southern barrier. Nezha must have escaped from the north last time. The curled-nosed barrier beast retorted, nonsense. I have secured the north thoroughly. If he ventured out, it could only have been through the south. Oh, are you insinuating that I am at fault? Upon Master Tai's return, I shall report your dereliction and slander. Is that all you can do? Complain like a villain? I have long found you unsatisfactory. Let us settle this one-on-one. Bring it on. Who fears whom? Come on. Lady Een raised her hand, exclaiming, gentlemen, please. In exasperation, she decided to depart on horseback, leaving the barrier beasts to coolly ignore one another with disdainful huffs. These two barrier beasts certainly appear rather unreliable. Indeed, they seem to embody the same lack of dependability as their master, Tai. It is truly frustrating, as they often cause more trouble than they prevent. Listening to their banter suggests Nezha has escaped numerous times. With such incompetence, it is hardly surprising that he manages to slip away. Yet, considering the reactions of the townsfolk, if Nezha were to venture out, his experience would likely be far from pleasant. In truth, it might be better for Nezha to remain at home, where the inhabitants harbor no malice towards him, rather than face the hostility that awaits him outside. As the door creaked open, a hand emerged from within, and Nezha hurled a stone at the curled-nosed barrier beast. The startled beast reacted, while the flat-headed one, engrossed in picking its nose, exclaimed, "What are you staring at?" Humph. In frustration, the curled-nosed barrier beast sank down, prompting Nezha to seize a larger stone and hurl it once more, eliciting a furious response from the curled-nosed beast, who retaliated against the flat-headed one. The flat-headed barrier beast scornfully berated the curled-nosed barrier beast, "You scoundrel." Subsequently, the two barrier beasts engaged in a chaotic melee, the weight of Mount Tai. The dragon dances its tail, fishing at the bottom of the sea. The immortal plucks grapes. Nezha peered through a crack in the door, then boldly stepped outside with ease. Was it truly this simple to escape? Indeed, one should not harbor unrealistic fantasies about these two barrier beasts. It is precisely their unreliability that leads to mischief. The common folk, merrily strolling along the road, suddenly heard a voice. Turning to look, they saw Nezha. A burly man screamed, "Ah, he has escaped again," and leaped into a well. The other townsfolk, in a state of panic, fled in all directions. Some hid indoors, others dragged corpses out to conceal themselves in coffins, while a bride was pulled from her palanquin to hide within it. Even the bride took a yellow talisman from a corpse and affixed it to her face. 1, 2. Are you all hidden away? As Nezha counted, he wobbled into the alleyway. Hide and seek had begun. Nezha gleefully opened a window and located a group of people, who fled in terror. In the water, Nezha found another group. Next, he uncovered wave after wave of individuals hidden in books and houses, even causing a tower to topple in the process. The burly man emerged from the well, witnessing Nezha wielding a hammer, seemingly playing whack-a-mole with those hiding in the palanquin. Then, Nezha turned to him with a dangerous smile. The man gestured, knocked himself unconscious with a brick, and returned to the well. Under the celestial canopy, the crowd was somewhat perplexed. Shouldn't they be less fearful? Nezha hasn't done anything, has he? In their eyes, he was not merely a child but a demon spawn, and given the circumstances of his birth, their fear was understandable. Yet, such reactions seemed excessive. The people of the primordial world and others from the demon child realm felt a mix of helplessness and confusion. Such behavior was rather hurtful for a child. The biases of these individuals were difficult to assess. In the demon child realm, the citizens of Chuntang Pass felt a twinge of embarrassment as they gazed at the sky. They had always harbored strong aversion toward Nezha, even though he had not committed any wrongdoing. Their preconceived fears and slander persisted. Now, with the sky revealing the truth, they found themselves in an awkward position, akin to being stripped bare before the heavens, mocked for their shamelessness. In the primordial world, Nezha observed the celestial display with an impassive expression. Is this not the nature of humanity? It seems to be the same across all realms. Even though I was once the spirit pearl and not a demon spawn, my initial form as a mere lump of flesh led many to perceive me as a monster and spread rumors about me. These individuals are perpetually shrouded in prejudice, steeped in ignorance, and remarkably foolish. As the scene shifts in the film Nezha, we find ourselves in a dilapidated abode where the eldest child slams his hands upon the table, exclaiming, "Enough! We must retaliate." Another child, seated on the floor, interjects, "But we are no match for Nezha." The leader retorts, "Nonsense. We have founded the demon-slaying gang to vanquish evil. If we cannot devise a plan today, none shall return home for supper." At that moment, a voice emanates from outside, and the pig-headed junior bursts in, declaring, "Boss, I have an idea." The eldest child questions, "Why did I instruct you to keep watch outside if you were merely to come in?" The The pig-headed junior responds with a non sequitur. We can set a trap. A trap? The others gaze at him in bemusement. Behold, the scene transitions to an imagined tableau. I have severed the planks of the suspension bridge, and should Nezha tread upon them, he will plummet downwards, triggering a second mechanism where a bucket overhead will topple. He will have no choice but to don a pot from the ground upon his head to shield himself from the blades. Yet, little does he know, that very pot is also a trap, summoning a great boulder. He will flee in desperation, spotting a gap beside him where he will instinctively seek refuge. Subsequently, the planks will spring up, launching Nezha into a tree where I have previously placed a venomous serpent. He will undoubtedly attempt to ascend the adjacent rope ladder, unaware that a hornet's nest is tethered to it. If he wishes to avoid becoming a blithering fool, he must leap into this muddy pit, and upon emerging, he shall be utterly terrified, his rage igniting like fire. The eldest child, elated, pats the pig-headed junior on the head. How did I not realize your brilliance before? The pig-headed junior flatters. If I were clever, how could I possibly be worthy of such a handsome leader like you? The eldest child, arms crossed with delight, chuckles. I do appreciate candor. However, this seems rather lenient towards Nezha. Let us add a few more ingredients to the mire, tossing in some sea urchins to pierce him, and supplementing his strength with some urine. The pig-headed junior hesitates, hands behind his back. Isn't this a bit too cruel? The eldest child counters, cruel? He has tormented us for so long. If we have the chance to retaliate, the more severe, the better. The other juniors echo yes. 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 Let us vanquish him. Vanquish him. The pig-headed junior sighs. Very well. Since you are so insistent, I shall have no objections. Even if the opponent is a demon, this seems excessive. This is not merely overstepping bounds. I have never fathomed that children could harbor such malicious thoughts. Sometimes, the malevolence of children surpasses that of adults. They can execute actions that adults would never dare to undertake. I entertain a notion that if Nezha possessed the power of transformation, he could simply assume another form and seek companionship elsewhere, where others would be oblivious to his identity and readily play with him. Why must he be confined? Moreover, the more he is restrained, the stronger the curiosity of children becomes, driving them to desire freedom, which is not a favorable phenomenon. Observing the attitudes of those individuals, my heavens, if a child with a fragile heart were to endure this, they would have long since reached their breaking point. The inhabitants of the primordial world were perplexed, particularly astonished by the malevolent actions of the children at such a tender age. The denizens of the demon-child realm were similarly taken aback. Was it truly wise to devise such wicked schemes? The citizens of Chintang Pass felt a profound sense of embarrassment and guilt. Whose child is this? How could they possess such a cruel heart? As Lady Ying gazed at the sky, her fury ignited. She held Nezha close, lamenting the injustice he faced despite his innocence. Why must he endure such malice? Is it solely due to the identity of the demon orb? Prejudice, prejudice, ever-present prejudice. This world is rife with it. Li Jing was equally enraged and resolved to seek retribution from the guardians of those children once the celestial display concluded. Suddenly, the scruffy little brother noticed a flaw in their plan. What flaw? The others inquired, tilting their heads in curiosity. How can we get Nezha to the suspension bridge? He pondered aloud. It's simple, declared the pig-headed little brother. We could scare him onto the bridge. The older children turned to him with questions. How do we scare him? Of course, the pig-headed little brother removed his mask, revealing Nezha's face beneath. Like this, he exclaimed. The children screamed in terror and fled, unwittingly triggering all the traps Nezha had described, ultimately landing in a quagmire of their own making. Serves them right. Who asked them to harbor such malicious intent? They brought this upon themselves. Indeed, they are reaping what they have sown. This pig-headed one is Nezha. I never imagined he would be Nezha. One remarked. This is akin to entrapment, haha. The children, in disarray, scrambled ashore. Nezha could not contain his laughter. Isn't the child's urine quite invigorating? Do you feel refreshed? Before the irate others could respond, the real pig-headed little brother rushed in, half-naked. Boss, boss. He knocked me out and stripped my clothes. Upon seeing the pig-headed little brother, Nezha prepared to take his leave. Today was quite exhilarating. Let us play again next time. The older child, gritting his teeth, cursed, You monster. Go die? Nezha paused, turning around slowly, his expression darkening. In a calm voice, he inquired, What did you just call me? Ignoring the protests of his companions, the older child enunciated deliberately, You are a monster. Oh dear, this child is exceedingly brave. Too brave, indeed. This is a recipe for disaster. Under the celestial dome, the crowd fell into a solemn silence. How audacious of this child to call Nezha a monster to his face. He would not escape unscathed. Who does not know that Nezha despises being called a monster? Furthermore, it was evident to all that these children had never seen Nezha before, thus they should not have known his identity. Yet, their animosity towards him was palpable, clearly instilled by the incessant whispers of the adults around them. Under the pervasive influence of adults, these children developed a profound animosity towards Nezha, deeming him a monster. How scandalous are these gossip-mongers? Nezha advanced towards them, his countenance radiating evident fury. Suddenly, he kicked a nearby boulder, which mercilessly hurtled towards the children. At that critical moment, a familiar tassel whisk saved them from peril. The boulder then crashed into a neighboring mountain, causing it to collapse dramatically. The children, still trembling in fear, gasped for breath. While in the sky, Tai Yizhenren rode back on a pig. Nezha, still brimming with malevolence, turned to see Li Jing. Li Jing's expression was grave. He commanded, "Do not be unruly." Nezha was taken back to the Li residence, confined once more, but this time, his range of movement was further restricted. Barrier Beast. Enlarge the barrier's confines. From this moment on, Nezha must not leave this room even a step. Yes, the Barrier Beast solemnly replied. Nezha stood within the confines. His eyes filled with resentment as he cast a glance back. The two Barrier Beasts had already diminished the barrier's extent. If that group of children were to perish, Nezha would bear the ignominy for a lifetime. Being locked away like this must weigh heavily on his heart. Although those children emerged unscathed, the embellishments and fabrications that followed would tarnish Nezha's reputation further. Indeed, his reputation was already far from commendable. Alas, under the celestial canopy, the bystanders were helpless. The inhabitants of the primordial world merely scoffed. They incessantly spread rumors, labeling him a fiend, fully aware that he would not easily retaliate due to his constraints. Had he been the truly malevolent creature they imagined, he would have devoured them all by now. Indeed, it is this very subconscious sense of invulnerability that emboldens them. If Nezha were truly as they envisioned, they would have perished long ago. Confronted with the reality, they would have behaved more circumspectly. Should any tragedy befall them, they would not dare utter a word. Truly, much like certain malevolent beings who demand sacrificial offerings, would those people dare to voice any dissent? Humanity inherently tends to bully the weak, fearing the strong, while Nezha may not be a soft target. They are aware of their backing. Tai Yizhenren and Li Jing would not allow Nezha to harm them, which emboldens them to torment him so brazenly. Utterly foolish, indeed. The denizens of the primordial world perceived this clearly, and mockery ensued. Their derisive words formed a barrage that illuminated the celestial dome, visible to both realms. The inhabitants of the demon child world, ridiculed by the citizens of another realm, wished fervently to vanish into the ground. Being so publicly shamed was truly humiliating. Li Jing and his companions were filled with remorse. They had only witnessed the moment Nezha appeared to threaten harm, reacting with such severity, and they had failed to consider his emotional state afterward. To imprison him thus must have caused him profound sorrow. Li Jing gazed at Nezha with a visage full of remorse. "Nezha, my apologies. It was our hubris that led us astray." With a deep sigh, he seemed to age considerably in that fleeting moment. He finally grasped a profound truth. Human prejudice is exceedingly difficult, if not impossible, to alter. Nezha, upon hearing Li Jing's contrition, merely paused momentarily before softly responding. "I have long grown accustomed to being ostracized, overlooked, misunderstood, and maligned." Tai Yizhenren also felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. No matter how thick-skinned one might be, such a burden was insufferable. The weight of remorse was so heavy it would rouse him from sleep, compelled to slap himself in self-reproach. "I am truly wretched. If it were not for my negligence, how could Nezha have transformed into a demon orb?" Although it was possible that there were machinations at play from Yuan Shi Tianzun, given the intricacies of the Feng Shun de Jie and the schemes of Shun Gong Bao, ultimately, had he not been so unreliable, the circumstances would not have escalated to such a state. Beside them, Ao Bing felt an even deeper sense of guilt. In truth, each individual present, aside from Nezha, bore their own burdens of remorse. In a chamber, Li Jing and his wife, along with Tai Yizhenren, were engaged in conversation. "Please, stop," Lady Yin interjected, lowering her head, suppressing the sorrow within. "This outcome was not unforeseen. We have done our utmost." She raised her gaze, her face etched with grief. "Perhaps this is Nezha's fate. Though I strictly forbade any mention of the demon orb in Qintang Pass, the populace has always harbored a deep-seated aversion towards him. Over the past year, I have been tirelessly engaged in vanquishing demons and nurturing the people, hoping to accumulate merit for Nezha. Yet I have scarcely found time to be by his side. Now, with only 2 years left, we might as well resign from our positions, depart from here, and accompany him on scenic journeys, providing him with our unwavering companionship until the end. Li Jing gently shook his head in sorrow. Observing this, Tai Yizhen Run hastily proclaimed, I bear responsibility for Nezha's plight. I have resolved to take him as my disciple, guiding him towards self-cultivation and rectifying his malevolent habits, transforming him into a righteous warrior who vanquishes demons. Is that truly necessary? Lady Yin inquired, casting a glance at Li Jing. Would it not be better for him to spend his final days in joy rather than turmoil? At last, Li Jing spoke softly to Lady Yin. I do not wish for him to live a life of aimlessness, nor do you desire for Nezha to be regarded as a monster even in death, do you? Lady Yin lowered her eyes, ultimately refraining from further comment. Under the celestial expanse, the expressions of those present were intricate and multifaceted. Indeed, Lord Li and Lady Yin held a profound love for Nezha. Both the magical realm and the primordial world were deeply moved by this sentiment. However, the inhabitants of the primordial world could not help but compare this Li Jing with their own. The two were not on the same plane of existence. Just look at him. He excels in both external and internal matters. Once again, the revered king of heaven, Li Jing, found himself exposed, vulnerable to scrutiny. He was unaware of his own tumultuous emotions, stubbornly clinging to his pride, reluctant to acknowledge any faults in his past actions. The following day, the young master has had his breakfast. Butler Li served the meal while the boundary beast opened the barrier for him. Moments later, Butler Li rushed out in a flurry, exclaiming, "Oh no, the young master is missing." The boundary beast was equally alarmed. What? He ran away again. They hurried into the room, only to find it in disarray and utterly vacant. How bizarre, remarked the curled-nosed boundary beast. The flat-headed boundary beast nodded in agreement. Indeed, quite unscientific. Butler Li stamped his foot. Alas, we must inform the master at once. Yes, indeed. The two boundary beasts scurried after Butler Li. Once they departed, Nezha appeared, hanging upside down from the roof, followed by a disdainful snort as he landed gracefully. Humph, no one can confine me. Nezha strolled along with an air of indifference, suddenly captivated by a painting. Curiosity piqued, he leaned closer, and upon touching it, was drawn inside. The painting was none other than the map of mountains and rivers. Oh no. Nezha spun wildly in the space for a while before finally landing. He sat up, wincing from the pain, astonished by the scenery surrounding him. Lush mountains and clear waters, ethereal mists, magnificent palaces, and beautiful trees painted a picture reminiscent of Penglai. It was indeed the world within the map of mountains and rivers. The voice of Tai Jinren echoed nearby. Nezha spotted Tai Jinren sitting on a rock, his anger flaring. You fatso, it's you. Silence, refer to me as a mortal. Tai Jinren retorted, slightly perturbed by Nezha's address, but quickly regaining composure. He rose, saying, let me show you something marvelous. Nezha looked on with disdain. Tai Jinren produced a brush and waved it, the brush of destiny. Inside this map, you can alter anything as you wish. As he spoke, a peach tree transformed into a wooden boat, pulling Nezha aboard. Nezha glared at Tai Jinren. What trickery is this? Tai Jinren jumped onto the boat. Experience the attractions I've meticulously designed. With a flourish of his brush, he commanded, sail through the celestial realm. A torrent of water cascaded from above, propelling the wooden boat forward, while Nezha panicked, and Tai Jinren laughed heartily. In the next instant, as they plummeted off a cliff, Tai Jinren waved the brush once more, and they continued to drift rapidly, soaring into the sky. They then slid down a snow-capped mountain, with Tai Jinren controlling the icy roller coaster, ultimately landing in water. They were lifted by a lotus flower, surrounded by beautiful fish swimming gracefully, which captivated Nezha deeply. Let me broaden your horizons. Tai Jinren drew a stream of water with his brush, and they floated upwards into the sky. Nezha reached out, touching the droplets with surprise and delight. Isn't this fun? From now on, you shall study Kunlun's immortal arts with me in this map. Now, quickly bow and acknowledge me as your master. Tai Jinren exclaimed triumphantly. Bow to you? Nezha hesitated, his interest in the magical arts evident, but he remained unimpressed by Tai Jinren, scoffing. What skills do you even possess? Nezha let out a few scoffs before undoing his trousers and relieving himself against a rock. All right, let me give you a taste of my prowess. Tai Jinren was not pleased with this. He formed a hand seal and intoned, heaven and earth are boundless. The laws of the universe. Hasten forth as commanded. Transform. As a cloud of smoke enveloped the scene, the rock before Nezha morphed into a colossal pair of scissors, causing him to hastily retreat and land atop another stone. Tai Jinren gestured again, and with another command, the ground beneath Nezha transformed into a large cauldron. Finally, with one more flourish, he directed his magic towards the bushes where Nezha sought refuge. turning them into a roasted pig. This celestial technique, known as the illusionary transformation, was not to be trifled with. As Nezha inspected the roasted pig, Tai Jinren's voice rang out. "Oh, quite impressive." Nezha, seizing a leg of the pig, attempted to take a bite, only to find he had bitten into a leaf. Spitting it out in disgust, he heard Tai Jinren laughing heartily nearby. Meanwhile, everything returned to its original form. Nezha, discarding the branch in his hand and placing his hands in his trousers, inquired, "Can you make my appearance more formidable?" The illusionary transformation of living beings is an advanced metamorphic technique, one I have yet to master. You must first grasp the fundamentals. Tai Jinren replied. "Come, let me impart the techniques to you." He leaned close to Nezha's ear, whispering the incantation for the illusionary transformation. After a moment, Nezha responded, "That was simple. Teach me something else." The illusionary transformation is the foundation of all techniques. If you cannot master this, then do not attempt to learn others. Tai Jinren waved his sleeve dismissively. "Very well, I shall master it in no time," Nezha proclaimed confidently, thumping his chest before turning to the imposing boulder, declaring, "Hasten forth as commanded, transform, transform, transform." Humph. The illusionary transformation is not merely a basic skill. It took me half a year to achieve minor success. It is a legitimate high-level challenge, so take your time. Tai Jinren thought to himself as he observed Nezha practicing. He then waved his brush to transform the stone into a bed and reclined upon it, pulling out the self-cultivation of immortals to read. Is Tai Jinren truly so incompetent? Has he taken so long to learn the illusionary transformation? With such talent, it is rather, well, absurd. It took me merely half a month to master this basic technique. The key is that despite his apparent lack of talent, he has a solid foundation. The Celestial Lord seems quite biased. TSK, such prejudice. Meanwhile, in the world of the demon child Nezha, Tai Jinren found himself once again on the defensive, thinking, "My talent is quite commendable. I mastered the illusionary transformation in under 3 months, did I not? This is slander. Slander. Why must my counterpart in another world be so inadequate?" The others erupted in laughter at Tai's expense. In the world of the demon child, Tai Jinren's lips twitched. Must this also be revealed? How presumptuous. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Tai lay sprawled upon a stone, drooling profusely onto the pages of the self-cultivation of immortals, lost in a deep slumber. Under the vast sky, the onlookers, who moments ago were resolved to strive, found themselves unable to endure even a second, bursting into laughter at the irony. Immortal Master. Immortal Master? At that moment, a figure approached and gently nudged Tai. Awakening with a start, the essence of immortality was etched across his face. The one who had roused him was none other than Madame Ine. Upon seeing her, Tai quickly adjusted his attire and inquired, "Madame Ine, what brings you here?" "I came to check on Nezha," she replied. "Oh, I was just teaching him some celestial arts," Tai responded with a smile, gesturing to the side. "Where is Nezha?" "Oh, he is right there." Tai pointed, yet to his dismay, all he indicated was an empty patch of land where Nezha had vanished. "Where is he?" Panic seized Tai. Could it be that I lost him and he got into trouble again? "Immortal Master, what is that?" Madame Ine scanned the surroundings and eventually spotted something, pointing towards Nezha's silhouette in the water. At that moment, Nezha was floating on the water's surface, seemingly devoid of breath. "Child, what has happened to you?" Tai exclaimed, frantically rushing towards him and leaping into the water, only to find himself striking his head against a submerged rock due to the shallow depth, eliciting a painful cry. Afterward, he held his head and approached Nezha, rescuing him from the water. Once Nezha was laid upon the grass, Madame Ine rushed over. "My child, what is wrong?" Turning around, she discovered a stone bound to Nezha's leg and quickly asked Tai, "What is this?" "It wasn't me. I swear it wasn't me." Tai hastily defended himself. Madame Ine pressed on. "What happened?" Confirming that Nezha still had a pulse, Tai hurriedly commenced resuscitation. Yet, when no improvement was evident, he resorted to mouth-to-mouth breathing. To his dismay, rather than awakening, Nezha's belly began to swell alarmingly, ultimately culminating in an explosion of liquid, revealing a scene where Tai was comically kissing a toad. Tai staggered back in shock, leaning against a rock. Feeling the slimy residue on his face, realization dawned upon him. "Oh no, this is toxic." No sooner had he uttered these words than he began to swell like a balloon, accompanied by the eruption of red welts across his skin. Madame Ine, witnessing the spectacle, doubled over in laughter until she shrank in size. As a cloud of gray smoke dissipated, it revealed that Madame Ine had transformed into Nezha. It turned out that Nezha had long mastered the art of illusion, playfully toying with Tai. Tai, nearly at his wit's end, rose to scold, "You rascal. So it was you all along." However, he soon grasped the situation and, astonished, inquired, "How did you learn to transform?" "I simply found the trick while practicing," Nezha replied nonchalantly. Nezha exclaimed, giving the toad a kick. At that moment, Tai Jinren was overwhelmed with emotions, covering his face with his hand and whispering, "My goodness! To learn it all in a single day, what a prodigious talent." He gazed at Nezha with flattery, chuckling, "Might you share the secret with me?" Nezha, with a glint in his eye, replied, "If you teach me more celestial arts, I might just reveal it to you." Wow, Nezha's innate ability is astonishing. It can't even be said that he learned it in a day. It has hardly been half a day, and he has already mastered it. Such talent is enviable. In merely half a day, he has accomplished it. A true genius indeed. Under the celestial dome, the onlookers were both astonished and envious. In the world of the magical child, Nezha remarked, "This is but a trifle, quite simple." In the primordial realm, Nezha declared, regardless of the identity, "Those named Nezha possess remarkable talents. I, for instance, mastered all spells in merely 5 years and successfully achieved the rank of Tai Golden Immortal." "All right, it is settled. Since you are naturally aligned with fire, I shall teach you the fire control technique." Tai Jinren solemnly recited a new incantation. Qian 3 linked, Kuan 6 severed. Li is fire, 3 is gradual, hastily as commanded. However, upon completing a lengthy chant, instead of conjuring flames, he inadvertently released a fart. Nezha exclaimed, "Goodness, what is this?" An old man in the subway, staring at his phone. He promptly stepped back in disgust. Is that fire or flatulence? Those familiar with Tai in the primordial world widened their eyes in disbelief, and soon, they erupted in laughter. "Ha ha, Tai, look at you now. Ha ha. Your image has never been good, has it? Oh dear, how utterly embarrassing. I must say, sometimes I feel embarrassed for Tai." Tai's reputation suffered greatly. The otherworldly Tai was indeed difficult to assess, eliciting laughter. In the chaotic expanse beyond the heavens, Yuan Shitian Zun observed the scene, his previously stable demeanor faltering as he found it hard to bear. Why, he wondered, would his other self take such an outrageous disciple? After all, he valued birth, lineage, cultivation, and reputation above all. Yuan Shitian Zun doubted the judgment of his counterpart in another realm. Meanwhile, Tai Jinren, trembling, pointed at the celestial dome, nearly gasping in disbelief. How outrageous! How can this be? Tai's heart brimmed with indignation. Did he still possess any semblance of dignity? Since the celestial dome revealed this, what image remained for him? A dark past. All of it was a dark past. On the other side, in the heavenly court, Nezha laughed heartlessly. "Ha ha. I truly do not wish to acknowledge that this plump fellow is my other self's master. Although the image of my counterpart is equally hard to describe, it is undeniably amusing." In the world of the magical child, Tai Jinren's face flushed crimson. "Celestial dome, you have indeed overstepped your bounds. Do you truly lack any regard for my dignity?" The family of Li Jing and Ao Bing looked at him with expressions that were difficult to articulate. Tai Jinren appeared equally at a loss, completely unaware of the disdain and skepticism directed at him from another realm. However, he was subjected to ridicule by his own disciple in this world. Ling Bao Tianzun chuckled. "You claim that my disciples are incapable, yet I see no superiority in yours. They are equally inadequate." Yuan Shitianzun's expression also reflected his disbelief, though he refrained from voicing his thoughts. In the midst of this, the viewing of the mischievous child Nezha continued. "At this moment, my tongue fails me, and I cannot articulate the incantation clearly. Fortunately, I have the antidote concealed within my trousers." Tai Jinren struggled to retrieve the item from his pants, but due to its considerable bulk, his hands could not reach it. "Child, I cannot grasp it. Could you assist me?" "Certainly," Nezha replied, as he unfastened Tai Jinren's trousers. "Wow, you have hidden so many treasures," Nezha exclaimed, peering into the green glowing area of Tai Yi's trousers. "Oh, what is this mop-like object?" "That is my dust whisk," Tai Jinren replied helplessly. "And what about this golden one?" "That is the fire-tip spear." "The fire-tip spear, you say?" Nezha expressed curiosity. "Be careful not to trigger the mechanism," Tai Jinren warned anxiously. However, the more he cautioned against it, the more Nezha felt compelled to press the mechanism. Consequently, the tip of the fire-tip spear transformed, and a searing flame erupted, heading straight for Tai Jinren's trousers, which were instantly engulfed in flames. Tai Jinren exclaimed in shock, his gaze darting between his trousers and Nezha, before he finally leaped up and rolled frantically on the grass, attempting to extinguish the fire. Meanwhile, Nezha stood aside, holding the fire-tip spear with an air of indifference, observing Tai Jinren's frantic efforts. The crowd beneath the heavens erupted in laughter. Ha ha ha, this is too funny. The two Yuan Shi Tianzuns from different worlds exclaimed in unison, what a disgrace. What a disgrace. Tai Yizhen Ren from the Hong Huang world lamented, the man is lost, do not. Nezha, how have you gotten into trouble again? In the next moment, Li Jing and Lady Yin hurriedly leapt into the map of mountains and rivers. Li Jing rushed forward, removing his cloak to assist Tai Yizhen Ren in extinguishing the flames. Immortal, are you all right? I am a celestial being. I cannot be harmed. Tai Yizhen Ren replied, still maintaining a precarious demeanor despite being helped up. Nezha, come here and pay homage to your master. I shall impart to you the celestial arts, enabling you to vanquish demons and bring benefit to the world. Nezha paused, bewildered. What? Vanquish demons? Bring benefit to the world? He flung the fire-tipped spear aside, exclaiming, pay homage? I refuse to learn anything. Where's the exit? To escape this picture, I must rely on this pen that points towards the empire. The celestial master Tai produced a pen from within his trousers. Ah, I see. You wish to imprison me within this illustration, sneered Nezha. Lady Yin hurriedly stepped forward to placate him. Oh, what nonsense. Remaining here in this celestial realm can hardly be deemed imprisonment. This is a form of secluded cultivation. Cultivating just to serve the foolish whims of those idiots is far less appealing than taking a leisurely nap here, Nezha retorted disdainfully, sauntering over to a rock. Reclining against the sky with his legs crossed, Lady Yin sighed and approached Nezha, speaking softly. My dear, you cannot deceive your mother. Deep down, you yearn for acceptance. Do you not? It is merely the prejudice of others that has caused you distress, leading to your resentment. Nezha bristled in protest. Not at all. Yet. He clenched his fists tightly. Under the vast sky, the crowd fell into silence. The more I observe, the less I can tolerate the people of Chintang Pass. They have done nothing wrong, yet are subjected to baseless rumors. Indeed, this prejudice has become unbearably profound. The more I witness, the more it pricks at my soul. Nezha, too, longs for acknowledgement, but alas, these individuals remain oblivious to the true weight of their words, fearful of the unknown. Humanity has always recoiled from that which surpasses their comprehension or power. In the primordial world, Nezha's gaze darkened. In that realm, he was cherished by parents. And though he bore the title of a demon child, his circumstances were far more favorable than his own. Unlike him, who, apart from his mother, stood utterly alone. When people encounter something that transcends their understanding, they can become fearful and wary. They cannot accommodate that which exceeds their strength, be it a spirit pearl or a demon orb. They are often akin to one another. Scene shifts. This is a memory from his childhood, when Nezha, still a cherubic infant, hid behind a nearby wall. Butler Li searched anxiously for him. Young master, how did you slip away? Upon witnessing the butler's distress, Nezha smirked. In the next instant, a toy struck him on the head. Shortly thereafter, a little girl approached, extending her hand. Would you like to play with me? Nezha stared at her in a daze, then broke into a sweet smile and nodded, responding in his childish voice. The two children beamed with joy. However, standing not far away, Ru Hua spotted Nezha and exclaimed loudly, Nezha, aren't you supposed to be confined in the manor? How did you get out? The others began to murmur in confusion. Quick, flee. At Ru Hua's startled cry, the crowd scattered in panic. The little girl in front of Nezha was whisked away by her grandmother, leaving behind the Jianzi. Nezha could only sorrowfully pick up the fallen toy. Suddenly, a splatter of mud hit Nezha's face. He turned towards the source, only to be met with a barrage of insults and objects hurled in his direction. He was struck so severely that he could scarcely open his eyes, retreating helplessly while shielding himself with his hands. Under the vast sky, the onlookers were ignited with fury at this scene. What madness is this? What affliction plagues these individuals? They are devoid of humanity, their minds unhinged. How could they treat a mere child, Nezha, in such a manner? It was utterly suffocating to witness. Nezha, in his youth, had committed no transgressions. He deserved a joyful childhood, yet prejudice condemned him to this fate. Suddenly, I found myself thinking that the demise of these people would bear little consequence. If it were up to me, I would have them all consumed, leaving only the grotesque monsters behind. Not merely the loathsome creatures, but also the despicable humans. Indeed, humanity is the most detestable species. Oh, but let us not condemn them all indiscriminately. Not every individual is bereft of compassion and sanity. In my view, such treatment could drive even the most innocent to madness. Even those born of divine lineage could succumb to darkness under such duress. To push someone into the abyss and then, when desperation strikes, eliminate them entirely. How ludicrous is the human condition. It is perpetually incapable of learning from its mistakes. Both realms were incensed, and many discontented souls took to the screen, hurling insults through the barrage of comments. The denizens beneath the celestial expanse had discovered various functions of the cosmic screen, including the ability to send comments. Though not all could partake in this feature, only those endowed with cultivation and virtue could express themselves. Occasionally, the remarks of ordinary folk might slip through, capturing a phrase or two. Returning to the realm of the mountains and rivers, Lady Een gently caressed Nezha's head, patiently reassuring him, "Be calm, do not succumb to despair. Once you have honed your skills, you shall join your parents in vanquishing demons and bringing peace to the people." To slay demons for them? Nezha scoffed, dreaming foolishly. "They regard me as a monster, and I shall embody that role for their amusement." He forcefully pushed away Lady Yin's hand, his countenance a tempest of sorrow and rage. "Nezha, my dear, it seemed inevitable that I must reveal your true identity." Just then, Li Jing approached. Lady Yin, fearing he might disclose Nezha's demonic origins, braced herself. Yet, he merely offered a benevolent deception, the reincarnation of the Spirit Pearl. The notion of Spirit Pearl reincarnation left Nezha astonished and bewildered. "Ah, yes, the Spirit Pearl reincarnation. Thus, you possess innate divine strength, which is why others perceive you as an aberration." Lady Yin paused for a few moments before seamlessly continuing. "You are deceiving me, aren't you?" Nezha gazed at Lady Yin, his expression laced with trepidation. Madame Yin, however, spoke with a smile, saying, "Think for yourself, how could human parents give birth to a monster?" Nezha, filled with confusion, asked, "Then why not tell everyone that I am the reincarnation of the Spirit Pearl?" The Spirit Pearl is a secret weapon laid down by the primordial heavenly sovereign in the mortal realm, destined to undertake the responsibility of upholding justice. Such celestial secrets must not be divulged. Tai Jinren chimed in as well. Nezha, lost in thought, gazed at his hands and murmured, "Spirit Pearl. Am I truly the Spirit Pearl?" Although Nezha harbored doubts, the reassurances of his parents and Tai Jinren led him to consider, "Perhaps I shall try to believe." Humanity's heart is tender. If one treats the common folk as kin and wields their divine powers to vanquish demons, how could they ever regard you as a monster? After Madame Yin uttered these words, she exchanged knowing glances with Li Jing, both understanding the underlying truth. Under the vast sky, the crowd found Madame Yin's words somewhat ironic. Humanity often remains ignorant and ungrateful, with most repaying kindness with enmity. Faced with what they deemed a monster and an outsider, how could their prejudices be so easily transformed? The human heart is inscrutable. Some words are merely tales for children. Reality is not so benevolent. The truth is often harsher. 2 years later, beneath a brooding sky, Nezha descended, brandishing the fire-tipped spear. Upon landing, he thrust the spear forward, obliterating the rampaging demon with a searing flame. Yet the fire surged onward, wreaking havoc and destroying buildings in its path, leaving a massive scar before Nezha. Such a fragile existence. Nezha disdainfully tossed the fire-tipped spear aside and lazily reclined on his cloud, whistling. Impulsive, far too impulsive. Tai Jinren, wielding the brush of destiny, swirled it through the air, dispersing the illusions. He then approached with Li Jing and instructed the nearby pig mount. "Let him see." The pig, upon plucking a blade of grass, sneezed, sending a gust toward Nezha. Instinctively, Nezha shielded himself, and, upon looking up, the previous scene unfolded before his eyes once more. Observing the devastating images, Tai Jinren rarely wore a serious expression. "Look at you. In your quest to vanquish a skeletal demon, how many innocent lives have you harmed?" Nezha retorted dismissively, "They aren't real people. Why make a fuss?" Li Jing, with a grave demeanor, noted, "Your excessive aggression and impulsiveness have become evident through your repeated training. Master, please take back the cloud and spear." He cannot wield such powerful weapons until he learns to control his emotions. Tai Jinren contemplated this and approached Nezha, extending his hand. In a fit of irritation, Nezha shoved everything into Tai's pants, impatiently saying, "What is so special about it? Here, take it back. I've mastered the divine arts. I can go out and slay demons now, right? No. From now on, you shall meditate with your master, learning the art of tranquility and self-cultivation," Li Jing intoned solemnly. "What? Is it not to learn the celestial arts to vanquish demons? I am capable of that. Why am I not permitted to venture outside?" Nezha exclaimed, a hint of grievance in his voice, and in his agitation, he kicked a stone at his feet into fragments. "Without my consent, you shall not step outside," Li Jing rebuked. Nezha huffed, wielding the brush of destiny, retorting, "Who can stop me when my feet are planted firmly? My brush." It was then that the Grand Master Tai realized his brush had been pilfered. Nezha, Li Jing, and Tai hastened after him, but it was already too late. The only sound lingering in the air was Nezha's echoing proclamation. I will make everyone take notice. Just wait and see. In the outside world, the brush of destiny lay forlornly on the ground. Beneath the vast sky, onlookers were engrossed in the spectacle. He has fled again. Truly, he is still a child. Far too reckless. What if he encounters a more formidable demon outside? After all, Nezha is but young. He seeks to prove himself. If one were to empathize with Nezha, it is rather despairing. Mysteriously transformed from a spirit orb into a demon pill, inexplicably bullied by everyone as an outcast. It is a relief that he does not harbor a twisted desire for revenge against the world. He has learned spells, hoping time and again to demonstrate his worth. Yet his family does not believe he can control his emotions. Indeed, Li Jing's primary concern lies in Nezha's inability to master his feelings. Yet, as a father, he has never truly believed in Nezha's capacity for self-control. Nezha must have recognized the illusions for what they were, which is why he unleashed his attacks. The irony of the situation was not lost on the onlookers. At the seaside, amidst the orderly ebb and flow of the waves, a pool of water surged forth. As if possessing a will of its own, evading the gaze of the people and swiftly traversing the land. It traversed many miles before leaping into a farmer's abode, whereupon the farmer's dog began to bark furiously. Then, with a sudden lunge, the pool enveloped the dog, revealing its true form as a sea demon. I have grown weary of the taste of the ocean. A change in flavor is necessary for balanced nutrition, he chuckled, preparing to devour the hapless dog. Demon! Release that dog! The sea demon, startled, frantically scanned his surroundings, only to find a small child staring back at him. The demon erupted in laughter. Ha ha ha! Where did this little brat come from? But before he could finish his sentence, Nezha charged forth, delivering a headbutt to the demon's belly. The sea demon stumbled backward in shock. Nezha followed up with a swift kick to the creature's head, sending it crashing into the house before it crumbled under the impact. The tremendous noise reached the beach, leaving the fishermen perplexed. Amidst the ruins, the sea demon struggled to rise, only to be met with Nezha's menacing grin. In a moment of desperation, the demon transformed into a puddle of water, attempting to flee. Do not run. With a resounding cry, Nezha dashed forward. The two of them engaged in a relentless pursuit that left countless buildings in ruins, as one after another collapsed beneath their fervent chase. In a moment of desperation, the sea demon sought refuge in a water jar. While this might not have seemed significant, Nezha found himself confronted by an array of identical jars. Staring blankly at the indistinguishable containers, he shouted, "Come out! Show yourself!" The citizens behind him gradually gathered, only to be met with Nezha's fierce gaze, which sent them retreating in fear. "Nezha! It's Nezha!" they exclaimed, scattering in panic, yet they halted abruptly at his commanding voice. "All of you, open your eyes and watch." Under Nezha's fierce threat, the people stood frozen, helplessly observing as he shattered each jar one by one. "Come out! Hurry!" Fear gripped the citizens as they watched Nezha's frantic actions. "Not coming out, are you?" Fire control technique. Nezha uttered through clenched teeth, and flames erupted within the jars, engulfing them in a sea of fire. The citizens, reaching their breaking point, began to flee, crying out, "It's on fire! Nezha has gone mad!" One by one, the jars shattered, and the sea demon was finally forced out, fleeing into the distance. "Where do you think you're going?" Nezha bellowed as he pursued. Wherever he passed, flames shot skyward, leaving destruction in his wake. Under the vast sky, onlookers were at a loss for words. Nezha had indeed vanquished the demon, but at the cost of obliterating the surrounding structures. Although no one was harmed as in the illusions, the damage was nonetheless considerable. Most troubling was Nezha's desperate need to prove himself, while the citizens recoiled in terror, undoubtedly a recipe for disaster. Meanwhile, Cho and his sister were playing shuttlecock in the woods when the demon and Nezha approached. A distant explosion echoed, accompanied by a surge of flames. The noise grew closer, and Nezha leapt from the thicket. The water, transformed by the sea demon, swiftly snatched Cho's sister away, with Nezha hot on its heels. Cho barely able to blink in shock. Nezha had intended to hurl a fireball at the sea demon, but upon seeing the child being abducted, he furiously retracted his spell and accelerated his pursuit. Cho, witnessing Nezha and his sister vanish before his eyes, shouted in terror, "Nezha is abducting someone." Under the vast sky, the crowd furrowed their brows. "We knew this would lead to trouble," they murmured. Did Cho not see clearly? Why did he claim that Nezha was abducting someone? Surely, he must have misjudged the situation, as the sea demon had transformed into water. Nevertheless, a sense of anger welled within me. I felt that Nezha would once again be wrongfully accused. Wasn't that little girl the one who wanted to play with Nezha when they were younger? Indeed, the child is still young and has not yet been influenced like those common folk who have come to shun Nezha. The citizens of Chuntang Pass appeared pale, primarily due to the countless individuals who had been afflicted with concussions. However, this did not prevent them from gazing at the heavenly screen. Upon witnessing the celestial display, they realized they had wronged Nezha. This incident had occurred prior to the emergence of the sky as spectacle, and in their ignorance of the true circumstances, they had heeded only one side of the story, ultimately spreading slander against Nezha. Now, the sentiments among the citizens of Chuntang Pass were rather complex, tinged with a sense of regret. Yet, their remorse was not for having wronged Nezha. Rather, they feared the repercussions of their actions being exposed, the ensuing backlash, and the tarnishing of their reputations, all while suffering the consequences of their misdeeds. Humanity seldom regrets the wrongs it has committed. This is profoundly ironic. Once I reach the sea, let us see who can capture me. The sea Yaksha fled from the woods to the shore, emboldened by his aquatic origins. Provoking Nezha from the water's edge. Clenching his fists, Nezha glared at him in fury. Being of the fire element, he naturally struggled against water, finding himself at a disadvantage and desperately seeking an escape. Suddenly, the sea began to freeze, the icy expanse drawing nearer, accompanied by a sharp chill in the air. The sea Yaksha fell heavily onto the frozen surface. The sea within a mile has been frozen by me. There is no escape. A soothing voice emerged from behind the sea Yaksha. The figure, backlit by the sun, was difficult to discern, but through the cloak, one could faintly outline a slender silhouette. Release that girl, demon. As the words fell, the figure descended gracefully onto the ice. Clad in a thick white cloak, only a pair of striking blue eyes were visible, enough to leave one spellbound. Who goes there? The sea Yaksha snarled, rubbing his rear in that it crashed onto the ice. Yet, the newcomer paid no heed and advised Nezha, "Child, stay back. I am here to rescue your sister." "Your sister?" Nezha exclaimed in exasperation. "What are you waiting for if not to surrender?" The figure, unfazed, advanced toward the sea Yaksha while speaking leisurely. Enraged, the sea Yaksha lunged at the figure, and a fierce battle ensued. The sea Yaksha was forcefully pinned down onto the icy surface. Nezha stood in stunned silence, watching as the cloaked figure effortlessly held his sister, showing no signs of battle weariness, as composed as when he had arrived. "Repent," Ao Bing spoke gently to the sea Yaksha, as a swirling mist of icy blue began to form in his outstretched hand. Just then, a sudden stone struck his head, causing his sister to tumble into Nezha's grasp. "I spotted this demon first. You wait your turn. You little rascal, what are you doing?" Albing was utterly perplexed by Nezha's bewildering actions. In a swift motion, Nezha hurled his little sister back into the hands of the sea Yaksha. "Sea Yaksha?" his sister exclaimed, bewildered. Albing, equally confused, was met with Nezha's arrogant laughter. "Stay put. I'll deal with him, and then return to confront you. Who is this ruffian?" Before Albing could finish his thought, Nezha struck him with a familiar headbutt to the stomach. Almost immediately, Nezha landed a kick to Albing's face, sending him crashing onto the icy surface. "No one can look more dashing than me in my presence," Nezha declared boastfully as he dusted off his feet. The audience watching the film The King's Avatar found themselves stifling laughter at the absurdity of it all. "Nezha, what on earth are you doing?" one remarked. "You really seem unwilling to take any losses. And Albing, why are you also acting so strangely? While you are indeed handsome, it comes off as somewhat juvenile. Moreover, have you forgotten? You're here to save someone." In the primordial world, Albing chuckled. Meanwhile, Nezha remarked on the absurdity of their first encounter, where they had immediately engaged in combat, skipping straight to the chase. In the realm of the magic child, both Albing and Nezha recalled the surreal circumstances of their prior meeting. Of course, given the unusual nature of this world, they did not perceive it as abstract. "Monster, release that girl." Nezha suddenly turned, his demeanor shifting. The sea Yaksha, at a loss for words, realized that Nezha was no ordinary child. Observing the terror on the sea Yaksha's face, Nezha glanced back to see the individual he had just sent crashing through the ice, now standing behind him. With a shout, Nezha charged forward again. However, when he kicked, Albing effortlessly neutralized the blow with one hand, as if striking a cloud, and then retaliated by sending Nezha crashing back into the ice, mirroring Nezha's earlier action. Nezha sprang forth, sending shards of ice flying in Albing's direction. After dodging 2 chunks, he aimed to shatter the third, only to discover Nezha concealed behind it. This strike caused Nezha to latch onto Albing's arm with a tenacity that was hard to shake off. "Let go. I command you to release me." The spectators found the scene utterly hilarious. What are these two, a pair of puppies? Why are they biting each other? Are people from other worlds always this absurd? Albing struggled to shake Nezha off, but in a moment of frustration, he struck down with his other hand, only to hit his own hand as Nezha had already evaded. snagging Aobing's cloak in the process. Wait, are those horns on your head? Nezha exclaimed in astonishment, as the figure removed his cloak. His visage was fully exposed beneath the setting sun, the icy blue dragon horns atop his head tinged with a hint of warmth from the dying light. His medium-length, pale blue hair danced in the breeze. Aobing, in a state of panic, desperately attempted to shield his face with his wide sleeves, fearing the gaze of others. Upon witnessing this, Nezha swiftly charged towards Aobing, but all his assaults were deftly parried, leading to a relentless exchange of blows between them. Meanwhile, the Xiaxia, with a sly grin, seized the moment to exhale a multitude of bubbles. Unbeknownst to Nezha and Aobing, who were engrossed in their combat, the Xiaxia's subtle maneuver went unnoticed. Utilizing the principle of yielding to overcome rigidity, Aobing successfully deflected Nezha's attacks. Frustrated, Nezha surged forward once more, only to be distracted by the floating bubbles nearby. What is this? Nezha exclaimed as he reached out to pop one of the bubbles, only to find his hand petrified. What is happening? Ha ha ha. Take a look around you. Thank you for giving me the time to reveal my true power. Aren't you two supposed to be heroes? Aren't you here to slay monsters? Well, I shall devour her right now. The Xiaxia, reveling in his cunning plan's success, boasted as he swallowed the girl whole. Ensnared within the bubbles, Nezha and Aobing glared furiously at the Xiaxia. Wait, you actually ate her? Just like that? The onlookers gasped in shock beneath the celestial canopy. Hey, do you two remember that you were supposed to be saving someone? The crowd was astounded by this abstract behavior. The denizens of the primordial world remarked, when we save others or engage in serious matters, we act decisively and ruthlessly, eliminating enemies before turning on each other, not indulging in this absurdity. Conversely, the inhabitants of the demon child world commented, we have always been this abstract. Perhaps it is a reflection of our upbringing. Seeing the Xiaxia's infuriating demeanor, Nezha could not contain his anger and shouted, you infuriate me. If you dare, let us battle for 800 rounds. No sooner had he spoken than a shadow zipped past him. Aobing skillfully evaded the bubbles in his path. His form fluid and swift, leaving only an afterimage in his wake. After dashing through the bubble cluster, Aobing struck the Xiaxia in the abdomen, miraculously ejecting the previously swallowed girl, whom he caught with ease. Upon retrieving her, the Xiaxia, with a triumphant smirk, declared, you are finished. These bubbles are crafted from my saliva, and they can petrify you as well. Aobing stood frozen, realizing that a significant portion of his body was immobile, while the Xiaxia raised a large ice block, poised to strike. Next time, don't meddle in others' affairs. Nezha, recovering from his momentary daze, used his already petrified left hand to carve a path toward the Xiaxia. The Xiaxia, noticing this movement, turned and hurled the ice block at Nezha, who effortlessly shattered it with a swift kick. Upon witnessing the dire situation, the Xiaxia hastily distanced himself, while Nezha, undeterred, pursued him relentlessly. Aobing could only remain stationary, his eyes darting as he endeavored to discern their movements. As the Xiaxia fled, he exhaled bubbles, compelling Nezha to once again raise his left hand in defense. It was only when the Xiaxia had enveloped his surroundings in a sea of bubbles that Nezha, filled with indignation, came to a halt, hearing the Xiaxia mockingly taunt, if you dare, come in. In the primordial world, was the Xiaxia from another realm truly so bold as to challenge the dragon clan? I recall that apart from the lair of the demon master Kuanpeng in a certain domain of the North Sea, all other aquatic realms belong to the dragon clan, with the denizens of the depths revering them. Even if the dragon clan were to fall into decline, they are not to be trifled with by a mere Yaksha. It seems the disparities between this world and another are indeed vast. Who could argue otherwise? Here, Aobing is not a spiritual pearl, nor is Nezha a demonic orb. Moreover, with Aobing's golden immortal cultivation paired with Nezha, a Tai golden immortal, how could they possibly be bested by a mere Yaksha? This Aobing appears to be only a celestial immortal, not even achieving the status of a profound immortal, while Nezha seems even weaker. Their combat prowess has undoubtedly been diminished. The deities in the heavenly court engaged in spirited discussions about the narrative of the other world, appearing quite engrossed. Meanwhile, the Xiaxia clan asserted that they were not so audacious as to stand against the dragon clan or to confront Nezha, the god of slaughter. Nezha, his lips twitching in irritation, chose to ignore them and gazed skyward, eager to discern the abstract narratives of the other realm. What intrigued him further was the revelation that in this other world, he and Aobing were acquainted in such a manner. The primordial pearl was originally a singular entity. Perhaps in the other world, they would not descend into such chaos. Frustrated, Nezha glanced around, and in an impulsive moment, seized the petrified Aobing as a makeshift shield. swirling as he charged towards the sea yiksha. As Nezha drew closer, he hurled Ao Bing with force, the latter's head colliding with the sea yiksha's face. Ao Bing's eyes were still bewildered, spinning aimlessly. Subsequently, Nezha employed Ao Bing in various positions, striking the sea yiksha repeatedly before pinning him firmly to the ground. The sea yiksha pleaded for mercy, exclaiming, "Hero, spare me. Grant me my life, and I shall provide the antidote." The antidote. The sea yiksha squeezed his mucus onto a shell, then, with a sycophantic tone, assured, "Do not worry, it will be sufficient." Nezha gazed at the viscous green liquid, bubbling ominously, his eyes betraying profound aversion. Yet, in a moment of reckless valor, he consumed the shell's contents in one swift motion. Almost immediately, he found himself kneeling on the icy surface, retching violently, the stench reminiscent of garlic. Upon finishing, he raised his hand to discover that the petrification had indeed dissipated. But what could they do now? Their mouths were petrified. How could they drink? The effects of internal and external application were the same. The sea yiksha's mocking tone echoing in Nezha's ears. This time, Nezha was spiritually petrified. "What? Why didn't you say so earlier?" Nezha ground his teeth in frustration. "You did not inquire about my thoughts, did you?" Hee. Nezha, wielding a shell filled with mucus, unceremoniously slapped it onto Ao Bing's face. Nearby, the battered sea demon continued to promote his dubious wares. "Yes, apply evenly. Gentle massages and pats accelerate pore absorption, rendering the skin smooth, hydrated, and elastic." Under the vast heavens, the gathering responded with collective disgust. "Ugh, this is revolting. I am in the midst of dining. I feel as though I might shatter. I shall never again look upon the sea demons with the same eyes." Nezha, a formidable character, managed to endure such a sight. "Ah, my eyes. I plead for a pair that has never witnessed this." In the primal world, Nezha erupted in a torrent of curses, retching as he did so. "Defamation. It is slander. How utterly revolting. Were it not for my restraint, I would have dispatched that demon long ago." The onlookers observed Nezha's fragile state, caught between the urge to laugh and the fear of reproach. Meanwhile, Ao Bing was equally repulsed. In the Li mansion, Madame Yin placed a platter of food before the map of the nation, only to return and retrieve a pin that had fallen to the floor. At the seashore, Ao Bing had regained his composure. He lifted his sleeve to his nose, his disdain palpable. The sea demon, intent on slipping away unnoticed, was halted by Ao Bing's command to stay put. "Spare me, young sir. I merely came ashore to pilfer a dog. I assure you, I have consumed nothing." The sea demon pleaded on his knees. "You have delivered the antidote. I shall not harm you. However, should you transgress again, I shall not show mercy." Ao Bing replied coolly. "Indeed, I would not dare." The sea demon, begrudgingly, transformed into water and retreated into the depths. Ao Bing turned to Nezha. "Hey, little imp. What now? Do you wish to continue this quarrel?" Nezha provocatively challenged. Ao Bing gave him a sidelong glance. "You are not my match." "What? I am not your match?" Nezha laughed in exasperation, beckoning him. "Come on, let us go again." Just as Nezha prepared to advance for another confrontation, he was taken aback by Ao Bing's respectful bow and his words. "I am grateful for your life-saving intervention and for rescuing this young lady. I am one to distinguish between gratitude and grievance. I shall repay today's kindness with all my might in the future." Nezha quickly regained his composure. A mere trifle. He then adopted a heroic pose, declaring, "Upholding justice is my mission. Vanquishing demons is my forte." After Nezha struck his pose, the young girl approached him, swaying with a shuttlecock in her hands, presenting it before him. Nezha paused, cautiously asking, "Are you not afraid of me?" "Big brother, strike the monsters," she replied in a soft, sweet voice, lifting the shuttlecock towards him. Nezha hesitated for a few moments, questioning the reality of the scene before him, before joyfully lifting the girl into the air, tossing her playfully. Ao Bing, observing from the side, gazed upon them with gentle warmth. Nezha began to showcase his impressive skill in kicking the shuttlecock before his little sister, demonstrating a plethora of intricate moves, while she clapped her hands in sheer delight. Suddenly, Nezha passed the shuttlecock to Ao Bing, who, unperturbed, used his sleeve as a cushion. This deft maneuver altered the shuttlecock's trajectory, sending it soaring into the sky, before it gracefully descended, landing perfectly at his feet. Nezha's face lit up with admiration. Ao Bing then displayed his own prowess in kicking the shuttlecock, proving to be equally adept, as they exchanged the shuttlecock under the warm glow of the setting sun. Meanwhile, the little sister watched with rapt attention, occasionally applauding to cheer them on. In the midst of their playful competition, the shuttlecock inadvertently struck Nezha in the stomach, falling silently into the sand. Ao Bing paused, perplexed. "What's wrong?" he inquired, noticing Nezha turning away to wipe his eyes. Concerned, Ao Bing knelt beside him and asked, "Are you all right?" Nezha replied in a flustered manner, "It's nothing, just got sand in my eyes." Ao Bing chuckled softly, "You mean sand got in your eyes, right? Let me see. I can help you blow it out." Nezha slowly turned his head, tears escaping down his cheeks. In an instant, however, he swatted away Ao Bing's hand resting on his shoulder and turned to angrily strike the nearby rock, exclaiming, "What a disgrace." Ao Bing stood there, bewildered. Nezha continued, "It's just that, aside from my mother, this is the first time anyone has wanted to play shuttlecock with me since childhood, so I'm a bit overwhelmed. Amusing. Isn't it?" After this outburst, he sulkily sat down cross-legged on the ground. At that moment, a left-turning conch shell appeared beside Nezha, cradled delicately in a slender, fair hand. Ao Bing smiled warmly and said, "Now that we are friends, you can come find me at the beach whenever you wish to play shuttlecock. Just listen for the sound of this conch, and I shall come from afar to meet you. Oh, by the way, my name is Ao Bing. What about you?" Nezha's eyes sparkled with excitement. "I'm Nezha," he exclaimed joyfully, taking the conch shell into his hands. The onlookers fell into a profound silence beneath the vast sky. Few had ever witnessed Nezha's tears. In fact, they had never seen him display such vulnerability. At that moment, they truly realized that Nezha was merely a 3-year-old child. Having long been subjected to the prejudice and malice of those in Chintang Pass, he understood how rare and precious a little kindness could be, whether from his little sister or Ao Bing. If anyone offered Nezha even a modicum of goodwill, he would not resort to his tempestuous ways to assert himself. Why did these people harbor such deep-seated biases? He was just a child, not yet 3 years old, and yet he was treated so unjustly because of his identity. It was indeed true, he had done nothing wrong. Alas, such is the nature of humanity. Madman Nezha, a tale from the world of the magic child. Lady Een held Nezha close, her eyes glistening with tears once more. She asserted that her child was neither a demon nor a monster. Her child was undeniably wonderful. Reflecting on past events, Lady Een felt a chill towards the citizens she had vowed to protect for the first time. Li Jing remained silent, equally disheartened. The people of Chintang Pass gazed at the scene unfolding in the heavens, overwhelmed with shame, realizing that their previous actions had perhaps been excessive. In the Eastern Sea, Ao Guang and Shun Gongbao furrowed their brows, evidently taken aback by the unexpected acquaintance between Ao Bing and Nezha. It was no wonder Ao Bing had been venturing outside so frequently of late. The allure of the demon pearl and the spirit gem was undeniable, and they were mere pawns in the grand scheme of the divine calamity. In the primordial world, Nezha silently observed the unfolding scene above. He never anticipated that he and Ao Bing could share such a harmonious moment. In his realm, their relationship had been fraught with conflict. Li Jing stared blankly at the celestial display, suddenly contemplating whether his past actions had been somewhat excessive. How did his behavior differ from that of the citizens of Chintang Pass in that other world? Yet, he was reluctant to admit his faults. After all, parents impose their will upon their children, regardless of the consequences, do they not? As Li Jing pondered, he questioned the significance of his actions, even if they appeared harsh. Nezha had caused numerous troubles. Was it wrong for him to reprimand Nezha? He puffed up with self-righteousness, unwilling to lower himself to acknowledge his mistakes. This attitude mirrored that of countless parents, who would never concede to being wrong, remaining oblivious to the profound harm and oppression they inflicted upon their children. Suddenly, the harmonious atmosphere was shattered by an exclamation. "Someone is coming." Ao Bing, perceptive as ever, sensed voices in the distance and intended to withdraw, lest he be discovered by ordinary folk. Nezha, however, was momentarily caught off guard. At that moment, a group of individuals armed with weapons rushed towards the beach. Upon noticing this, Nezha intended to glance back at Ao Bing, only to find that he had already vanished. "Nezha has taken my little sister." Acho, panting and furious, exclaimed. The mother of the little sister and Acho dashed towards her, fearing she had been bullied by Nezha. Yet, the little sister turned around, joyously waving her arms and exclaiming, "Big brother, fight, fight. Monster, bang, bang." Acho, however, failed to comprehend her words and began to question Nezha. Nezha had anticipated expressions of gratitude, but instead was met with skepticism. Angrily, he retorted, "Nonsense. If it weren't for me defeating the monster, your sister would have been devoured. Where's the monster? Do you see it? Are you insulting our intelligence?" Acho remained unconvinced by Nezha's assertions, inciting the citizens to join in the outcry. "Report this to Lord Li. Lock him up and prevent him from causing further havoc." Listening to their relentless accusations, Nezha became incensed. Fine, fine. He had managed to suppress the fury within him and turned to leave, yet a single utterance from Cho rooted him to the spot. "Monster, go back home." The crowd beneath the celestial canopy erupted in indignation. What madness is this? Even if he had seen Nezha running alongside his sister. Such a conclusion could not be drawn with such certainty, especially since he had not yet discerned the truth. It was these people who were truly deranged, utterly devoid of reason, a band of brainless fools. In light of their stupidity, I found myself feeling no sorrow at the thought of their demise. The cinematic portrayal of the rebellious youth Nezha merely echoed the mindless chatter of the masses, devoid of discernment, unable to distinguish right from wrong. I had had enough of this detestable behavior. These individuals, with hearts as venomous as snakes, often accuse us demons of malice, coining phrases such as heart of a scorpion and worse than a pig or dog, when in truth, they are the ones steeped in treachery and ingratitude. Just seeing this infuriated me. Could it be that saving someone might lead to further misunderstandings? The crowd was on the verge of exploding with rage, and with the click of a button, the inhabitants of Chuntang Pass found themselves once more dazed, suffering from a concussion of sorts. The people of Chuntang Pass had anticipated their impending doom upon witnessing the unfolding narrative, and indeed, their fears were realized as they faced retribution. One by one, they lamented and expressed their regret. By the seaside, Lady Een and her companions finally grasped the situation. Those people had bullied Nezha, and even they themselves harbored doubts about him. A torrent of emotions surged within them: anger, sorrow, heartache, and absurdity. Yet, more than anything, they felt powerless. The identity of the demon child had stigmatized Nezha, branding him with a nefarious label. Regardless of his actions, any misfortune would instinctively lead people's thoughts back to him. This label was inescapable. The most ludicrous aspect of existence is the endeavor to prove one's innocence. Once one enters the realm of self-justification, they are no longer perceived as innocent in the eyes of others. How does one prove their innocence? Only those who have wronged you understand the depth of your grievance. Nezha gazed solemnly at the celestial screen, having grown accustomed to such disdain since that incident, leaving him utterly disillusioned. What was the point? It was devoid of meaning. In the primordial world, the deities in the heavenly court were filled with sorrow. Humanity, in its wretchedness, compels us to fulfill our duties without harboring hope for the well-being of mortals. To descend to their realm is to invite suffering upon ourselves. In the eyes of these mortals, even deities are deemed aberrant if they diverge from their expectations and beliefs, branded as monsters. Furthermore, the mindset of mortals is repugnant. Just recently, did not the weaving maiden descend to the mortal realm on an errand? She was nearly ensnared by a cunning bovine and a filthy human man, who conspired against her and almost stole her feathered robe. Thankfully, she managed to seek aid from the land, reclaiming her attire. Mortals truly are insufferable. Let us not be so absolute. Not all mortals are alike, and there are indeed virtuous souls among them, albeit few and far between. Yet, is it not true that good people are exceedingly rare? One would have thought such truths were evident even before the divine decree during the Shang dynasty. We must tread carefully, for within our ranks of deities there are indeed members of the human race. Some thoughts are better left unspoken, lest they slip from our lips. The heavenly court is rife with whispers, for many of the celestial beings hold mortals in disdain. The nature of humanity is most peculiar. A tapestry woven of selflessness and selfishness, strength and frailty, benevolence and malevolence. Truly a complex conundrum. When life is prosperous, they seek trouble. When it is not, they still seek it. Alas, most of the celestial officials are not of human lineage, which fosters their disfavor towards humanity. Yet they are bound by the celestial laws and can do little. Only a scant few are of pure human descent, and while the plight of humanity was once dire, now, as favored children of the heavenly way, all races are making concessions for their advancement. To say that humanity's situation is favorable would be an exaggeration. Yet it cannot be deemed entirely unfavorable either. Thus, the dichotomy of good and bad becomes apparent. The celestial realm offers little of value, and the earthly realm is not much better. What a wretched world this is. As Nezha, the magical child, beheld the scenes from the primordial realm, his expression soured. The images conjured unsavory memories, for he had long been accustomed to the grotesque facets of human nature, leading him to shun the mortal realm. It baffles me how some desire to descend and even engage in romantic entanglements with mortals. Some shameless beings dare to compose poetry, romanticizing the celestial beings above. Much like the audacious King Zhou who once offended Lady Niuhua. Of course, the sects of Chan and the Buddhist monks are no paragons of virtue either. Nezha harbors a particular disdain for the latter. Those bald ascetics neglect their followers and steeds alike, yet they descend to the mortal realm, heedless of the lives they consume. Afterward, they merely utter a few light remarks about the mysteries of karma, brushing it aside. It is utterly exasperating. Nezha, having saved lives yet met with such treatment, was filled with ire. He soared towards the crowd, mounting Ah Cho, grasping his collar and shaking his fist in fury, demanding, "Dare you speak again?" Ah Cho's mother, releasing her daughter, seized a nearby weapon and swung it at Nezha's head, only to be sent flying by his retaliatory strike. In the next moment, a villager pointed forward and shouted, "The monster is harming people." The crowd, armed with weapons, surged towards Nezha, attacking relentlessly. After enduring a barrage of blows, Nezha's eyes ignited with flames as he caught the incoming weapons. Wishing not to take lives, he merely pushed the villagers away. Otherwise, a single blow from him could obliterate a multitude. During this scuffle, a villager hurled a harpoon at Nezha. With deftness, Nezha caught the harpoon, spun around, and felled the charging villager, then returned the harpoon just as it was about to pierce another villager. It was intercepted by Taiji Jinren's foot. Taiji Jinren addressed Nezha, stating, "Your master is present. Do not harm others." The harpoon spiraled downward, embedding itself in the shoulder of the esteemed Taiji Jinren. With remarkable composure, he gazed at the weapon. Yet in the next moment, his dignified facade shattered. "Ouch! It hurts!" exclaimed Nezha. Angered, Nezha turned to see Li Jing and Madame Ying galloping towards him on horseback. "Lord Li, Nezha has set fire to villages, kidnapped children, and assaulted villagers. You must arbitrate this matter," implored an elderly man with a disapproving gaze, stepping forward to address Li Jing. "Nonsense," Nezha retorted, incensed by the accusation. He kicked an oar into the air, brandishing it as he charged forward. "Enough of your baseless claims." Madame Ying extended her hand, calling out, "Nezha, do not." In the next instant, Taiji Jinren swiftly retrieved the Hungtian Ling from his trousers and hurled it towards Nezha. Bound in the air, Nezha struggled fiercely before plummeting to the ground. "Lord Li, you must imprison him. He cannot be allowed to roam free again," the white-haired elder insisted. Ah Cho, cradled in Madame Yin's arms, echoed, "Lock him away. To the point of death." "Indeed, Lord Li must ensure justice is served." The other villagers chimed in. Li Jing knelt beside Nezha, grasping his hand, and noticed a viscous substance clinging to his palm, as if a realization dawned upon him. It was these ruffians who first slandered Nezha. They instigated the conflict. Are their eyes so dim that they fail to see it was that Ah Cho's mother who struck first? Exactly. Without a second thought, they labeled Nezha as a monster, even using the term demon, a blatant falsehood. Li Jing lamented, "If this continues, who would dare to use magic to assist them or save lives? Lest they too be branded as monsters?" Scene shifts. Ao Bing gently descended onto the infernal terrain of the Dragon Palace, bowing to the Dragon King and Shen Gongbao. "Father, Master, how did my studies fare today?" Shen Gongbao inquired, stroking his beard. Ao Bing respectfully replied, "I have completed 7 cycles of the minor heavenly circulation and 4 cycles of the major heavenly circulation. I have newly mastered Ice River Flying Spring and Frosty Remnants of Snow, and I have reached the 7th level of Ice, Jade 9 Heavens." At this point, Ao Bing lowered his hands, his gaze wavering slightly. "Additionally, I have made a friend by the sea." "Made a friend?" Shen Gongbao stood, pointing at Ao Bing. "Are you aware that your identity must remain concealed?" Ao Bing countered, "Though he is of the human race, he cares not for my lineage and treats me as a friend." Upon hearing this, Shen Gongbao furrowed his brow and asked, "Who is this individual?" "His name is Nezha." Upon hearing the name, Shen Gongbao exchanged glances with Ao Guang. "What a fateful encounter." Shen Gongbao remarked, "You have encountered the magic pill." Ao Bing furrowed his brow, astonished. Could it be that Nezha is the magic pill? His shock was palpable. The day of the heavenly tribulation approaches. The magic pill will unleash a reign of terror. Shen Gongbao waved his hand and said, "That is when you shall rightfully save Chintang Pass and become the Spirit Pearl." Ao Bing, pursing his lips, expressed his confusion. Is the demon pill truly irredeemable? Shen Gongbao raised his hand, about to reply, when Ao Guang stepped forward, saying, "In ancient times, my dragon clan was once the formidable leader among the myriad of scales. We later submitted to the heavenly court, suppressing countless sea monsters, which earned us the title of Dragon King. Do you know where this place is?" Ao Bing blurted out, "The Dragon Palace?" Ao Guang, somewhat exasperated and seemingly taken aback by Ao Bing's naivety, continued, "What lies beneath this volcanic lava is a confinement of the undersea monsters we vanquished alongside the heavenly court. It is whimsically dubbed the Dragon Palace, but in truth, it is a heavenly prison. If we were to leave this place, the monsters we have kept subdued would escape, and we would be unable to take even a single step away." The other dragons, bound in chains, appeared, and Ao Guang shook his head. After all, dragons are beasts born of the wild. How could they ever gain the trust of the heavenly court? The position of Dragon King not only holds dominion over the sea monsters, but also eternally confines our dragon clan within this celestial prison. The scene, viewed from above, displayed fiery magma and the Dragon Kings shackled to pillars. My son, the Spirit Pearl is the long-awaited opportunity for our dragon clan, Ao Guang explained to Ao Bing. Under the celestial dome, the onlookers gradually grasped the situation of this world. The denizens of the primordial world, inherently drawn by amusement, realized how wretched the dragon clan of another realm truly is. Indeed, it seems that it is not only the dragon clan that suffers. The entire demon race endures similar hardships, while the human race is scarcely better off, as if only the Chan sect and the heavenly court bask in glory. The inhabitants of the primordial world felt a sense of dissatisfaction. It is well known that their heavenly court was previously deemed quite inept, hardly garnering respect. It was only after Hao Yan lamented to the Zixiao Palace that Hongjun Daozu established the list of deities to initiate the deification tribulation, ostensibly to attract more followers to the heavenly court. During this deification tribulation, the Chan sect suffered the most, while the Western sect and the heavenly court reaped abundant rewards. Conversely, in the demon child world, the dynamics differ from those of the primordial world. The scene on the Spirit Pearl depicting Nezha paused momentarily. The visuals of the demon child Nezha dimmed, while the heavenly dome, showcasing Spirit Pearl Nezha, illuminated once more. The onlookers understood that this was to present the tale of another Nezha. The inhabitants of the demon child world remained fixated on the spectacle. An image appeared upon the heavenly dome. It has been 5 years since Nezha was taken by the Supreme Tai to learn the arts. In his past life, Nezha was indeed a Spirit Pearl, and now, in reincarnation and recultivation, he encounters no significant barriers, swiftly reclaiming the prowess of his previous life. Yet he retains no memories of his time as the Spirit Pearl. Supreme Tai has resolved the demonic afflictions plaguing Nezha, allowing him to return to Chintang Pass. Nezha recalls the events of his birth, holding no fondness for the father who once brandished a sword to slay him, particularly since upon his return, Li Jing pointed at him, cursing him as a demon spawn. The initial joy of reuniting with family was instantly extinguished. Nezha, feeling aggrieved, retorted sharply when scolded by Li Jing, and it was only when Lady Yin intervened that the quarrel was diffused. Following this, Nezha engaged in various mischievous antics before Li Jing, inciting the latter's ire to the point of fury. Onlookers beneath the celestial canopy exchanged perplexed glances. Why does this Li Jing resemble the chaotic hero so much? What is it about Nezha that irks him so? It might stem from Nezha's initial form as a rotund infant, which Li Jing found intolerable. However, the otherworldly Lord Li did not exhibit such madness. The commotion surrounding the alternate Nezha's birth was far greater, yet Lord Li cherished him dearly, leaving one to ponder the peculiar disposition of this Li Jing. Indeed, what parent scolds their child upon their return, especially when the child has not committed any wrongdoing? It seems unwarranted malice directed at Nezha, who merely found himself at the receiving end of Li Jing's unbridled anger. Even if the initial chaos of his birth was unsettling, it was Li Jing who acted first, having even wounded Nezha with a sword. On that fateful day, Nezha, curious and playful, took up the Zhentian bow and shot an arrow towards the horizon, inadvertently striking down the young disciple Bai Yun as he emerged from the cave of Shiji. Upon discovering her disciple's demise and the mark upon the arrow, Shiji was incensed and sought retribution, demanding that Nezha pay with his life for the death he had unwittingly caused. Nezha, utterly bewildered, protested his innocence. He had remained within the confines of the Li household and had not ventured forth to harm her disciple. Convinced that Shiji was merely seeking trouble, he wasted no time and engaged her in combat. As Nezha entered the realm of the Tai Golden Immortal, he found himself challenged by the seasoned Shiji. However, armed with an array of magical artifacts, Nezha turned the tide and ultimately vanquished her. Li Jing, upon witnessing Nezha's victory over Shiji, erupted in fury, berating Nezha for inciting calamity. Nezha, feeling both wronged and indignant, questioned the rationale. How could he be expected to remain passive while under attack? What logic governed such expectations? What rendered him even more incredulous was Li Jing's demeanor. While Shiji sought to take his life, Li Jing's foremost concern was not for him, but rather incessantly pressing him to atone for his alleged misdeeds. He could not fathom how a mere arrow shot haphazardly into the heavens could fortuitously strike a distant target and result in death. It was nothing short of slander. Nezha found himself embroiled in yet another quarrel with Li Jing. Were Li Jing not his father, He would have retaliated with force long ago against such insolence. Beneath the vast firmament, onlookers were left speechless by the unfolding drama. Who could be blamed for this? It was undeniably a tragic coincidence. Nezha was unaware that a casual shot into the sky would consequently strike a person. Shurji's quest for vengeance against Nezha was not unwarranted, nor was Nezha's desire to defend himself. Yet, fate has a cruel sense of humor, intertwining their paths in a cruel twist of irony. Who could be held accountable? It is akin to tossing a stone into the distance, only for it to inadvertently strike a passerby, resulting in their untimely demise, a misfortune for both parties involved. This incident, indeed, is a remarkable stroke of bad luck, a profound injustice. Those who perished, like Bai Yun, were wronged, as was Nezha. Who could have anticipated this? Sometimes, misfortune befalls one so severely that even a sip of water proves troublesome. Honestly, I cannot grasp how such a coincidental series of events could transpire. Had Bai Yun merely delayed her exit by a moment, she would not have been struck, and the arrow, fired from such a distance, would not have found its mark. To whom could one seek redress in such a situation? In the realm of demonic children, Li Jing and Lady Yin exchanged glances, both at a loss for words. Who could have foreseen such dramatic developments in another world? Such a tragic farce. Tai Zhenren also found this situation utterly absurd. Every conceivable coincidence seemed to converge. On that fateful day, Nezha released his arrow, which fortuitously landed in Shurji's domain, coinciding perfectly with Bai Yun's departure. This act of fate had set the stage for the continuation of the divine calamity. It served as a testament to the terrifying nature of destiny, seemingly orchestrated to ensnare one in misfortune. Moreover, what left the onlookers even more speechless was Li Jing's attitude. Earlier descriptions of him as a madman were not unfounded. His immediate reaction to any situation was saturated with animosity towards Nezha, as if Nezha were not his son, but rather a sworn enemy. Even Shurji, who sought vengeance, bore less malevolence than Li Jing. Tai Zhenren posed a sincere question. Is there truly something amiss with Li Jing's mind? He is nothing but a clown. Pay him no heed, Lady Yin retorted mercilessly. These words echoed across the firmament. The King of Heaven, Li Jing, felt his face flush with embarrassment upon witnessing such a portrayal of himself from an outsider's perspective. His furious outburst indeed resembled that of a madman. The spectacle continued to unfold. Following the incident with Shurji, Li Jing had summoned individuals to erect barriers, intending to confine Nezha. Nezha scoffed, thinking to himself how absurd it was to believe this half-baked formation could ensnare him. Yet, upon witnessing Lady Yin's tears over the discord between her and her son, Nezha fell silent. To spare his mother from sorrow, he willingly chose to confine himself. As the spectators beneath the celestial dome observed Nezha's self-imposed entrapment, a sense of unease permeated the air. Why could not Li Jing resemble his counterpart from the demon child world? Had he shown Nezha a modicum of kindness, the crowd would not have been so irate. After spending some time within the formation, Nezha, not lacking in wits, seized the opportunity to slip away unnoticed when Lady Yin was distracted. Having been betrayed by a beast at birth, Nezha harbored a deep-seated loathing for such creatures. Moreover, most lower-tier monsters in the primordial world were carnivorous. Nezha dealt with each he encountered. Gradually, the public's perception of Nezha began to shift, as he had rescued numerous individuals from the clutches of these fiends. However, his irascible nature left many grateful yet fearful of him. One day, while frolicking by the eastern sea, Nezha witnessed a sea yiksha seizing a child to devour. Enraged, he brandished his magical weapon against the creature, which promptly dove into the depths. Unable to locate it, Nezha stirred the waters with his heavenly silk, forcing the yiksha to resurface. After vanquishing the sea yiksha, Nezha prepared to leave, but the turmoil caused by his actions summoned Ao Bing, the Dragon King's third son, who came to investigate. Upon discovering the slain yiksha, Ao Bing was incensed and confronted Nezha, asserting that the creature was a servant of the Dragon Palace and should not have been killed indiscriminately. Nezha retorted with a cold laugh, questioning, "It came ashore to devour humans. How is it not deserving of death?" Ao Bing, upholding the nobility of the Dragon clan, argued that it was merely a matter of survival, and even if the yiksha was in the wrong, it was not for Nezha to judge. Unable to tolerate such insolence, Nezha declared, "If I can slay this little eel, surely it is merely the law of the jungle." Ao Bing, at the pinnacle of the golden immortal realm, quickly realized he was no match for Nezha, a true immortal. Desperate, he invoked his lineage, exclaiming, "I am the Dragon King's third son. You cannot kill me, or my father will not let you go." Nezha, dismissively responding, proclaimed, "Let your father come. I shall deal with him as well." Binding Ao Bing with his heavenly silk, he extracted the dragon's tendons, The onlookers beneath the celestial dome were taken aback by this unexpected turn of events, particularly those from the demon-child world, who were left in stunned silence. How could the trajectory of events in another realm be so surreal? They wondered. The sudden transformation from allies to adversaries seemed unfathomable. Is this truly how A.O. Bing's character crumbles? Indeed, this A.O. Bing is exceedingly arrogant, his words dripping with hubris, and it is no wonder a confrontation seems inevitable. I find it hard to accept that our A.O. Bing, so benevolent in our realm, has transformed into a villain in another. This is simply unacceptable. The crowd beneath the celestial expanse is in utter turmoil. Do they truly disregard the well-being of the audience in such a manner? It is simply intolerable. By the seaside, Nezha and A.O. Bing gaze in astonishment at the celestial display. How could their counterparts in this alternate world have descended to such barbarity, resorting to such grotesque acts? Is this not a touch too horrifying? Are they genuinely indifferent to our lives? A.O. Bing is somewhat exasperated. Is the otherworldly version of himself truly this overbearing? Why must he be so insufferable? Nezha, observing the viewing orb, laments the utter lack of decorum and etiquette exhibited by A.O. Bing. He feels no inclination to comment on that alternate self. While the dragon clan in that realm may enjoy a better standing, it is still far from enviable. The karmic repercussions following the calamity faced by the dragon and phoenix are significant, and they remain under the dominion of the heavenly court. Though lesser powers may hesitate to provoke them, such arrogance is unwarranted. Most crucially, the circumstances of the human and dragon clans differ vastly between the two worlds. In his own realm, the human race is far inferior to their counterparts in that world. Nezha harbors similar sentiments. Were A.O. Bing to embody the persona from the celestial display, friendship between them would be an impossibility. Perhaps he would also serve as a mere pawn in the grand scheme. Meanwhile, in the East Sea, A.O. Guang feels a surge of anger. Although the A.O. Bing depicted in the celestial display is not his son, the shared name and identity evoke a sense of identification. Witnessing the mistreatment of his alternate offspring is deeply unsettling. Nezha's audacity is truly astounding. Has he cast aside all caution? One can easily foresee the consequences of such actions. The slaying of the Dragon King's third son would undoubtedly summon the wrath of the four seas. As anticipated, the East Sea Dragon King A.O. Guang discovers A.O. Bing's lifeless form and learns of Nezha's actions, inciting his fury. He resolves to inform the heavenly court and mobilize forces against Chuntang Pass. In the primordial world, certain rules must still be adhered to. At least during the reign of the human sovereign, any aggression against the human race requires justification and decree. The human race is the destined protagonist, their fortunes flourishing prior to the calamity of the deification. This deification catastrophe targets not only the Jiejiao sect, but also the human race. As various factions vie to seize their fortunes, with Nuwa herself being ensnared in the plot. Under the celestial expanse, the expressions of the powerful factions from both worlds are far from pleasant. The overt display of intentions laid bare before everyone is decidedly audacious. Nuwa, in the primordial world, bears a grim countenance. She had realized her entrapment even at the conclusion of the deification, one of the few among the 6 sages to be so ensnared, alongside Tongtian. The situation is all too evident. However, with the conclusion of the investiture of the gods, one must swallow their grievances in silence, for what else can be done? Nuwa and Tongtian are the 2 most unfortunate souls in this calamity. The human race in the demon-child world remains oblivious. Yet the human race in the primordial world faces dire consequences. Since the time of Shangtang, there has been no human emperor, and the fortunes of humanity have been steadily diminished. In the era when the human emperor still reigned, various factions dared not brazenly assault the human race. However, post-investiture, the situation has deteriorated. Celestial beings and deities feel free to trample upon humanity, particularly the Buddhists, who are exceedingly audacious, with mere mounts devouring entire cities of humans without consequence. Before the calamity, such actions would have invoked immediate retribution, at the very least. The decree of the human emperor would ensure severe repercussions. Though there are indeed humans in positions of power within the heavenly court, they are few and possess little influence, rendering them largely impotent. Once the human race in the demon-child world becomes aware, they will surely adopt a vigilant stance, regardless of the true nature of this calamity. Any attempt to target humanity and siphon off their fortunes will be met with resolute opposition from them. While the human race may struggle against these factions, they can employ cunning to avert the onset of this calamity. Even if they cannot prevent it, they must seize the initiative to maximize their benefits and advantages. Emperor Xin summoned his ministers to deliberate on this matter. He speculated that his counterpart in another world was either utterly foolish or ensnared in a plot, for it was inconceivable that such actions could be undertaken without manipulation. The viewing orb revealed Nezha, the revered mother of humanity, Nezha, who was always treated with the utmost respect during incense offerings. How could it be that on one occasion, such an act could transpire without deceit? Emperor Xian found it hard to believe that no machinations were at play. Moreover, in that other world, the status of the human race was even higher than in theirs, where both humans and demons were the oppressed. This illustrates the extent of the factions' trepidation and their desire to manipulate the fortunes of humanity. Beyond the heavens, the primordial lord sensed the shift in heavenly secrets. It is indeed challenging to discern changes amid calamities. Yet the magnitude of these changes was too great and too conspicuous to ignore. Alas, the matter of the investiture of the gods appears to be in jeopardy. The celestial screen continued to display events. Nezha returned to Chintang Pass, crafting a belt from the dragon tendons, eager to present it to Li Jing. Despite his precociousness, Nezha remains but a child, wishing to prove to Li Jing that he is not a monster, that he too can vanquish demons. He joyfully recounted to Li Jing how he had eliminated the man-eating sea yiksha and dealt with the malevolent dragon that had allowed its minions to wreak havoc, only to receive not praise and acknowledgement, but scorn. Upon hearing that Nezha had taken the tendons of the Dragon King's third son, Li Jing realized the gravity of the situation. The Dragon King would not let this transgression pass lightly. You wretched child, are you intent on bringing ruin to all of Chintang Pass? Li Jing's furious visage seared into Nezha's memory, filling him with a mix of indignation and anger. I acted with good intentions to rid the common folk of their demons and crafted a treasure for you. Yet instead of gratitude, I am met with such harsh rebuke? Li Jing regarded him with a frigid gaze, contemplating the confiscation of his magical treasures and the confinement of his person. Should the Dragon King arrive, he would present Nezha as an explanation. Unbeknownst to Nezha, who remained oblivious to Li Jing's intentions, he staunchly refused to relinquish his treasures, seething with indignation. The tension between the two was on the brink of spiraling out of control when the people below sought the intervention of Lady Yin, who eventually stabilized the situation. Lady Yin first counseled Li Jing, followed by Nezha, urging them to communicate their grievances amicably. After Li Jing recounted Nezha's actions, Lady Yin, fully aware of the ramifications, felt a weighty concern. Fearing that Nezha might further incite trouble with his treasures, Li Jing insisted on their confiscation. After some deliberation, Lady Yin proposed that Nezha temporarily entrust his treasures to her for safekeeping. Complying with Lady Yin's request, albeit reluctantly, Nezha surrendered his treasures and was subsequently confined to his home. Beneath the celestial canopy, those present could already foresee the unfolding events, their hearts growing heavy with trepidation. The plight of the human race appeared bearable, yet they remained woefully inadequate in the face of the heavenly court and the dragon clan. Moreover, due to the machinations of various factions, the human emperor, Xian, had been rendered ineffective and had incurred the wrath of the goddess Enhua, plunging their situation into dire straits. Thus, the calamity at Chintang Pass was inescapable and fraught with peril. In the primordial realm, Nezha's expression was a tapestry of emotions as he recalled the rather unpleasant memories of the past. He had never anticipated forming a friendship with Ao Bing in an alternate world, where they complemented each other as the Hanyuan Pearl. Yet in his own world, the situation had devolved into chaos, leading them both to pay the price for a momentary lapse in judgment. He mused that, even as a demon spawn, that version of Nezha was far more fortunate than he. Indeed, he found it quite enviable. In the realm of the demon spawn, the spectators observed the oblivious Nezha within the celestial screen and suddenly realized that his existence as a spirit pearl in another world was not as favorable as they had initially believed. In fact, his circumstances were even less advantageous than being a demon spawn. At least the demon spawn Nezha had the love and protection of his family, even relatives willing to sacrifice their lives for him, along with a friend. But what of that Nezha? He had only the affection of Lady Yin, while his father harbored a deep-seated hatred for him. The common folk regarded him as a ruthless killer, a harbinger of death, instilling fear in their hearts. The very friend he might have made in another world, Ao Bing, had become his adversary, and he had even severed Ao Bing's dragon tendons with his own hands. Such a harrowing experience was truly hellish. Before long, the fears materialized. The Dragon King of the East Sea, alongside 3 other Dragon Kings, allied with celestial soldiers to besiege Chintang Pass. The entire area was shrouded in ominous clouds, dark and foreboding, with Ao Guang and the other Dragon Kings standing imposingly atop the cloud bank. Li Jing was confronted with the demand, Surrender Nezha to pay for my son's life, or I shall drown Chintang Pass, making the entire place atone for my son." The citizens within the city were engulfed in panic, their hearts quaking in terror as they knelt before Li Jing's residence, pleading for Nezha to emerge and offer an explanation. "Surrender that monstrous being. Oh heavens! The birth of such a fiend has provoked the Dragon King to threaten the very drowning of all citizens in Chintang Pass. Quickly, summon Nezha, that aberration. He has offended the deities. Why must we pay with our lives? Generally, you cannot shield him simply because he is your son. Such a demon deserves to be burned to quell the divine wrath. Burn that abomination. Come forth at once." Before the gates, countless citizens wailed and hurled curses, their venomous words directed at Nezha. Nezha stood bewildered and helpless. How could this be? Just moments ago, when he vanquished the Si Yiksha and Ao Bing, the people by the shore had knelt in gratitude, especially that one whose child had been devoured, who had approached to vent his anguish with household implements. Yet, how could everything change so swiftly? Beneath the celestial dome, the onlookers were ablaze with fury. The sentiments of humanity ran deeper still. In the primordial world before the canonization of the gods, humanity held considerable sway. Despite the fierce demeanor of the dragon kings and heavenly soldiers, they dared not strike with impunity. During the reign of the human emperor, any act of aggression would incur karmic retribution. However, post-canonization, the tables had turned. The plight of the human race in the demon child's world was even graver. Even under the human emperor's governance, they were trampled upon at will. Yet, what incited greater ire was the attitude of those in Chintang Pass. They so quickly forgot the kindness shown to them. Nezha had saved countless lives and assisted them on numerous occasions, and now they sought to kick him while he was down. Yet, one could hardly fault these frightened citizens. Humanity is peculiar. At times they can be selfless and courageous, yet at others, they exhibit a profound ingratitude. In the demon child's world, by the sea, Lady Ying gazed upon this eerily familiar scene, filled with both anger and sorrow. "Oh, my dear child, how could your counterpart in that world suffer more than you?" Li Jing's expression was complex. He had always cherished his people as his own, yet upon witnessing the unfolding scene, he found himself at a loss. "Humanity, oh humanity!" He observed the crowd calling for him to abandon Nezha and could only find it laughable. To him, that Li Jing had never regarded Nezha as his own child. How could he possibly offer protection in such a dire situation? Surely, he would be the first to cast Nezha aside. Li Jing pondered silently, feeling unworthy of the title of father. Nezha, equally silent, gazed at the celestial screen, astonished that in another world, as a spirit pearl, he would find himself in such a predicament. Thus, regardless of one's identity, it is rendered futile in the face of human nature. Even deities can be dragged from their celestial thrones into the mire of mortality. The anger of the gods brings calamity upon the populace, a grave sin indeed. The Four Seas Dragon Kings merely sought to intimidate the citizens, not to truly bring ruin. Should Nezha emerge, it would spell disaster. Yet, in such circumstances, who could foresee this? The citizens had long taken it to heart, forgetting Nezha's benevolence. When faced with calamity, they sought to cast out this scapegoat to save themselves. I am truly exasperated. I feel as though I might perish from frustration. The spectators beneath the celestial canopy stomped their feet in agitation. The celestial display continued. Nezha, bewildered by the treatment from the very citizens he had once aided, found his young mind in disarray. Oblivious to the fact that the Dragon Kings of the Four Seas dared not truly take action against him. At that moment, Li Jing approached, wielding his sword and casting a gaze of profound disdain upon Nezha. "You wretched being, you should never have been born. Your existence has brought calamity upon Chintang Pass. This is retribution for your sins. Hurry and accompany me to personally apologize to the Dragon King." Nezha's once impassive eyes finally focused on Li Jing, and suddenly he felt a warmth in his eyes. "Return my magical artifact to me, and I will fend them off myself." As a Tai Golden Immortal, he could easily overpower the four Dragon Kings, as only the East Sea Dragon King held the same rank. The other three were merely Golden Immortals. Yet Li Jing, filled with fury, retorted, "You wish to stir up trouble again. You must atone for the chaos you have caused. If you provoke the celestial beings further, Chintang Pass will never find peace." Nezha suddenly laughed softly and asked, "Father, what if I were to die if I go out?" "Then that is what you deserve." Li Jing's eyes reflected no trace of paternal affection. Instead, they brimmed with resentment, reproach, and disgust, as if he longed to take Nezha's life himself. He pointed at Nezha and shouted, "A wretched being is a wretched being. You will only bring eternal suffering to the people." Nezha felt a profound sense of disillusionment. Silence enveloped the crowd beneath the celestial canopy. As the saying goes, even a tiger does not consume its young. Li Jing's abhorrent behavior was truly repulsive. As his father, he did not believe in him, and instead, he constantly pressured him. It was utterly unworthy. Nezha had saved lives. How could he be labeled a wretched being? I cannot bear to witness Li Jing's actions. I wish to step into the celestial display and confront him directly. He clearly understood that Nezha acted to save others. Yet he feigned ignorance, placing all blame upon Nezha. Is this truly the nature of a father? Li Jing is unworthy of that title. Moreover, certain celestial beings create chaos without consequence, only to intervene when humanity retaliates. Hush! Tread carefully. Beware that certain celestial beings may take offense and retaliate. The human populace of the primordial world and that of the demon child world have begun to voice their grievances against the deities. Of course, the human fortune in the primordial world has already been divided, with divine authority reigning supreme, leaving the humans powerless. However, the human fortune in the demon child world remains unallocated, and they have yet to reach the status of deities, thus allowing for considerably more maneuverability. This will indeed be an exceedingly protracted struggle. In the demon child world, at Chintang Pass, by the seaside, Lady Yin pointed at Li Jing in the celestial display, vehemently denouncing him. He is the true, wretched being. A beast. He is unworthy to be called a father. Li Jing stood aside, like a quail, terrified to utter a sound, utterly paralyzed by the spectacle within the celestial display. Madam speaks wisely. Such a person is unworthy of being human, let alone a father. He feels that sharing a name with that scoundrel is an affront to his dignity. Although Ao Guang slightly identifies with another version of himself in a different realm, Ao Bing is filled with an urge to overturn the table in anger. Yet, upon witnessing Li Jing's actions, he cannot help but feel disdain and fury. How can such a being be considered a father? He showers his own child with immense affection, offering stars instead of the moon, indulging them beyond measure. It is the first time he encounters a father so indescribably lacking. To be born yet not educated is akin to being without a father. Indeed, not all parents harbor love for their children. In the celestial expanse, Nezha refrains from uttering another word to Li Jing, forcefully kicking the door open as he exits. The citizens, who were weeping at the doorway, fall silent in fear. Nezha's gaze sweeps over them, recognizing many as individuals he had once saved. Their hearts tremble under his scrutiny, and emboldened by their fear, they mutter, "You, this demon, have brought us nothing but suffering." Nezha lowers his gaze, his expression inscrutable. The onlookers beneath the heavens feel a deep chill in their hearts. If everyone were so ungrateful, it is no wonder that deities refrain from descending to save mortals. Some deities are not benevolent. Instead, they are feared and worshipped. Meanwhile, truly good deities are often battered and bruised by mankind. Indeed, those who are favored become audacious. For this world has always been one where right and wrong are inverted. Though Nezha's weapons have been confiscated, he remains a formidable Tai golden immortal, his aura soaring. The sea dragon kings standing at the horizon narrow their eyes, blustering, "Demon, should you dare to resist again, do not blame us for showing no mercy and flooding Chintang Pass." This roar echoes through the city, causing the populace to wail once more. Li Jing bellows, "Demon, do you dare? Look at the sins you have committed." Madame Yin, who has finally escaped confinement, is in tears, bewildered by the scene before her. However, the Dragon Kings are not foes they can confront. She dares not dwell on the implications, believing that an apology will suffice. Madame Yin rushes forth, embracing Nezha. "Child, do not anger your father further. Listen to your mother. Let us sincerely apologize to the Dragon Kings, and all will be well." She truly feels at a loss for what to do. Nezha lifts his reddened eyes to Madame Yin, observing her in silence for a moment before softly responding, "All right." In truth, he does not place much weight on Li Jing's words. He simply obeys his mother. Madame Yin, both weeping and smiling, replies, "Good child, everything will be fine." Nezha gently breaks free from her embrace, soaring upwards, addressing the 4 sea dragon kings. "Nezha alone shall bear the consequences of his actions. If you agree to spare the citizens of Chintang Pass and cease to trouble my parents, I shall take my own life and vanish from this realm." The 4 sea dragon kings exchange glances, hesitant and speechless. Observing this, Nezha chuckles lightly, "If you refuse, I shall strike you down immediately and seek a swift end in the heavens. You are undoubtedly aware that I am not a mere mortal. I am the reincarnation of a divine pearl birthed under the auspices of the goddess Nuwa. The destiny of my existence rests solely upon your decision." Upon hearing this, Ao Guang dared not to be obstinate any longer. The combined might of the sea dragon kings could not rival that of Nezha. He promptly nodded in acquiescence, exclaiming, If you are willing to sacrifice yourself to atone, then so be it. With the Eastern Sea Dragon King's consent, Nezha soared down, appearing before the couple, Li Jing and his wife. He knelt before them, gazing up at his parents and said, "Father, Mother, it is Nezha who has been unfilial, never once fulfilling your expectations. Today, I shall return my bones to you, and offer my flesh to Mother, thereby honoring the last remnants of our bond." Upon hearing this, Lady Een was overcome with despair, her heart shattered as she cried out, "Nezha, do not act foolishly." Li Jing restrained Lady Een. His eyes filled with malice as he said to Nezha, "Since you possess a heart of remorse, then let your life be the price." Yet, Nezha turned a deaf ear, merely smiling faintly. A crack of thunder echoed across the sky, illuminating Nezha's youthful yet resolute visage. He gazed intently at his parents, his eyes reflecting both sorrow and a sense of release. The audience beneath the heavens was taken aback. The denizens of the primordial world were already privy to these events and were not surprised. However, witnessing Li Jing's cruel actions still sent chills down their spines. One remarked, "That is his son. Even a tiger does not consume its cubs. How could he utter such words? As an outsider, I feel a chill in my bones. To be reborn as his child is indeed a tragic fate. Such a father is better off without." Nezha possessed the strength to repel the Sea Dragon Kings. He had previously disregarded Li Jing's words, but upon Lady Yin's plea, he ceased to resist. By the time he heard that statement, he had already resolved to accept his fate. This was utter despair. "I find it increasingly difficult to watch. I feel an unnameable fury rising within me." Another lamented, "Indeed. Shall we band together to confront Li Jing? I can no longer endure this. If Nezha can endure, how can I not? Let us take action." In the realm of the demon child, the crowd was equally horrified. What? What did Nezha just say? Returning bones to the father, flesh to the mother? My heavens, how did it come to this? One exclaimed. Listening to Li Jing's words ignites an uncontrollable wrath within me. I cannot fathom how Nezha must feel after hearing them. What kind of parents behave in such a manner? Li Jing is unworthy to be called human, especially as Lady Een attempted to stop him. It was clear that her words weighed heavily on his heart. Lady Een, in her desperation, could not think clearly. In such dire circumstances, how could a mere apology suffice? Indeed, her words signified that she was relinquishing him to death. I can hardly bear to continue watching. I feel that the unfolding events will be utterly unbearable. At Chuntang Pass, by the seaside, Lady Een clutched Nezha tightly, her voice laced with resentment. He is his child. Does he truly wish for his own son to perish? Why doesn't he take his own life? Li Jing was rendered speechless upon hearing Nezha's anguished declaration of bone returned to father, flesh returned to mother echoing through the celestial dome. His face was a canvas of grief and shock. How could it have come to this? How could it have reached such a dire state? He understood all too well that this version of Nezha had been utterly disillusioned and even despairing of their world. Otherwise, such a harrowing decision would have been inconceivable. Unworthy of being human. Unworthy of being human indeed. Li Jing cursed vehemently at the figure of himself displayed in the heavens. Beside him, the celestial master Tai was also enraged, his face flushed. This otherworldly Li Jing was far worse than a beast. How could he have driven his child to such extremes? Where had the other version of me gone? Why did he not come to save him? Nezha stared wide-eyed at his own image in the celestial dome, suddenly feeling an overwhelming sense of power emanating from that version of himself. Ao Bing wore a look of utter bewilderment, completely at a loss to comprehend why the Li Jing in the heavens harbored such malice towards his own child, pushing him to such a brink. The celestial dome continued to unfold its narrative. Nezha, picking up the sword cast aside by Li Jing, gripped the blade and methodically sliced away at his own flesh. Blood and flesh fell, staining the ground crimson. The blood seemed to take root, flowing inexorably towards the feet of the couple. The ground was strewn with pieces of flesh. In the flash of thunder, the sword severs the throat. My eyes are devoid of tears and light. The cypress leaves fall, and grievances remain unatoned. Nezha's soul trembled with pain, beads of sweat cascading down his face, mingling with the blood. Uncertain whether it was tears or cold sweat, he steadied himself, then wielded the sword to sever an arm, casting it before his parents. The waters of the four seas rejoice. The wind has not ceased, and the souls drift. 3 years and 6 months brought forth a hideous birth, leaving a lingering fragrance of lotus in the room. Jar, Lady Een cried out in despair, held tightly by Li Jing, who ultimately succumbed to a fit of rage and fainted. You. Li Jing's complexion turned ashen. He raised his hand, uncertain if it was fear or something else, and bellowed, Enough. You may take your own life, but what is this? Born with a myriad of prohibitions against killing. The bond between father and son only deepens the wounds. Nezha's face had long lost all color. He forced a smile and declared, I return you the flesh. Claim the soul for myself. From henceforth, Nezha shall bear no surname. With that, he drove the sword fiercely into his abdomen, and with a cry of anguish, he tore out a rib. Returning this to you. Exhausted, Nezha knelt on one knee, his upper body marred with wounds, ribs visible. Yet he held forth his own rib towards Li Jing. He was once unparalleled, the prince enveloped in sandalwood fragrance, capturing dragons upon the shores of the East Sea. Monster! Li Jing shouted in terror, his lips quivering. You fiend! Ha ha ha! I never anticipated that the last words I would hear before death would be these two. He harbored no more hopes. Nezha knelt upon the ground, inching towards Li Jing, and with every ounce of strength he could muster, he pressed his bloodied flesh and bones into Li Jing's embrace. Startled, Li Jing recoiled, his face ashen, horrified by the cruelty that this demon could inflict upon him, let alone upon his own parents. Begone! It would be better if you were dead. This demon's demise is all that is good. With his last breath, Nezha uttered, Now I owe you nothing. From this moment forth, I am without father or mother. Upon finishing, he lifted his head one final time, revealing a smile wrought with anguish. With his remaining hand, he grasped his sword. Though he could scarcely maintain his kneeling position, he summoned the last vestiges of his strength to sit cross-legged, dignified, as if he were meditating alongside the great Master Tai in the Golden Light Cave. The blade sliced through his neck, blood gushing forth as it fell to the ground. Nezha gently closed his eyes. He closed his eyes, a lifetime of sorrow. Qianyuan Mountain bears witness to the trials of wind and frost, the wheel of fire and chaos. The blood flows. Thus, his 3 souls and 7 spirits were scattered, and his life returned to the abyss. As the gray sky finally wept, the onlookers beneath the heavens were rendered speechless, their minds blank in the wake of such a horrific scene. Many were blinded by the vivid crimson, unable to bear the sight any longer. A stifling sense of tragic despair enveloped the crowd, silence reigning among them. Rage simmered, threatening to ignite. Many gazing at the heavens had tears in their eyes, casting down anything within reach in frustration. Some wielded swords, striking at the stones and trees by the roadside. Curse that wretched father. I can no longer endure this. Ah, beasts, beasts. This Li Jing is a sham of a man. He is less than a beast. Ah, I truly cannot bear it. Why must it be like this? Why? Nezha, I implore for eyes that have not witnessed this. I am haunted by a psychological scar. I fear that in the future, upon seeing Li Jing, I shall be unable to restrain myself from thrusting a blade at him. Ah, why? How desperate must Nezha have felt? I curse it all. Merely witnessing this sends chills down my spine, goosebumps covering my body. I can scarcely fathom how Nezha endured it all. He is but a child. Why must he suffer so? Li Jing truly deserves death. Such a beast of a father would have been better off not existing. He never regarded Nezha as his own child. How did it come to this? How painful it must be. Is not Nezha the spirit pearl? How can the spirit pearl endure a fate worse than the demon pill? Is this for real? They say that parents love their children, that filial piety comes first. They say our bodies and skin are given by our parents. Yet why does witnessing this scene feel so ironic? Indeed, it is profoundly ironic. Nezha died without ever receiving a word of acknowledgement from Li Jing, who never called him by name, only ever referring to him as a rebellious demon. Does he possess no heart? He declared, I shall return your flesh and blood, but your soul belongs to me. Yet Li Jing remained unwilling to relent. A fervent desire surged within me to charge into the firmament and vanquish those wretches. Under the celestial dome, the onlookers gritted their teeth in indignation, feeling both pity and frustration for Nezha. Some compassionate beings, deeply attuned to the plight of their own children, could scarcely bear to witness the scene, finding it utterly incomprehensible and lamentable that such a beast of a father could exist. Even those from the primordial realm, who had heard whispers of this tale, were profoundly shaken upon witnessing the spectacle firsthand, their scalps prickling in shock. They felt a mix of rage and reluctant admiration for Nezha, whose tenacity was nothing short of remarkable. No, this was outright monstrous. He could endure such self-inflicted torment. Simultaneously, his disdain for Li Jing deepened. He was a man, yet he behaved as though he were not. Li Jing, confronted by the blatant scrutiny of his colleagues and the onlookers relishing the drama, appeared utterly despondent. Gazing at the celestial expanse, he seemed to be transported back to that harrowing and terrifying moment from years past. The complex emotions he had previously felt upon witnessing another world's interactions between himself and Nezha had vanished. His pride would not allow him to admit any fault. That aberration deserved to perish. Since his resurrection, had he not yearned to eliminate him at every turn? Had it not been for the protective pagoda, he would have long since met his end. At that moment, Nezha cast a cold glance toward Li Jing, a scornful smile gracing his lips. Li Jing's eyes reflected a tumult of apprehension, loathing, and fear. Nezha, finding the encounter dull, averted his gaze indifferently. In the demonic realm, at Chintang Pass, by the seaside, Lady Yin watched the ghastly scene unfold in the firmament, nearly swooning in sympathy with her counterpart in the celestial display. My Nezha! Oh, my Nezha! Lady Yin wept, clutching Nezha to her chest. Others around her wore grim expressions, their anger threatening to explode. Li Jing felt as though the heavens had collapsed upon him. Darkness engulfed him, and he staggered in exasperation. Alas! Observing this, Tai Jinren set aside his own ire, for it was essential to distinguish between the two Li Jings. They were not the same man. With a flick of his whisk, Tai Jinren bestowed a resounding slap upon Li Jing, rousing him from his stupor. Returning to the matter at hand, while the two Li Jings were indeed different, the shared name and identity inevitably fostered a sense of connection. Could one not confront this Li Jing, even if they could not engage with the other? Awakening from his stupor, Li Jing rose, heavy-hearted, and embraced both Lady Yin and Nezha. I am so sorry, my lady, and my dear Nezha, he uttered, his heart laden with sorrow. Lady Yin gazed at him, tears streaming down her face, and implored, Why? Why does he treat Nezha this way? Is he even human? He is indeed no longer human. Li Jing replied. His eyes reddened as he held his wife and child. He felt unworthy of being a husband, a father, or even a man. He has inflicted such harm upon you. I long to traverse to that world and slay him. Why does he act in such a manner? Yes, why indeed? Li Jing was perplexed, as was Lady Yin. And even the esteemed Tai Jinren could not comprehend. Li Jing solemnly declared, I shall protect you with my very life. Even if we reach a point of utter despair, I will perish first. He expressed remorse for the harm inflicted upon them by another version of himself, though he was reluctant to acknowledge that vile impostor as his own. Lady Yin, after a considerable pause, finally composed herself, wiping away her tears. You need not apologize, that was not you. Nezha, cradled in Lady Yin's embrace, gazed blankly at the heavens. His emotions transitioned from shock to excitement, then to admiration, and ultimately to numbness and sorrow. Initially, he perceived that other version of himself as possessing remarkable resolve, yet upon witnessing Li Jing's aversion and profound disgust, he felt a wave of pity for that alternate self. Though reincarnated from the spirit pearl, that other Nezha was burdened by a fate that contrasted starkly with his own. For all its darkness, he, as the demon pearl, was surrounded by parental love, the affection of his master, and the companionship of a friend. But what of the other Nezha? Throughout his existence, he stood alone, with no steadfast ally to rescue him. Perhaps there was a master in that world who cared for him, yet even a master cannot shield a disciple from every calamity. The most profound wounds often stem from within, inflicted by those who ought to love him most, his own kin. Such injuries herald an inevitable demise. In the East Sea, Ao Bing stared at the sky, equally astonished. He could not fathom why, in a different realm, everything had transformed so drastically, from their origins to their temperaments. Culminating in their harrowing experiences, calamity followed calamity, leading to such tragic outcomes for both himself and the Nezha of another world. Was this fate? And why must destiny be so cruel? Ao Guang and the Assembly of Dragons, alongside Shin Gongbao, gazed at the heavens in disbelief, their expressions a portrait of horror. This Nezha is truly formidable. He can be so merciless to himself. He is a true wolf among sheep. Is he not the spirit pearl? Should he not embody the virtues associated with it? They could discern no trace of the spirit pearl in his demeanor. Could it be possible that he was driven to such extremes? If he, like Binger, had been surrounded by love and support, would he have become such a being? The Li Jing of that alternate world was truly reprehensible, having driven his own son to such a wretched state. What kind of parent refers to their child as a monster? Even those of us who dwell in darkness would not do so. It is a tragic sight, a self-inflicted demise. The Dragon Kings collectively voiced their admiration for Nezha, recognizing that no creature could display such unwavering resolve in inflicting suffering upon oneself. After awakening, Lady Yin beheld the lifeless form of Nezha, his body unrecognizable. In that instant, darkness enveloped her world. Unsteady on her feet, she felt an immense void in her heart, and a wave of blood surged forth from her lips, her eyes ablaze with anguish. My son, she wailed, rushing to embrace Nezha's battered remains. Her trembling hands struggling to maintain their grip. Rain cascaded down, and she desperately cupped her palm against Nezha's face, shielding him from the downpour. Nezha, my beloved child. Her sobs were heart-wrenching, and as she gazed into Li Jing's eyes, all love and respect had vanished, replaced by confusion and bitterness. From the moment of Nezha's birth, Li Jing forbade anyone from speaking to him, forcing her, as his mother, to sneak glimpses of her son. After Nezha trained under the guidance of Tai Junren, he returned after several years, and her longing for him had only grown. Yet, upon his return, Li Jing's demeanor had soured further, even going so far as to entrap Nezha within a barrier. To her horror, it seemed her own husband wished for their son's demise. Why? Why treat him so cruelly? Nezha had always been such a gentle and endearing child, yet through repeated torment, he began to clash with Li Jing. Despite possessing great power and skill, he never harmed Li Jing or anyone else. Instead, he vanquished demons and saved many. But why? Why could Li Jing not accept him? The true villain in Nezha's demise was not the 4 sea dragon kings who sought to defeat him, but Li Jing. He was the one who drove Nezha to despair. No, she too was complicit. Had she not uttered that fateful remark, Nezha, who had always listened to her, might have been spared. Lady Een was engulfed in sorrow. As if driven to madness, clutching Nezha's corpse, weeping and laughing, murmuring to herself. Witnessing her derangement, Li Jing felt a fleeting pang of complexity within him. But as his gaze fell upon Nezha's body, it turned to revulsion. He strode forward and struck Lady Een unconscious, entrusting her to a trembling maid who was nearly fainting from the horror. Hurry, take her away. The maid hurriedly led Lady Een away, not daring to linger in the presence of such gruesome sights. Meanwhile, the surrounding townsfolk fell silent, many fainting in fear and unable to look upon Nezha's remains. The 4 sea dragon kings, standing amidst the clouds, exchanged bewildered glances, utterly unprepared for this turn of events. They shuddered, even as adversaries. They were taken aback by Nezha's resolve. What a fierce spirit. No, a relentless wolf. Elder brother, now that Nezha is dead, according to our agreement, this matter is settled. Withdraw the waters. Indeed, we must honor our word. Witnessing Nezha's harrowing self-sacrifice, they could not help but feel a chill of dread. Upon hearing these words, Ao Guang, despite harboring lingering anger and resentment, refrained from taking any rash actions or breaching the agreement. Observing this, Li Jing hurriedly stepped forward, bowing respectfully. I, Li Jing, the general of Qintang Pass, express my gratitude to the esteemed dragon kings. The demon has been vanquished, and I implore you to spare the common folk. With Li Jing's intervention, Ao Guang regained a semblance of dignity. He let out a cold snort, acknowledging Li Jing's clarity of thought, and declared, "This matter shall be put to rest." At this point, Li Jing finally breathed a sigh of relief, a hint of a smile gracing his face. He felt no sorrow over the demise of that demon, Nezha, who had only ever brought calamity. His death was, in fact, a welcome outcome. The Dragon Kings regarded him with a mix of disdain and loathing. Even a tiger refrains from devouring its own cubs. Such behavior from Li Jing is truly unprecedented. In the world of the demon children, the audience watching the celestial screen erupted in fury. How could such a person exist? This is infuriating. He's not human. He's a beast. How utterly revolting. I wish to storm in and deal with that foolish brute. Why must I endure such nauseating scenes? This is beyond intolerable. In the realm of the primordial, within the heavenly court, the towering king Li Jing watched the barrage of insults directed at him on the celestial screen, his face burning with shame, feeling as though his dignity had been trampled into the ground. He yearned to retaliate, yet the memory of the previous strike rendered him mute, forcing him to grit his teeth and accept the humiliation. The increasingly blatant discussions among his peers only deepened his embarrassment and anger. In the demon children's world, the populace was nearly driven to madness by Li Jing's abhorrent actions displayed on the celestial screen. Even knowing that their Li Jing differed from that vile version, they still felt a sense of revulsion. As the saying goes, good deeds go unnoticed, but bad actions spread far and wide. The outrageous exploits of the otherworldly Li Jing had left a deep impression on their hearts. The demon children's Li Jing lamented, "Heaven, discern loyalty from treachery. My reputation. My reputation." He was both enraged and amused, incredulous that someone could share his name and identity while committing such stifling acts. Yet, little did they know, even more infuriating and suffocating events were yet to unfold. The celestial screen continued its presentation. After Nezha's demise, his soul inadvertently drifted to the cave of Tai Junren. The master, immersed in meditation, felt an ominous premonition and awoke from his seclusion. Upon witnessing his disciple reduced to mere spirit, Tai Junren was struck with alarm. Nezha? He hastily calculated the circumstances and was overwhelmed by a wave of darkness. From the moment of Nezha's birth, he foresaw his fate laden with calamity, including a fatal tribulation. Yet he never anticipated that this calamity would manifest so swiftly. The feather duster fell to the ground, and my fingertips began to tingle. You wretched boy, why didn't you return to me when trouble arose? If Nezha were to return to the Golden Light Cave, the dragon kings of the four seas would be powerless against him. Nezha's spirit merely smiled. This was his own choice, a final longing to see his master before dissipating. Bah, bah, bah. Master Tai's eyes blazed with fury. What nonsense is this? The master will save you. Yet, Nezha's spirit, being but a remnant of obsession, was destined to vanish upon meeting his master. Master Tai exerted great effort to preserve a fragment of it. The only course left was to locate Nezha's physical body and summon his soul in its entirety. Without delay, Master Tai hastened to Chintang Pass. Now, Chintang Pass had returned to its former tranquility, though the populace still shuddered at the memories of past events. Upon arriving outside the Li residence, Master Tai followed Nezha's essence to the pitiful remains of his corpse. The servants dared not approach, while Li Jing, with a face of disgust, ordered that Nezha's remains be disposed of. Enraged, Master Tai struck Li Jing across the face with his feather duster and collected Nezha's remains. Li Jing, you should count yourself fortunate to be of the human race. Master Tai longed to end him right then and there. Casting a final contemptuous glance at Li Jing, he departed with Nezha's remains. The onlookers found satisfaction in Master Tai striking Li Jing, though they lamented that he had not taken his life. Moreover, they sensed that Li Jing would undoubtedly stir up further trouble. Upon returning to the Golden Light Cave, Master Tai immediately began the ritual to summon Nezha's soul. As Nezha was a manifestation of the spiritual pearl, any deity that self-harmed in such a manner would be utterly hopeless. Yet my disciple, though his soul was unanchored and his spirit adrift, could be reborn through soul nurturing. After considerable time, Master Tai successfully summoned Nezha's entire essence in a translucent, ethereal form appeared in the Golden Light Cave, extremely frail, lost in obscurity, swaying with the breeze. At present, Nezha's spirit was severely damaged, gathering it was already effete, and it lacked consciousness. Only those bound by blood could establish a sanctuary to nurture his soul, necessitating a span of 3 years. Master Tai contemplated. This matter required another visit to the Li residence. Li Jing was of no use, but his connection with Nezha had been severed. They owed each other nothing, leaving only Lady Yin as a viable option. There were 2 methods to reconstruct Nezha's corporeal form. The first involved being reborn through the essence of incense, allowing for a clay effigy to be resurrected, a body imbued with willpower that would significantly enhance Nezha's future merits and fortunes. The second method was exceedingly difficult, and Master Tai had no confidence in it. Thus, he opted for the first approach, understanding that Nezha's soul would require 49 days to be renewed. Master Tai summoned Master Yuding for assistance, and then sought out Lady Yin to convey this intention. Upon hearing that Nezha could be revived, Lady Yin was overwhelmed with joy, weeping tears of happiness, and expressed her desire to establish a temple and sanctuary for Nezha. This plan circumvented Li Jing, and the next 2 years passed smoothly. Tai Jinren and Yuding Jinren sculpted a divine statue for Nezha, albeit with their own creative embellishments, resulting in a figure with 3 heads and 6 arms. Both masters were quite pleased, yet upon awakening, Nezha found the design somewhat abstract. Nevertheless, seeing his masters so joyous, he withheld any dissent, for after all, 3 heads and 6 arms did possess a certain allure, did they not? In the process of establishing a temple, Nezha recognized the necessity of contributing to the welfare of the people to garner their reverence. Although he had felt disheartened by the townsfolk's attitude towards him in Chintang Pass, he understood that times had changed. For those who came to offer incense, he lent his earnest assistance, provided their wishes were not too far-fetched. Consequently, he earned the affection of the local populace. However, on one particular day, as Li Jing led his troops back to the capital after quelling bandits near Sweeping Mountain, he observed the townsfolk carrying lotus flowers and baskets filled with incense and candles. Though he was somewhat of a practitioner himself, having studied under the Master Dewey since childhood without achieving true enlightenment, he had been sent down the mountain by his master to enjoy a life of luxury. Noticing the townspeople approaching Sweeping Mountain with such devotion, he surmised that a celestial being must have established a temple there. Li Jing dispatched someone to inquire about the identity of the deity being worshipped. Upon arriving at the palace, the messenger recognized the statue and rushed back to inform Li Jing. A wave of dread washed over Li Jing as he realized it was the statue of the 3rd prince. Panic gripped him. This was the very demon. The fact that people were now erecting a temple to him indicated that Tai Jinren was attempting to resurrect this abomination. This could not be allowed. Li Jing felt as though a blade was poised at his throat. He must not permit this demon to return to life. He immediately commanded, "Stop the townsfolk. They shall not approach to offer incense." The soldiers accompanying him swiftly formed a barrier with their swords, blocking the path to the mountain. The townspeople, witnessing the display of authority, felt their displeasure rise as they were met with the swords pointed at them. As the anger of the crowd began to swell, Li Jing remained resolute, dismissing the offense to the common folk as trivial. The potential consequences of that demon's resurrection were too dire to contemplate. He forced his way into the temple and, upon seeing Nezha's statue, was overwhelmed with rage. He lifted his sword to strike the offering table. At that moment, Madame Yin rushed into the temple, having heard the commotion. She was horrified to find Li Jing in a frenzy, about to destroy Nezha's statue. Without hesitation, she stepped in front of him. "Li Jing," she exclaimed, startled. "What are you doing?" Realizing the truth, Li Jing's anger shifted to confusion. How could he have been so blind? It was Madame Yin who had concealed this from him. Otherwise, he would have known sooner. He scolded her, "Madam, step aside. If this demon is resurrected, we will know no peace." Madame Yin clutched him tightly, her face a mask of fury and sorrow. "You have already forced him to atone for his sins, to repay his parents with flesh and bone, and now you wish to kill him a second time? He is but a demon." In Li Jing's heart, only anger and fear resided. It was precisely because he understood the gravity of his actions that he dared not allow Nezha to be resurrected. He feared that the first thing Nezha would do upon revival would be to seek him out for retribution. Lady Yin gazed at him in disbelief, questioning why he harbored such thoughts and why he would attribute such malice to Nezha. Li Jing brushed her aside, unwilling to elaborate, and struck the idol with his sword. A fissure appeared on the statue, revealing Nezha's spirit within. "Father, if you strike again, I shall truly have no chance of reincarnation, no hope of rebirth." Ultimately, Nezha remained but a child. Despite the harrowing experiences he had endured, there lingered within him a glimmer of kindness and a flicker of hope. Yet, that hope was destined to be extinguished. Li Jing's fierce countenance loomed large, declaring that this demon should never know the light of rebirth. With that, he swung down once more, shattering the idol, and, dissatisfied, hurled it to the ground until it was reduced to mere fragments. Nezha's heart turned cold in that moment. Even though he had long since tasted disappointment at the time of his own demise, experiencing this same betrayal anew sent chills through him, from head to toe. Witnessing this scene once more, Lady Yin felt an icy dread envelop her. Overcome by rage, she coughed up blood and fainted. Beneath the celestial dome, the onlookers cried out in fury, their anger boiling over. "Fool! A complete and utter fool!" they lamented. "Why does Li Jing not take his own life? Let them all perish. What is this? How can such a beast exist in this world?" Their frustration reached a breaking point, and they vowed to exact vengeance upon Li Jing. "Let us go together." The crowd was driven to the brink, their hearts pounding with indignation. Those with fragile hearts or volatile tempers were advised to look away, lest they suffer a heart attack. In the realm of the primordial, the denizens of heaven could no longer bear to witness the scene. What began as mere entertainment had turned into a source of aggravation. Their gazes shifted from disdain to fury as they regarded Li Jing. It is no exaggeration to say that, had they not been in the Lingxiao Hall, a multitude of deities would have surely descended upon him with bags at the ready to unleash their wrath. One deity, feigning carelessness, stumbled toward Li Jing, inadvertently colliding with him, delivering a concealed blow. "Oh dear, King Li, I beg your pardon for my lack of balance," came the insincere apology as the deity swaggered away. Soon, many others began to imitate this act, each one feigning a misstep that resulted in an unprovoked assault on Li Jing. Unbeknownst to him, he had sustained countless internal injuries. He was not foolish. He recognized that these actions were deliberate. Yet what could he say? What could he possibly express? He could only endure, grinding his teeth and swallowing his grievances, all while maintaining a facade of indifference. The crowd was so infuriated that they were at a loss for how to respond. It has been proven that when one is excessively enraged, laughter can unexpectedly ensue. One must wonder, why do such beasts exist in this world? Even the dogs would shake their heads in disbelief. It begs the question, why does Li Jing still draw breath? I now find myself reluctant to face our world's lordly, for fear that I might succumb to the impulse to deliver him a thorough thrashing. This situation is utterly intolerable. I am nearly driven to madness by my fury. Likewise, I can scarcely calm my mind for cultivation, as it is consumed by indignation. Alas, I cannot traverse to another realm to confront Li Jing. Though I cannot physically strike him, the mentioned function has allowed those who are truly incensed to collectively tag him in a frenzy, inundating him with their wrath. Internal injury 11110086, Chintang Pass. Li Jing, gasping for breath, clutched his acupoint, feeling utterly spent, wishing for annihilation. Let no one exist. Let no one exist. Some even inadvertently caught in the crossfire. Li Jing thought, may that madman be granted a surname of his own. Must he continue to manifest his madness under the guise of his identity and name? Tai Jinren, pointing to the celestial canopy, unleashed his ire upon the figure of Li Jing, marking this as the most furious he had ever been. Wishing to rush in and personally strangle that beast, Li Jing. Nezha gazed at the sky with an expression of sorrow, pitying the other version of himself for having such a madman as a father. Suddenly, he felt a profound sense of gratitude for his own fortune. Nezha, having suffered damage to his divine statue, once again found his soul adrift. Fortunately, the protection of merits kept his spirit from scattering once more. Tai Jinren sensed something amiss, his vision darkening in waves. Unable to endure any longer, he resolved to eliminate Li Jing, but was dissuaded by Yuding. It was a time of divine tribulation, and Li Jing still held his position as an official of the Shang dynasty. They could not act recklessly. Moreover, the immediate priority was to safeguard Nezha's soul and reconstruct his form. However, the situation had deteriorated to its most dire state. The prospect of reconstruction seemed a distant dream. Reflecting on Nezha's identity before his reincarnation, Tai Jinren's expression grew grave, and he planned to seek the aid of the goddess Nuwa. Yet, as a saint, Nuwa was not easily accessible. Surprisingly, although Tai Jinren did not meet her, he received a lotus flower and fragrant ash bestowed by her. With these, he could indeed reconstruct Nezha's body. Yet, this also severed the karmic ties between Nezha and Nuwa. After Nezha was reformed, Tai Jinren encouraged him to seek vengeance against Li Jing. As their karmic connection had been broken, yet animosity remained. Just as Nezha was poised to slay Li Jing, the Lantern Master suddenly appeared to save him. Presenting a pagoda that subdued Nezha, the Lantern Master forcibly made Nezha acknowledge the pagoda as a paternal figure, intending to restrain him. With this layer of causality, Nezha could not slay Li Jing. Of course, given Nezha's rebellious nature, he might not care, but what truly mattered was the tower, which could suppress Nezha, preventing him from killing Li Jing. Li Jing was immensely grateful to the Burning Lamp. The Burning Lamp, originally the deputy leader of the Chan teaching, under the mentorship of the Primordial Lord, had struggled to elevate his cultivation beyond that of a saint during his lengthy tenure. Consequently, he nurtured ulterior motives. At the opportune moment, the Western Church, represented by the two saints, invited him to join, a move that was essentially an act of subversion. After some hesitation, the Burning Lamp aligned himself with the Western Church, becoming an undercover agent within the Chan teaching. During this calamity of the divine, he bore the significant responsibility of recruiting individuals for the Western Church. Li Jing, who was a disciple of Du Yi, himself affiliated with the Western Church, found that Ling Zhuzi in this life had reincarnated as his child and had entered the Chan teaching. To seize the fortunes of the Chan teaching, Li Jing's strategy proved to be remarkably effective. Thus, the Burning Lamp gifted Li Jing the precious tower, intending to manipulate the fortunes of Ling Zhuzi and the Chan teaching. Moreover, there lay a deeper agenda involving the Heavenly Court, positioning Li Jing as an insider for the Buddhist sect within the Heavenly Court. Under the celestial canopy, the denizens of the primordial world were well aware of these developments. After all, the defection of the Burning Lamp and others from the Chan teaching to the Buddhist sect was common knowledge among those who participated in the divine sealing. One can only imagine the sentiments of the Primordial Lord, who prided himself on the superiority of his disciples, eschewing associations with the base and unrefined, yet was betrayed by many who sought advantage, resulting in the loss of both his fortune and reputation. Had it not been for the restriction on saints emerging from chaos, coupled with the protection of the two saints from the West, he would have undoubtedly sought vengeance against the Burning Lamp and his cohorts. Presently, some young individuals and the uninformed, upon encountering such secrets, wore expressions of astonishment. However, it could hardly be deemed a secret, as many were aware, yet refrained from discussing it due to various reasons. The denizens of the Heavenly Court only knew that Li Jing's tower was a gift from the Burning Lamp, unaware that he was, in fact, a planted insider for the Buddhist sect. This revelation proved intolerable for the Jade Emperor, who immediately ordered Li Jing to be imprisoned in the heavenly dungeons. While he could endure many matters, this particular affront was beyond his tolerance. Currently, the Heavenly Court was predominantly aligned with the Chan and the Jia teachings, and while there were some tensions, they were ultimately factions of their own. The two saints from the West, however, had brazenly cast aside their allegiances and established the Buddhist sect, and following the divine sealing. The path of destiny favored the rise of Buddhism. With the Buddhist sect flourishing, these shameless individuals, driven by insatiable greed, sought to usurp the fortunes of the heavenly court. Should another Buddhist sect emerge to seize power, what future would remain for the heavenly court? The Jade Emperor, while outwardly cordial with the Buddhist sect, was nonetheless vigilant against any encroachment. He had zero tolerance for their aspirations to infiltrate the heavenly court. However, due to the upcoming tribulations of the journey to the west, it was not the opportune moment to sever ties. Thus, the Jade Emperor merely suppressed Li Jing, confining him in the heavenly dungeons, ensuring that any hope of release for Li Jing was utterly extinguished. Simultaneously, he ordered a thorough investigation to ascertain the presence of any remaining traitors within the heavenly court. In the celestial realm, the deities bear a significant grudge against the Buddhist sect, naturally inclined to take a keen interest in the matter at hand. Meanwhile, upon perceiving the movements of the heavenly court, the Buddhist side feels a sense of trepidation. However, they are reluctant to sever ties completely. For the upcoming calamity of the journey to the west necessitates a journey to the east, and they cannot afford to offend the heavenly court too severely. Furthermore, the gods and Buddhas of the West are acutely aware of the animosity between their factions and the denizens of the heavenly court. Should tensions escalate, it could lead to a most entertaining conflict. Thus, an eerie equilibrium is maintained between both parties. In the world of the demon child, the intervention of the Lantern of Enlightenment has incensed many. They yearn to storm the celestial firmament and confront this meddlesome elder. Such unwarranted interference is utterly infuriating. With schemes and plots, he embodies the essence of a treacherous old man. However, the Lantern of Enlightenment from the Chan sect finds himself in dire straits. Surely, the Primordial Lord will not directly annihilate him, will he? As for the thoughts of the Primordial Lord in the chaotic realm, we cannot ascertain them. Even if he wished to eliminate the Lantern, it would not be within his power. Yet, the Primordial Lord of the Demon Child realm reacts differently. Infuriated, he erupts in rage, abandoning any quarrel with the Lord of Spiritual Treasures, and cleaves through the chaos to confront the Lantern. The Lantern, terrified, feels his very soul shatter, for he is not unjustifiably accused. He has indeed forged a connection with the Western sect akin to his counterpart in another world. Hence, he hastily seeks to escape. Due to the lower tier of this realm, the Primordial Lord, who ought to be a saint, is merely a quasi-saint, while the Lantern stands as a great Luo golden immortal. Consequently, the Primordial Lord cannot easily vanquish the Lantern. After inflicting severe injury upon him, the Lantern, in a desperate bid, forcibly ignites his blood essence to flee westward, only to be rescued by the two saints of the West who have already arrived. Thus, the animosity between the Chan sect and the Western sect is prematurely established. As the Lord of Spiritual Treasures aptly remarks, this round of the deification calamity may very well be on the verge of collapse. Within the celestial firmament, the screen belonging to the spiritual pearl Nezha dims once more. Meanwhile, the screen of the demon child Nezha illuminates, once again dominating the celestial view. Are we about to witness another segment? The occurrences on the spiritual pearl side nearly drove me to the brink of bloodshed. The malice of outsiders pales in comparison to the harm inflicted by one's kin. I can hardly bear to look at that Li Jing. Just the sight of him incites a desire to draw my blade against him. The spiritual pearl Nezha suffers even more than the demon child Nezha. It is truly unbearable. Indeed, perhaps we should turn our attention to another Li Jing to cleanse our eyes. Speaking of which, has the misunderstanding on the demon child Nezha's side been resolved? If it has not, I would genuinely be driven to despair, for both sides are exasperating. It appears that Li Jing has noticed the residue on Nezha's hands, suggesting that the misunderstanding has been cleared, thereby restoring Nezha's honor. However, whether the fools at Shintang Pass will believe it remains uncertain. Those fools are certain to remain skeptical, which is utterly vexing. Observing the celestial scenes, Ao Bing from the demon child world realizes how fortunate he truly is. His father treats him well, his master is supportive, and there are many who love him. Similarly, his counterpart in another world is also cherished by his father. In comparison, this old father starkly reveals that Li Jing is nothing at all, particularly when referring to the Li Jing from the realm of the Spirit Pearl. The narrative swiftly resumes with the tale of the mischievous Nezha. At Shintang Pass, Nezha, the impish creature, revels in his carefree existence, indifferent to the chaos he creates. In a disheveled room, he nonchalantly balances a chopstick with his foot, rhythmically tapping on a metal canister while reciting nonsensical verses. He indulges excessively, feeling as if his belly might burst, and contemplates a visit to the lavatory, only to realize he has forgotten the necessary paper. Upon finishing his playful recitation, He scoffs and sighs. The door swings open, revealing Butler Li, who enters with a tray of food, expressing concern. "Young master, you have not eaten for 3 days." In a swift motion, Nezha kicks both the butler and the food aside, sending them tumbling out of the room. Approaching him are Li Jing, Madame Yin, and the venerable Tai Jinren. Madame Yin, with a tone of resignation, implores, "Nezha, how long will you continue this ruckus? Please, allow me to perish in peace." Nezha, ignoring their presence, resumes his poetic lament. "Life is filled with tears. If one does not perish, they must endure suffering. The more one struggles, the more misfortune follows. The greater the aspirations, the more tragic the plight. Are you not weary from this futile struggle? Perhaps it is better to languish in bed and sleep." As Nezha continues his verse, the others attempt to console him, fully aware of his distress and frustrated by the actions of those around him. However, with so many inhabitants of Chintang Pass, it is impossible to eliminate them all or force them to share identical views. The fear of public opinion looms large. Madame Yin, holding a shuttlecock, approaches Nezha. "My dear, do you not adore playing with the shuttlecock? Allow me to join you in this pastime." Tai Jinren interjects, presenting a brush. "Recently, I have devised a new project in the map of rivers and mountains, called cloud traversing. Would you care to experience it?" Yet, Nezha feigns sleep, snoring softly. The three companions lower their heads in disappointment. Suddenly, Madame Yin brightens. "Nezha, in 10 days, you will celebrate your 3rd birthday, and the people of Chintang Pass will come to honor you." "What?" Nezha, momentarily invigorated, sits up with wide eyes, only to quickly succumb to despair once more. "They long for my demise, yet wish to celebrate my birth? Huh." With a derisive laugh, he reclines once more, turning his back to them. Madame Yin and Tai Jinren exchange sorrowful glances, their attention drawn to Li Jing's voice. The sea yaksha, a formidable and robust foe adept in water evasion, possesses the ability to petrify living beings with his saliva. He is most troublesome. The misunderstanding has been resolved. It was you who drove away the monsters. Though Nezha remains turned away, his eyes widen in response. Madame Yin continues, "Indeed. The community wishes to celebrate your birthday to express their gratitude for your vanquishing of the sea yaksha." She nudges Tai Jinren, who agrees. "Precisely. It is said that a great master begets exceptional disciples." Nezha, with a hint of pride, retorts, "Those fools only just realized it. I can hardly be bothered to acknowledge them." Then, covering his body with the blanket beneath him, Lady Yin whispered with a tilted head, "Prepare in advance. How tiresome." Nezha replied, yet his joy was palpable. The three of them, Tai Jinren and the others, exchanged glances before turning to exit the room. Once they had distanced themselves, Li Jing inquired, "Why did you mention the birthday banquet?" Lady Yin halted and replied, "Ever since you deceived him into believing he is a spiritual pearl. He has been happy for 2 years. In his final days, as long as it brings him joy, I care not for the truth." However, Tai Jinren expressed some concern. The common folk would rather imprison Nezha, who would attend the birthday banquet. "Leave this matter to me," Li Jing's voice interjected. "I have observed. The residue on his hands indeed belonged to a yaksha. I shall clear Nezha's name at the banquet." Yet, Lady Yin raised her hand. "Having served as the commander in Chantang Pass for these years, I still possess some connections. I will personally visit each household, bowing my head to beseech their attendance. Fear not." With that, she departed under the watchful gaze of Lady Yin and Tai Jinren. Such is the essence of a father. Beneath the celestial dome, the crowd fell into a profound silence. Unlike the sorrow felt when witnessing the spiritual pearl Nezha, their emotions were now intricately complex. The dread of comparison lingered. Behold this Li Jing, who starkly contrasted with another version of himself. The difficulty in shifting emotions was palpable, as many harbored resentment towards the Li Jing associated with the spiritual pearl Nezha, even developing an aversion towards this Li Jing. Yet now, a sense of melancholy enveloped them. Why, when both are the same person, does one appear monstrous while the other radiates sincerity and greatness? One, born as a spiritual pearl, is driven to the brink of despair by his family, while the other, a demonic orb, is enveloped in familial love. This is not to suggest that the demonic orb Nezha is flawed. Rather, the existence of both Nezhas intensifies the heartache. In the realm of viewing the film Demon Child Nezha 40, The Primordial World, the totem king Li Jing in the celestial prison gazed at the scenes unfolding in the heavens, feeling a piercing discomfort. He was uncertain of his emotions. Regret? Perhaps. But he was obstinate, unwilling to acknowledge his inner turmoil and errors. Yet, had he not been so reckless from the outset, perhaps his relationship with Nezha would not have deteriorated to this point. Moreover, due to Buddhist influences, he faced ostracism from the celestial beings. For years, He had indulged in the resources of the heavenly realm, receiving little from the Buddhist order, yet he had been brainwashed by their ideologies. Reflecting upon it now, he found it quite absurd, one misstep leading to another. On the celestial screen, by the seaside, Nezha faced the ocean, lifting the conch shell gifted by Ao Bing to his lips. In the next moment, Ao Bing appeared behind him, startling Nezha. Once he composed himself, Nezha remarked, "You always appear out of nowhere." He then produced a piece of cloth, joyfully declaring, "In 10 days, it will be my birthday banquet, and everyone from Chontang Pass will come to celebrate with me." Ao Bing unfolded the cloth to reveal a map. "I have drawn a map," he stated. Nezha cautiously glanced at Ao Bing. "The Li residence is easy to locate," Ao Bing replied. "You will come, won't you?" Nezha pressed. Ao Bing hesitated. "What do you mean?" "It doesn't matter if others don't come, but you must," Nezha exclaimed, urgency in his voice. Confused, Ao Bing asked, "Why?" Without a moment's hesitation, Nezha responded, "Because you are my only friend." Ao Bing was taken aback, the weight of the word friend settling in. His gaze towards Nezha was a blend of complexity and joy, intertwined with a softness he had yet to recognize in himself. "You are also my only friend. Do you have any wishes? You saved my life, and I will do everything in my power to fulfill your desires." "Wishes?" Nezha pondered for a moment before exclaiming, "Ah? My wish is for you to attend my birthday celebration." Ao Bing was surprised by the simplicity of this wish. "All right." Nezha's excitement was palpable. "It's a promise. I will be waiting for you." With that, he performed a somersault and headed towards the Li residence, only to pause and remind, "Don't forget." Ao Bing chuckled softly. "I won't forget." Nezha hopped away joyfully. Ao Bing's gaze lingered on the map to the Li residence, the scene concluding with two little figures playing shuttlecock. Under the vast sky, the onlookers felt a warmth that was infinitely better than the previous challenges faced by Nezha. It felt just right. Yet, an unsettling feeling loomed, as if something unexpected was bound to occur. I share that sentiment. Do you all remember when the primordial heavenly master cast the tribulation curse on the demon egg? It was said to descend when Nezha turned 3. On the day of his birthday celebration. Could it be? Oh no, it seems like it truly is. Please, let us avoid any hellish scenarios. The crowd's hearts raced, not wanting to face peril or danger. Back in the depths of the sea, Ao Bing was lost in thought. "Ao Bing, it is time to depart," Sheng Wangbao reminded him. Startled, Ao Bing quickly tucked the map into his clothing. "Wait," Ao Guang called out, turning to pluck a dragon scale from his own body. "Father?" Ao Bing raised his hand in protest, but Ao Guang was quicker. With a spray of golden blood, the scale was removed. "What are you doing?" Ao Bing questioned, bewildered, as more scales were extracted from Ao Guang's form. As the scales, glimmering with golden blood, flew towards Ao Bing, they ultimately formed a suit of dragon armor. "My son, the entire dragon clan has bestowed upon you their hardest scales. This dragon armor is indestructible. It is now in your hands." Ao Bing stared in astonishment at the magnificent armor adorning him, then knelt before Ao Guang, bowing his head in reverence. "See, I told you something significant was about to happen." "Ah, what a predicament." Their demeanor suggests they are intent on causing trouble. Surely, they wouldn't dare to disrupt Nezha's birthday celebration, would they? I would like to believe that Ao Bing would not act rashly, though one can never be certain. Especially with Sheng Gongbao also present. Let us hope Ao Bing exercises restraint. The assembly beneath the heavens furrowed their brows. To speak candidly, the events surrounding the spiritual pearl of Nezha have left everyone quite unsettled. None desire further turmoil. We simply cannot endure another chaotic episode. Meanwhile, at the Li residence, the servants pulled the levers to reveal a festively decorated banquet hall. The citizens of Chontang Pass sat with long faces, as if burdened with insurmountable debts. "Do not wear such sorrowful expressions, smile," urged the stewardly, attempting to coax laughter from the crowd. They obliged with forced smiles. Li then called out to the musicians. "Are you playing a dirge?" The musicians promptly shifted to a jubilant melody. In another corner, within the dungeon, the spiral-nosed barrier beast and the flat-headed barrier beast guarded the sea yiksha with their barriers, as the latter languidly propped his chin on his hand in boredom. The spiral-nosed barrier beast inquired, "When does lordly summon us?" The flat-headed barrier beast replied, "We await the signal." "Oh, understood," nodded the spiral-nosed barrier beast, resuming its post. In Nezha's chamber, he donned a resplendent red cloak while admiring himself in a bronze mirror. A cloak adds a touch of grandeur. I look quite dashing indeed. Just then, an annoying voice emerged from behind. Nezha turned sharply, his gaze sharp. "Who goes there?" From the swirling mist, Sheng Gongbao revealed himself. "I am your..." Before he could finish, a jar struck him squarely in the face, knocking him down. Nezha shouted, "What creature dares approach?" "Stop! Stop! Wait!" Sheng Gongbao hastily interjected. "I am your master's uncle," he finally exclaimed. Upon hearing this, Nezha paused. What did you say your name was? Shingonggong. As Shingongbao stood up, Nezha wiped his mouth and asked, Oh, Shingonggong, what brings you here? No, it is Shingongbao. He finally managed to articulate. Nezha appeared unimpressed. With an air of superiority, Shingongbao, hands behind his back and chin raised, declared, I have come to unveil the truth of your lineage. Nezha raised an eyebrow. My lineage? Even now, you remain oblivious. Shingongbao chuckled with satisfaction. Blast it. Foolishness abounds. It must be him. I am truly incensed. Ready to charge in and eliminate this Shingongbao. I feel the same. I was already simmering with anger from the events surrounding the spiritual pearl of Nezha. And now this. Are they not human anymore? Shingongbao was never human to begin with. Let chaos reign. A bunch of utter fools. In that world, Li Jing is a fool. In this world, Shingongbao is also a fool. Under the vast sky, the crowd was exceedingly agitated, erupting into expletives. As the scene shifted, within the courtyard of the estate, Butler Li announced, Please welcome the little birthday star. Nezha stood at the doorway, his expression inscrutable, as lightning flashed behind him. He advanced step by step, and as he traversed the red carpet, others displayed a hint of trepidation. At that moment, his little sister spotted him and joyfully approached Nezha. Big brother. Nezha's demeanor softened slightly as he opened his arms, but his sister was swept into the embrace of Cho and their mother, shielded in their warmth. Nezha paused, and his expression darkened once more. As he ascended the platform, Ta Yi Zhenren spoke. Disciple, today is your birthday. Can you guess what gift I have prepared for you? With that, Ta Yi Zhenren produced an item from his trousers and flung it into the air. The fire-tipped spear and the mixed heaven silk soared skyward, the latter transforming into a shape of a matchstick man performing a display of martial prowess. The fire-tipped spear and mixed heaven silk shall be bestowed upon you today. As Ta Yi Zhenren's words fell, the two treasures landed in Nezha's hands. And there is more. He whistled, and his steed, a pig, flew over. From now on, it shall be your mount. Come, give it a pat. Nezha's expression was sullen, but when the pig drew near, he raised his hand to touch its snout, igniting a flame that erupted from its nostrils. The pig transformed into a wind-fire wheel, lifting Nezha off the ground. This is my most cherished treasure. It can morph into different mounts based on its owner's attributes. Here, it has become the wind-fire wheel. Ta Yi Zhenren chuckled as the wind-fire wheel carried Nezha in circles. Butler Li, standing beside Ta Yi Zhenren, remarked, Then why is it just a pig when it's with you? Ta Yi Zhenren was momentarily taken aback, his expression unreadable as he gazed at Butler Li. The common folk, witnessing Nezha soaring through the skies, gasped in astonishment. As Nezha flew overhead, the hair of an onlooker ignited, emitting a piercing scream. Upon his return to the platform, Madame Yin placed her hand on his shoulder, saying, You little rascal. 3 years have passed in the blink of an eye. I remember when you were but a braised lion head in my womb. She pinched Nezha's nose, marveling at how he had grown into a handsome young man. I truly wish to see you grow up. Tears welled in both Madame Yin and Nezha's eyes. Why speak of such things on this joyous occasion? Li Jing approached, embracing Madame Yin. He then turned to Nezha, saying, Come, father has a safety talisman for you. May it bless you with peace. He tied a talisman around Nezha's waist. I have always been strict with you, knowing your heart harbors grievances. But I have no other way. My son, your journey ahead is long. Do not concern yourself with others' opinions. Only you can define who you are. Never give up. Nezha scoffed. Is there even a future for me? Child, what do you mean? Madame Yin and Li Jing were momentarily taken aback. The demon orb, the heavenly tribulation. I have unraveled everything. You deceived me with the spirit pearl, lured me to cultivate within the map of the state, only to confine me until my demise. This was merely to appease those fools and preserve your esteemed reputation as the commander. Nezha laughed, a blend of madness and bitterness. Master Tai's expression grew serious. Yet he lightheartedly shifted the topic. Silly disciple, what affliction has befallen you? Stop being so neurotic. Come, the banquet has begun. Feel free to eat and drink. Nezha clenched his fists, unwilling to acknowledge the truth. Very well, let us see how long you can maintain this facade. As he recited the incantation, the sun and moon coexist, the myriad spirits converge, the universe is boundless, swiftly as the decree commands. Master Tai's demeanor abruptly shifted. Who taught you that spell? Upon the completion of Nezha's incantation, flames enveloped him, and amidst the rising fire, the universe circle was propelled away. The grown Nezha appeared within the flames. Yet his eyes lacked vitality. In a corner, the universe circle was retrieved by a hand. Ah, run, cried Huahua, as the townsfolk scattered in panic. The silver-haired elder brandished his cane at the wooden frame, shouting, "Monster, I will fight you." Nezha noticed and charged toward him with his fiery spear, only to be intercepted by Li Jing. A fierce battle ensued between Nezha and Li Jing. Observing this, Master Tai flicked his dust toward Nezha, who evaded and resisted, but ultimately found himself ensnared. He lunged at Li Jing with his spear, who, in a moment of chaos, attempted to catch the blade with empty hands. Master Tai pulled Nezha back, resulting in a stalemate where Li Jing knelt, straining against the force. Madame Yin cried out anxiously, "Nezha, have you lost your senses? You are possessed and unaware. Only the universe circle can restore you." Master Tai hurriedly explained. Madame Yin turned and commanded, "Quickly, find it." What a futile effort. On a mountain near the Li residence, Shun Gongbao tossed the universe circle in his hand, declaring, "I have claimed the universe circle. Only the heavenly tribulation can shatter the demon orb." He pointed toward the Li residence, speaking to Ao Bing. "Once Nezha slays Tai and his parents, you must descend and hold him back until the heavenly tribulation descends. The populace will regard you as their savior. From then on, you can achieve glory and success without reservation." Ao Bing hesitated, but Tai and Li Jing are innocents, and if the universe circle is not removed, Nezha is not irredeemably evil. Regardless of whether he is virtuous or wicked, when the thunder strikes, he will perish. Shin Gongbao retorted, "If Tai and Li Jing remain unharmed, how can I maintain my deception before the celestial lord?" Ao Bing fell silent, realizing he was incapable of such actions. Shin Gongbao, however, fixed his gaze upon him and began recounting his experiences. "Among the disciples of the primordial celestial lord, I have been the most diligent. For a century, I have toiled in my cultivation without a moment's respite, yet I have never earned my master's favor. Do you know why?" Ao Bing snapped back to reality. Disciple is unaware. Shun Gongbao turned to reveal his true form. "It is because I am a leopard spirit who has transformed into human form. The only anomaly within our sect." Ao Bing stared blankly at Xingwang Bao, his words echoing in his ears. "Like you, I too belong to the demon clan. The prejudices harbored in the human heart form an insurmountable mountain, one that no amount of effort can ever hope to move. Opportunities to alter one's destiny are scarce throughout a lifetime." Under the celestial dome, the crowd, who had initially berated Xingwang Bao and felt indignation towards his unscrupulous methods to achieve his goals, suddenly found themselves at a loss for words upon hearing his proclamation. "Damn! He breached our defenses. How could we forget our origins? I find myself unable to harbor any animosity towards him now. Perhaps it is because I have traversed similar experiences that I can empathize so deeply. The most arduous challenge in this world is empathy, yet it is also the simplest." Nevertheless, his statement truly struck a chord within me. The prejudices within the human heart indeed resemble an immovable mountain, affecting everyone equally. It is akin to the duality of Nezha, who exists in two worlds. I resonate profoundly with this sentiment. Once prejudice takes root, any action will be misconstrued. In the same scenario, my correctness is deemed wrong, while others' errors go unnoticed. There are unspoken rules: speak too much, and you err; act too much, and you err. It is not the situation that is flawed, but rather oneself. The very act of existence is a source of lamentation. Indeed, those who harbor bias against you will always do so. Those who look down upon you will perpetually do so, regardless of your transformation. Xingwang Bao's words ring true. I prefer not to associate with those who harbor too many ulterior motives, as constant vigilance is exhausting. I also shy away from overly astute individuals, fearing my own lack of cleverness may lead to disadvantage. I yearn for the company of straightforward souls, where dialogue flows freely, candid, and genuine. Upon reflection, one might observe that Tai enjoys indulging in wine. During Nezha's birth, such a momentous occasion was easily overshadowed by a few coaxing words that led him back to drink, displaying a remarkable forgetfulness. While this may seem humorous from an observer's perspective, from Xing Wangbao's vantage point, Tai appears unreliable, yet favored by his master, which inevitably breeds envy in the diligent Xing Wangbao. To put it plainly, with a humble background, I strive to cultivate my own abilities. Yet I cannot compete with those who have inherent advantages and connections. It is disheartening to be labeled a so-called villain for harboring these sentiments. I find myself in a similar predicament, outwardly easygoing and amiable, blending seamlessly with others, yet inwardly calculating every move, my thoughts intricate and far surpassing those of my peers. I possess both the ferocity of a tempest and the compassion of a bodhisattva. Within my heart resides both Buddha and demon, yet I have confined the latter deeply, leaving only the former to flourish. I initially wished to confront everyone with the compassion of a bodhisattva, but some insist on urging me to unleash the demon within. I pose this question: when faced with a true demon in the world, will you still maintain your composure? The crowd, reflecting on Xing Guangbao's words, felt a profound resonance. For indeed, many are the realistic portrayals of lower beings from two disparate worlds. In the primordial realm, amidst chaos, the saints were momentarily taken aback upon hearing these words. The essence and insights they had long ago perceived resurfaced in their minds. Indeed, one's origins hold significant importance. Had it not been for their noble lineage, they would not have attained saintly status. Yet, the most unreasonable aspect of this world is the very nature of one's birth. In the celestial realm, Ao Bing, deeply moved by Shun Gongbao's sentiments, found himself unable to betray his conscience by harming the innocent. He knelt before Shun Gongbao, imploring, "Master, Nezha once saved my life. Although I cannot rescue him, I beseech you to allow me to save his parents and mentors to repay this debt." Shun Gongbao, somewhat irked, retorted, "Very well." He then hurled the Qiankuan circle towards Ao Bing, commanding, "Then go." Upon hearing this, Ao Bing hastily clasped his fists, seizing the Qiankuan circle, and dashed towards the Li residence. "Once you leave, do not return. Do not blame me for the warning. If your identity is exposed, it will not be merely 4 lives at stake," Shun Gongbao declared, turning away as Ao Bing vanished from sight. Shun Gongbao wondered aloud, "Where is everyone?" The absurdity of the situation elicited laughter. Such was the consequence of stuttering, breathless speech. Poor Ao Bing, despite his father and master repeatedly urging him that this was an opportunity, still sought to assist Nezha in safeguarding his parents and mentors. This child could not be led astray. Meanwhile, at the Li residence, just as Nezha's fiery spear was about to strike Li Jing, Tai Jinren waved his dust whisk, pulling Li Jing away from danger. Realizing he had missed his target, Nezha pivoted and swung his fiery spear upwards, entangling it with the misty tapestry, simultaneously severing Tai Jinren's dust whisk, causing him to momentarily lose his balance. The misty tapestry transformed into a humanoid form, charging towards Tai Jinren while wielding the fiery spear, engaging in a fierce battle of magical artifacts. After exchanging a few blows, the misty tapestry flicked the fiery spear upwards, striking between Tai Jinren's legs. Stunned, Tai Jinren stood frozen as the diminutive form of the misty tapestry sent him flying. In the next moment, the misty tapestry hurled the fiery spear towards Nezha, who, engaged in combat with Li Jing, extended his hand backward to catch it. With a swift motion, he flung Li Jing away. The misty tapestry followed suit, soaring towards the airborne Li Jing, binding him tightly. Nezha then repositioned the fiery spear, preparing to throw it at Li Jing. Lady Yin rushed forward, exclaiming, "Jar, he is your father?" Nezha forcefully pushed Lady Yin aside and, in the next heartbeat, aimed the fiery spear at Li Jing. Just as the spear was about to pierce Li Jing, a streak of blue light surged forward, colliding with Nezha's fiery spear and dispersing waves of red and blue light. The fiery spear was deflected to the ground, prompting Nezha to turn and behold a figure clad in a white cloak. The onlookers below gasped in admiration, their eyes gleaming, as they clasped their hands in awe, exclaiming, "How magnificent!" Ao Bing leaned his weapon against the Hunyuan silk, causing it to freeze and shatter, drifting back to Nezha, who, unbeknownst to him, had taken up the fire-tipped spear. In the next moment, Nezha soared towards Ao Bing, and the two engaged in battle once more. Meanwhile, in the dungeon, Hayacha, bored, blew a bubble and playfully tapped it upwards. The curled-nosed barrier beast, hearing the commotion outside, remarked, "It is quite lively out there." It then turned to the flat-headed barrier beast and asked, "Can we not go out yet?" The flat-headed barrier beast waved its hand dismissively, "No need to rush. Wait for the signal." Nodding in agreement, they resumed listening to the sounds above. Under the celestial canopy, the onlookers were left speechless. Still waiting for a signal? If we wait any longer, the flowers will wilt. They were exasperated, as the people's prejudices had led to such turmoil. Otherwise, there would not be so many complications. In the heavenly realm, above the Li residence, after a brief skirmish, Ao Bing seized the opportunity to encase Nezha in ice. Yet, in the next moment, crimson light emanated from within the icy prison, causing it to fracture. Nezha thrust out his fire-tipped spear, which Ao Bing blocked with his hammer. During this stalemate, blue ice crept along the shaft of the spear, prompting Nezha to instinctively withdraw it. Taiji Jinren, Madame Yin, and Li Jing watched with growing concern. At that moment, Ao Bing unleashed the Qiankuan ring from his sleeve and kicked it towards Taiji Jinren. "Quickly, use the Qiankuan ring," Ao Bing urged, nodding in acknowledgement. Taiji Jinren solemnly intoned a spell. As the sun and moon coexist, the 1,000 spirits converge, limitless as heaven and earth. Qian Kuan ring, heed my command. As he cast the Qian Kuan ring into the air, it gradually split into several parts, soaring towards Nezha. Noticing this, Nezha released his grip on the fire-tipped spear and flew away. After a short distance, the Qian Kuan ring, reminiscent of his childhood, formed a sphere that ensnared Nezha. Ultimately, with Taiji Jinren's decisive command, receive, it encircled Nezha's neck. After struggling briefly, Nezha slowly transformed into a fireball, descending to revert to his original youthful form. Madame Yin rushed forward. Jar. Nezha was cradled in her embrace. Under the watchful eyes of Madame Yin and Li Jing, he opened his eyes, regaining his senses. Concerned, Madame Yin asked, Jar, how do you feel? Nezha glanced at the gathered crowd, his expression a mix of sorrow and anger. He leaped from Madame Yin's arms, pushed aside Li Jing and the others, and took flight on his wind-fire wheels, leaving behind the fire-tipped spear and Hunyuan silk standing amidst the ruins. Li Jing stood silently, watching Nezha disappear into the distance. Observing this scene, Albing turned to leave, but Li Jing reached out to stop him, saying, Friend, please wait. I thank you for your timely assistance. May I ask your esteemed name? A mere name is unworthy of mention, Albing replied modestly. As Ao Bing prepared to depart after his response, Li Jing raised a glass from the nearby table and said, Allow me to toast you. As a token of my gratitude, Ao Bing raised his hand to decline, stating, I have pressing matters to attend to and cannot linger. In the next moment, Li Jing splashed the wine onto Ao Bing, leaving him astonished as he looked down. My apologies, let me assist you, Li Jing said, extending his hand. Ao Bing hastily retreated, insisting, there is no need. However, Li Jing seized his robe, revealing his true form, while the wine glass shattered on the ground. The onlookers gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, the Dragon Clan? Were they not previously suppressed at the bottom of the Eastern Sea by the Celestial Court? How have they resurfaced? Ao Bing raised his hand to shield his face with his sleeve. From the moment I first saw you, your aura felt familiar. The mark on your forehead confirmed my suspicions, Li Jing remarked, pointing at Ao Bing. The Master Tai expressed his astonishment. The spiritual pearl mark? So it was the Dragon Clan that stole the spiritual pearl. Upon hearing this, Ao Bing prepared to flee, yet Tai called out from behind. You may escape the monk, but you cannot evade the temple. I shall report to the Celestial Emperor and expose the misdeeds of the Dragon Clan. At this, Ao Bing abruptly halted. The crowd murmured among themselves, a demon remains a demon. A dog cannot change its nature. It seems the Dragon Clan has been up to no good. The Celestial Court should never have granted them clemency. Ao Bing stood still, seemingly engaged in an internal struggle, hesitating on whether to retaliate. Under the celestial canopy, the crowd was once again filled with indignation. I rescind my previous statement. This world appears even more infuriating than the other. Thank the heavens for allowing me to witness the diversity of species. These individuals truly exemplify the inability to change, forever repeating their mistakes, oblivious to their faults, forgetting their origins, is their fate. I genuinely have no desire to venture into the realm of mortals. These humans are utterly repulsive, forgetful, ungrateful, and prejudiced. It is no wonder other races harbor disdain for humanity. The reasons are all too clear. In truth, every race has its share of bad apples that tarnish the reputation of the whole, which is rather unfortunate. Indeed, I sincerely wish these foolish beings would form their own race and depart, sparing others from their burdens. The inhabitants of Chuntang Pass in the Demon Child world once again faced a barrage of online vitriol and friendly exchanges. The folks of Chuntang Pass felt a stinging embarrassment in every conceivable sense. One after another, they lamented, crying out that they were wrong, truly remorseful for their transgressions. In the Demon Child world, Ao Bing's expression shifted, gazing despondently at the celestial tapestry. Even though he had long been aware of humanity's inherent flaws, the way he was treated still brought him sadness and disappointment. He could empathize with Nezha's sentiments. In truth, allowing him to become the spiritual pearl was not a wise decision. As long as he belonged to the demon clan, he would never rise above. For humanity does not concern itself with whether a demon is virtuous or vile. If one is a demon, they are forever branded with a negative label. At this moment, Shen Gongbao made his appearance. He feigned helplessness, remarking on the chaos unfolding. Tai Jinren was utterly astonished. Junior brother? Shen Gongbao sighed, lamenting that what could have been resolved with the death of 4 individuals had now escalated to a situation where everyone present would not survive. Tai Jinren's expression grew complex. Is this matter connected to you as well? Shen Gongbao replied coldly. At this juncture, I shall not conceal the truth from you any longer. I possess the spirit pearl, and Ao Bing is my disciple. Upon hearing this, Tai Jinren staggered back in shock, exclaiming, Have you lost your mind? Are you not afraid of Heavenly Sovereign's retribution? Shin Gongbao lowered his head with a cold smile, mocking, What is there to fear? If you all perish, there will be no one left to report my actions. He then patted Ao Bing on the shoulder. My apprentice, what can be done now? The fate of the Dragon Clan rests upon your will. Ao Bing struggled for a moment before finally steeling his resolve. He shouted loudly, summoning his weapon, which stirred the sea and elevated it to the skies above Chintang Pass. Tai Jinren's expression changed drastically. What is he planning to do? At last, the waters coalesced into a form capable of obliterating Chintang Pass. Ao Bing stood firm on the ground, casting his weapon into the celestial waters, which began to freeze as it made contact, ultimately transforming the sea into solid ice. He intended to entomb Chintang Pass alive. Li Jing's face turned pale with horror as he raised his voice in alarm. The common folk, finally aware of their peril, hurriedly fled in every direction. Li Jing charged towards Ao Bing, exclaiming, now you know fear. Truth be told, I have little patience for these fools. Witnessing their absurd actions fills me with an unquenchable desire to silence them. They repay kindness with malice, their tongues ever loquacious, spreading rumors that can lead to the demise of countless innocents. They say that crimes do not warrant the death penalty. Yet that is merely because the crime has not befallen them. How many have perished due to falsehoods and wrongful accusations? Are those lives not precious? It is only by virtue of Nezha's fortitude and strong will that he has not succumbed to these rumor-mongering fools who have repeatedly sought to attack him with weapons. However, should Ao Bing and his companions truly annihilate Chintang Pass, this matter will certainly not end well. In the grand design of the deification calamity, those in power must already be aware of Nezha and Ao Bing's affairs, and the Dragon Clan will assuredly face dire consequences. Moreover, all clans will become battlegrounds in this calamity, and the plight of this world will worsen. Both the human and demon races will serve as hunting grounds for the teachings of the Chan. Ultimately, the heavenly court will emerge as the greatest victor. It is indeed lamentable. Every step is ensnared in a scheme, a truly chilling reality. Meanwhile, Nezha had retreated to the woods, striking the trees in a fit of rage. He gasped for breath, kneeling and pressing his hands against the ground, weeping in sorrow. Not far away, the fire wheel ignited with flames, drawing Nezha's attention. He witnessed the fire wheel transform back into the form of a pig. The creature plucked a blade of grass with its ear and poked its own nose, leaving Nezha in a state of bewilderment as he observed its antics. A great sneeze erupted, scattering mist, and within the clouds, the figure of Li Jing materialized. Kneeling upon the cloud layers, he heard the words of Tai Jinren beside him. It has been quite some time since we passed Chintang Pass. We should return sooner. Perhaps we can still do something for the child. Chang Shengyin circled around, astonished, and inquired, Why must we leave so soon after arriving? Stay and chat with me a while. Tai Jinren, growing impatient, replied, I have no time for your prattle now. Chang Shengyin sighed deeply, stating, The curse of the heavenly tribulation cannot be undone, yet there are other means. We could employ the technique of substitution. With a dismissive wave of his hand, Tai Jinren interrupted, this cloud knows nothing. He merely boasts. In the next moment, Tai Jinren found himself bound by ropes formed from clouds, declaring, I have been your senior for centuries. I am your elder brother. What you do not comprehend, I do. I will show you my prowess. Hurriedly, Tai Jinren exclaimed, Little Yun, wait. He presented 2 talismans known as life exchange charms, explaining, Find a willing blood relative to sacrifice themselves for the cursed individual. During the heavenly tribulation, place one charm on the cursed person and the other on the relative, and the heavenly lightning will be redirected to the blood relative. As he spoke, Chang Shengyin deftly drew the talismans, presenting one to Li Jing while sticking out his tongue at Tai Jinren. Li Jing examined the charm carefully, and at that moment, Tai Jinren was finally released. As he stood, he saw Li Jing kneeling in a gesture of respect. My lord, what are you doing? Tai Jinren rushed over to support Li Jing's arm, inquiring. Li Jing replied, I have resolved to exchange my life for Nezha's. I implore you, immortal, to keep this matter confidential from my wife. Tai Jinren sighed, remarking, My lord, you may save Nezha for a moment, but not for eternity. The demon orb will ultimately wreak havoc upon the world, and when the celestial lord emerges, he will not spare him. What is this demon orb? Chang Shengyin suddenly interjected. I shall use the remaining 2 years to guide Nezha onto the righteous path, earning him the recognition of the world, Li Jing continued. Maintaining his respectful posture, Tai Jinren hastily gestured, This cannot be allowed. Immortal, if you do not grant permission, I shall share the same fate as Nezha during the heavenly tribulation. This cannot be. Tai Yizhenren hesitated further. Chang Shengyin chimed in again. What is Nezha to you? Li Jing raised his head, his gaze resolute as he declared, he is my son. The scene concluded here. Nezha stood, transfixed by the moment. He retrieved the birthday gift from his waist, opening the safety charm to reveal a life exchange talisman within. Gazing at the talisman, tears finally streamed down Nezha's face. Realizing his misunderstanding, the onlookers beneath the celestial dome were profoundly moved. It was this Li Jing who embodied the essence of a true father. As for the other Li Jing, what was he? To exchange life for life. This Li Jing was indeed commendable. I acknowledge him now. This is the essence of a father who genuinely loves his child. How pitiable the Nezha from another realm must be. Beneath the celestial canopy, the crowd murmured in sympathy. In the primordial world, Nezha clenched his fists, gazing at the scene projected above, feeling both a piercing discomfort and profound sorrow. How absurd it is. He had never envisioned a day when such words would escape from Li Jing's lips, nor that he would be subjected to such treatment. Even if they belonged to different worlds, why? Why was he confronted with a scoundrel of a man? An overwhelming fury surged within Nezha until a hand rested upon his shoulder. Nezha, it was Yang Jian. Second brother. Yang Jian remarked, if you do not wish to watch, then simply look away. Nezha, feigning indifference, managed a smile. What was there to avoid? They were not from the same world. He merely found certain memories unsettling. Yang Jian sighed, choosing not to press further. After all, as rebellious souls, they were alike in their defiance. In the realm of the magical youth, Lady Yin stared at Li Jing, her expression frozen in disbelief. You had long planned this, trading your life for Nezhas? Li Jing averted his gaze, unable to meet his wife's piercing inquiry, as his decision had been made in secrecy, leaving him feeling guilty. In truth, Lady Yin was merely angry that he chose to bear such burdens alone without informing her. Nezha, equally incredulous, turned his gaze from the heavens to Li Jing, declaring, I do not want you to trade your life for mine. I shall bear my own burdens. Li Jing sighed, we are family. We are family. Hence we all consider one another's well-being. Nezha turned away, concealing his tear-filled eyes from them, only to meet Ao Bing's gaze. Suddenly, he felt embarrassed and enraged, hastily wiping his face before running off. Why was it that every time he shed tears, this little rascal caught him in the act? Ao Bing found the situation amusing. At that moment, Shun Gongbao emerged from the depths of the sea. Since everything had been exposed by the celestial screen, what else could be done but to abandon all pretense? Observing Ao Bing and Nezha together, Shun Gongbao felt no surprise. He had anticipated this outcome. There was a certain calm madness about him. Though Tai Yizhenren and the others regarded Shun Gongbao with caution, they refrained from confronting him. After all, his previous words had resonated with them, even if they disapproved of his act of stealing the spirit pearl. Junior brother, what brings you here? Tai Yizhenren asked, somewhat awkwardly. Shun Gongbao shot him a glance. My disciple is here. If you can come, why can't I? Tai Yizhenren fell silent, unsure how to respond. Shun Gongbao glanced at Ao Bing, who, feeling guilty, stammered, Master. Shun Gongbao sighed, choosing not to speak further, fully aware of Ao Bing's nature. He merely wondered whether the appearance of the celestial screen might herald some turning point. Otherwise, they would indeed be left with no options. In the celestial expanse, at the Li residence, Li Jing charged towards Ao Bing, exclaiming fervently, Halt! His sword struck Ao Bing, yet the blade merely glanced off. The scales glimmering at the point of contact revealing the formidable Wanlong armor, which absorbed the blow without inflicting any damage, sending Li Jing flying backward. Lady Yin rushed forward, but her blade too was thwarted by the Wanlong armor, resulting in her being repelled and caught by Li Jing. What a powerful treasure, Lady Yin remarked, her expression grave. Aim for his head. With that, the couple lunged forward simultaneously. Just as they were about to land their strikes, Ao Bing swiftly pivoted, evading their assault, seizing their weapons, and encasing them in ice. Suddenly, he sensed a disturbance behind him. A fireball descended from the distant heavens. Ao Bing hastily erected an ice wall to shield against the impact, the dispersing flames melting the ice that enveloped Li Jing and his wife. The fireball revealed its true form, Nezha, standing upon a fiery wheel. With fluidity, the fire-tipped spear and the Hunyuan silk flew into his grasp. Ao Bing and Nezha faced each other, the latter clearly taken aback by the unexpected encounter, questioning, Ao Bing? Ao Bing bowed his head and closed his eyes, while Shun Gongbao, engaged in combat with Tai Yizhenren behind Ao Bing, shouted, Stop wasting time with him. Nezha, even more perplexed, remarked, Shun Gongbao, what are you doing here? Frustrated by the loss of his true name, Shun Gongbao, amidst his struggle with Tai Jinren, retorted indignantly, "It's Shun Gongbao." Tai Jinren, after enduring a powerful strike from Shun Gongbao, staggered back and recounted the unfolding events. It was Shun Gongbao who stole the divine pearl and was reincarnated within Ao Bing. He intends to bury Qintang Pass alive. At that moment, the ice encasing Ao Bing began to crumble, large chunks plummeting from above. The townsfolk fled in panic. And as Cho and his mother clutched their younger sister, a massive piece of ice fell beside them, prompting them to shield her. Witnessing this scene, Nezha bellowed, "Cease." He then brandished the fire-tipped spear and charged at Ao Bing, hurling the weapon. Ao Bing narrowly dodged, but Nezha, undeterred, surged forth with the spear, initiating a fierce exchange. After several exchanges, Ao Bing retreated, summoning his weapon with a flourish, and conjured a tidal wave directed at Nezha. In response, Nezha swung the fire-tipped spear in a circular motion, deflecting the oncoming water. The wave evaporated under Nezha's flames, enveloping the Li residence in a mist. Ao Bing declared, "Your strength is largely constrained by the Qinquan circle. You cannot defeat me." Nezha, gripping the fire-tipped spear, retorted, "Enough talk. As long as I am here, you shall not wreak havoc." With that, he charged again. During their skirmish, Ao Bing shouted, "Do not force my hand." Subsequently, he launched an aggressive assault. Nezha, deftly maneuvering upon his fiery wheel, evaded the attacks, exclaiming, "You cannot hit me." He darted into the mist. Ao Bing furrowed his brow and declared, "Very well. I shall ensure you have nowhere to escape." As Ao Bing clasped his hands together, a brilliant blue light emanated from his weapon. Shortly thereafter, a voice pierced through the mist. "Stop, you rebellious disciple." Startled, Ao Bing quickly halted his actions, and before him stood Shun Gongbao, encased in ice. Ao Bing promptly knelt, cupping his fists in respect. "I am at fault, master." Suddenly, Shun Gongbao pointed behind Ao Bing and exclaimed, "Nezha." Instantly, Ao Bing sprang to his feet, weapon in hand, turning to face the threat. However, Shun Gongbao drew Nezha's fiery spear and thrust it toward Ao Bing's back. Ao Bing turned slowly, hearing Nezha's voice. "What a tire! The fiery spear cannot pierce it." Realizing the situation, Ao Bing exclaimed, "Transformation technique?" He then raised his weapon and struck. After evading a few blows, Nezha taunted, "Come and catch me, come on," and leapt into the shrouded mist. Frustrated, Ao Bing stood amidst the fog, declaring, "Demon, our paths shall not cross in harmony." Meanwhile, Tai Jinren and Shun Gongbao were engaged in a fierce battle. After a few exchanges, Shun Gongbao managed to kick Tai Jinren away, with his lightning whip swirling. He struck at Tai Jinren, who nimbly dodged but still suffered a blow from the whip. Rubbing his rear, Tai Jinren scolded, "Junior brother, do not go too far. I am your senior, after all." With a sneer, Shun Gongbao charged forward, retorting, "What makes you superior? I am the best candidate among the 12 golden immortals." With that, he spun Tai Jinren like a top, sending him crashing into a pillar. Just as Shun Gongbao prepared to press his advantage, Tai Jinren brandished the map of mountains and rivers, causing Shun Gongbao to swiftly evade. Observing the artifact, Shun Gongbao scoffed, "Ah, your master has bestowed upon you the map of mountains and rivers." Tai Jinren, reclaiming the map, urged, "You should surrender at once." Shun Gongbao replied with a derisive laugh, "A fine treasure indeed, but it depends on who wields it." Tai Jinren brandished the map. "Take this." Shun Gongbao skillfully dodged, but ultimately, a final blow struck Tai Jinren, knocking him back to the ground. Groaning, Tai Jinren crawled toward the enveloping mist. "Don't run." Shun Gongbao pursued him. As they chased, they encountered a figure rushing toward them, resulting in a collision. Disoriented, they held their heads and stared at each other. The Nezha transformed Shun Gongbao glanced at Shun Gongbao's weapon, swiftly morphing his own into the lightning whip while turning Shun Gongbao's whip into the fiery spear. Shun Gongbao stared dumbfounded at the fiery spear in his hand. Just then, Ao Bing rushed in, placing himself between the two. He surveyed the scene, his gaze landing on the fiery spear in Shun Gongbao's grasp. Convinced of his target, he declared, "I've got you," and lunged forward, swinging his weapon with great force. Shun Gongbao wielded his fiery spear to deflect the blow, angrily exclaiming, "Rebellious disciple, I am your master." "Silence. Do you understand that details determine success or failure?" Ao Bing, however, paid no heed to his explanation and charged forward to strike. Nezha, standing by, fanned the flames of battle, declaring, "Disciple, I shall assist you." He too rushed in, joining forces with Ao Bing to confront Shun Gongbao. Surrounded on both sides by their relentless assault, Shun Gongbao quickly succumbed to defeat. Ultimately, with a forceful kick from Ao Bing, He was sent crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. Nezha, giving a thumbs up, praised, "Disciple, splendid skill." Ao Bing humbly replied, "Master, you flatter me." Then, in a jest, Nezha thrust his spear into Ao Bing, exclaiming, "This is your reward." Bursting into laughter, Nezha vanished into the mist, leaving Ao Bing bewildered and irate amidst the swirling winds. What the hell? This is hilarious. How can they make even fighting seem so comical? I never anticipated being deceived like this, but indeed, transformation techniques can only be discerned by those whose cultivation surpasses one major realm. In this world, Nezha and Ao Bing possess relatively low combat prowess, and being on a similar level, it is natural they couldn't see through it. Ha. Ao Bing is utterly perplexed. As the scene unfolded, Nezha, brandishing his fiery spear, ran until he encountered Tai Junren, who was holding the map of mountains and rivers. Noticing Nezha, Tai Junren prepared to receive him just as Nezha called out, "Master." In an instant, Tai Junren enveloped Nezha within the map, gleefully thinking, "What a breeze." However, upon looking up, he was startled to see another Shin Gongbao emerging from the mist. Shin Gongbao menacingly threatened him, and Tai Junren, confused, glanced between the map and Shin Gongbao. At that moment, Ao Bing rushed in from behind Shin Gongbao, weapon raised, and struck the map instead. Helplessly, Ao Bing was drawn into the map. Shin Gongbao gasped, "Not good." He lunged forward, grabbing Ao Bing's foot, and despite a struggle, was pulled into the map alongside him, ensnaring Tai Junren with a lightning whip. The three of them tumbled to the ground. Ao Bing, eyeing Shin Gongbao warily, demanded, "Who are you?" Shin Gongbao, exasperated, replied, "I am your master." Tai Junren, rubbing his head in disbelief, turned to see Nezha, spear in hand, standing nearby. With a swift motion, Tai Junren struck at Nezha, who blocked the blow, declaring, "Master, I am Nezha." He then reverted to his original form. "Ah, it is you," Tai Junren exclaimed, realization dawning upon him as he brandished a brush to open the exit. "Let us hasten our escape." Shin Gongbao pointed at Tai and exclaimed, "Only that brush can escape. Seize it." With that, both Shin Gongbao and Ao Bing surged forward. In a mere 2 moves, Shin Gongbao ensnared the body of the true man Tai with his thunder whip, rendering him so electrified that his bones were visible. The brush of destiny was flung away. Nezha and Ao Bing hastily fought over it, and after several exchanges, Shin Gongbao joined the fray, leading to a chaotic melee. The 4 of them became encased in ice, forming a frozen sphere. "Disciple, retrieve the brush." Shin Gongbao instructed Ao Bing, then exhaled a breath. The ice sphere began to roll slightly, and it seemed Ao Bing was about to grasp the brush of destiny. In the next moment, Tai let out a gust of wind, propelling the ice sphere and thwarting Ao Bing's attempt to seize the brush. Observing this scene, Tai immediately turned to Nezha and declared, "Disciple, I shall assist you in retrieving the brush." He then released another small gust, causing the ice sphere to rotate, allowing Nezha's foot to stretch towards the brush. Shin Gongbao scoffed, "Let us see how much you have left in reserve. My ammunition is inexhaustible." With that, he took a deep breath, inadvertently inhaling Tai's wind, and promptly fell into a stupor, foaming at the mouth. Tai chuckled softly, saying, "I still have a little left." He then used his last bit of energy to help Nezha touch the brush with his foot. Elated, Nezha swung the brush with his foot and exclaimed, "Behold." In the next instant, a vast chasm opened up beneath them, and the ice sphere plummeted into the depths. Nezha quickly sketched some stone pillars with his foot to shield against the fall. The ice sphere rebounded off the pillars, and as it collided with the rocky mound, Nezha swiftly drew a path, leading them all into the water to drift along the current. "Can you even draw? Silly disciple," Tai exclaimed, nearly cracking up. Nezha retorted defiantly, "You try drawing with your feet, and see how difficult it is." Onlookers could see them bouncing around like glass balls, leaving the Li Jing couple and the common folk outside the river and mountains map utterly astonished. After an unknown number of bounces, just before the ice sphere plunged into the lava, Nezha managed to sketch an exit. A brilliant white light flashed across the river and mountains map, and the ice sphere burst forth, crashing to the ground and shattering, casting its occupants out. As Nezha landed, he immediately engaged in combat with the now upright Shin Gongbao. Ultimately, Shin Gongbao's thunder whip entwined with Nezha's fiery spear, leading to a tug of war. As the dense fog gradually dissipated, Ao Bing had just regained his footing when the Li Jing couple lunged at him. With a swift motion, Ao Bing wielded his weapon to sever the swords of the Li Jing couple. Staring at their broken blades, the couple watched as Ao Bing leaped to attack them. Nezha, witnessing this, promptly released his fiery spear and dashed forward, shielding the couple just before Ao Bing's weapon could strike them. Ao Bing's weapon collided with Nezha, and the three of them were propelled away. Nezha, slightly dazed, managed to stand but collapsed the next moment. Nezha, the Li Jing couple rushed to support him. At that moment, Shun Gongbao charged from behind, but his assault was thwarted by Tai Zhenren, who deftly blocked it with his whisk. Ao Bing stood aside, a pained sigh escaping his lips, yet he understood that for the sake of his kin, he had no choice but to act. In the blink of an eye, Ao Bing ascended, enveloped in swirling clouds, a radiant blue light emanating from within. After a brief interval, a white dragon emerged from the mist, soaring gracefully above the ice layer. Ao Bing coiled upwards, exerting pressure upon the ice beneath him. The pillars of ice began to crumble, and fragments fell away, threatening the imminent collapse of the ice, which would entomb Chintang Pass. Nezha observed this scene with grave intensity, reciting incantations. The sun and moon coexist. The myriad spirits converge as one. The cosmos is boundless. The circle of heaven and earth, swiftly as the decree. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He could not unleash his full power, for it would render him unconscious. The Qianquan circle around his neck shifted to his wrist. The demonic mark upon Nezha's forehead glowed, and a burst of flames surged forth, revealing his grown form. In the next moment, Nezha summoned the fire-tipped spear to his hand and shot upward into the sky. With all his strength, Nezha lifted the ice layer, flames radiating from him in all directions. As he persevered, the ice began to rise. Ao Bing sensed this shift and dove to push the ice back down. In their struggle, several tall structures began to collapse. The common folk scattered in panic. Some resigned to their fate, remaining motionless. Do not struggle. You were born as a demonic orb. It is your destiny, Ao Bing declared. Nezha, straining to uphold the ice, retorted, curse your fate. My life is mine to command, not dictated by heaven. Whether demon or immortal, it is I who decides. With those words, Nezha manifested 6 arms, roaring as the ice began to ascend. The citizens of Chintang Pass looked up, their feelings a tumultuous mix. At the brink of life and death, in dire straits. They seemed to realize their past errors. The onlookers beneath the celestial dome were equally astounded. What a proclamation! My life is mine to command. Their emotions were complex, as if a fire ignited within their hearts. Many beings had felt discontent and condemned injustice, yet few dared to utter such declarations, paralyzed by fear and trepidation. But now, someone had voiced their cries. Nezha, I admire your spirit, they exclaimed. Idol, I feel a stirring in my heart. The dual Nezha evoked tears of defiance against fate's inequity. I finally understand why the celestial dome broadcasts this. Each segment imparts profound wisdom. The greatest evil in the world lies not in status, but in the human heart and nature. Oh, it has truly struck a chord with me. In the primordial world, everyone felt exhilarated, thrilled, and daring. No one can openly defy the heavens, such is fate, and one must accept it. Yet, they stubbornly refuse to believe in destiny. The phrase my fate is determined by me, not by heaven resonates as the collective sentiment of all. The demon race in the realm of the demon child ignited with fervor, suddenly feeling a pang in their hearts, their vision blurred with tears. Is my fate truly mine to command? They have long endured oppression, lacking the courage to resist, but now it appears they have discovered their valor. The residents of Chintang Pass share a similarly tumultuous emotional landscape. They have long recognized their mistakes and shortcomings. The more they observe the present, the more they realize how ludicrous their past selves were. They too have been the executioners, casting others into the abyss. Amidst the celestial dome, a thunderous roar erupted as flames burst forth from Nezha, enveloping the entire icy expanse, which melted away in an instant. Raindrops fell steadily, and the onlookers gazed upwards in astonishment at Nezha's towering silhouette. Flames flickered along Nezha's form, and beneath Ao Bing's feet, fiery glimmers emerged from the ice. Ultimately, a magnificent flame lotus evaporated the ice, creating a breathtaking tableau. As Ao Bing departed from the flame lotus, he saw the Xiantian Ling wrapping around him. He twirled to evade it, but was ultimately ensnared. In the distance, a fireball hurtled toward him, yet the fiery spear halted just before his eyes, mere inches from Ao Bing's gaze. At last, the Xiantian Ling gradually loosened, revealing Ao Bing in human form. He turned to Nezha behind him and inquired, "Why do you not strike?" Nezha, having reverted to his childlike form, earnestly replied, "I told you, you are my only friend." Ao Bing turned away, falling into silence. At that moment, dark thunderclouds gathered above, and a rumble of thunder filled the air. Nezha looked skyward and declared, "It seems my time has come. You should leave." Ao Bing hesitated, turning back to ask, "Are you not afraid of what I might do in the future?" Before he could finish, Nezha lunged forward, grasping Ao Bing's collar and exclaimed with fury, "Are you even a spirit pearl? I, a mere demon, live more like a human than you. Can you be any more cowardly?" Ao Bing stood in shock, lowering his gaze. "But I am of the dragon clan. My fate was sealed the moment I was born." "Nonsense. The opinions of others are meaningless. Only you can define who you are. This is the lesson my father taught me. If fate is unjust, then fight against it to the end." Ao Bing gazed at him in quiet contemplation, as if something profound was awakening within him. In the primordial world, the great King Li Jing, imprisoned in the heavenly dungeon, could no longer maintain his composure. Witnessing the sacrifices made by Li Jing in another realm and hearing Nezha's words, he suddenly felt like the sole jester. He had ignored Jin Zha and Mu Zha, failing to guide them properly. With Nezha, he had been especially cruel, wishing for his demise. Ultimately, his family was shattered, abandoned by all. He clung to his pride, refusing to acknowledge his faults, becoming the subject of ridicule among his peers and the world at large. He not only failed as a father, but also faltered as a person, even as a deity. He appeared laughable. What, then, does all of this amount to? What absurd pride is he clinging to? Li Jing was completely broken down. In the celestial realm, as Nezha descended to the ground, Li Jing and Lady Yin hurriedly approached him, their faces etched with concern. "Jar." Nezha waved his hand, binding them with the Hunyuan silk. As Li Jing and Lady Yin struggled against the restraints. "Jar, what are you doing?" Nezha thrust his fire-tipped spear into the air, retrieving a life exchange talisman from the peaceful blessing. To Li Jing's astonishment, he tore the talisman to shreds, the fragments scattering and igniting into ashes. "I bear my own life, so as not to burden others." "No, Jar, please don't." Li Jing and Lady Yin struggled desperately. Feigning indifference, Nezha remarked, "It's not a big deal. 3 years may be short, but I've had my share of fun." However, his expression soon faltered. The only regret lingering was that he had not yet played shuttlecock with them. Li Jing and Nezha locked eyes, tears welling up, while Lady Yin broke into sobs. "Today is my birthday celebration. You mustn't cry." Nezha pointed at the crowd, raising his voice in a feigned nonchalance. Yet, even he could no longer maintain his facade, taking several deep breaths before turning away to wipe his tears. Once more, he felt a sense of shame. Unable to contain themselves, Lady Yin and Li Jing wept openly as Nezha turned back to them. "Father, mother," Nezha knelt before them, bowing his head. "Thank you." Li Jing and Lady Yin shook their heads, their faces streaked with tears. Above, thunderclouds gathered as lightning flickered around Nezha. He ascended towards the heavens, glancing back at his floating form, smiling and waving at Li Jing and his wife amidst their shouts. The thunderous tribulation descended with great force. Suddenly, a white mist wafted through, and Nezha turned to see Ao Bing arriving. Nezha's expression shifted dramatically. "Are you seeking death?" Below the thunderclouds, Shen Gongbao, engaged in battle with the great master Tai, exclaimed in shock, "Ao Bing, have you lost your mind?" Ao Bing remained silent, summoning the armor of 10,000 dragons. The armor disintegrated into scales, reshaping into a shield that truly withstood the ferocious lightning. The thunder, deflected by the armor, scattered in all directions, striking mountains, rooftops, and the sea. The shield, however, began to crack under the pressure before ultimately shattering. The lightning then descended upon Nezha and Ao Bing once more. Witnessing this, Shen Gongbao's composure shattered. "Fool, it's all over." He glared fiercely at the great master Tai. "Brother, we have plenty of time ahead." With that, he soared towards the East Sea. Meanwhile, in the sky, Nezha and Ao Bing exerted all their strength to resist the heavenly tribulation. To lose a life in vain. "Are you foolish?" Nezha struggled to voice his thoughts. Ao Bing responded, "Not foolish enough to befriend you." For once, Nezha let out a rare, joyful laugh. Hearing Nezha's laughter, Ao Bing chuckled as well and grasped Nezha's outstretched hand. As their hands intertwined, the demonic orb and spiritual pearl imprints on their foreheads radiated brilliance. The blue and red lights intertwined, symbolizing the united strength of the spiritual pearl and demonic orb, much like the primordial pearl refined by the primordial heavenly venerable. Their lights eventually converged. The spiritual pearl and demonic orb were, by nature, a pair destined to be together. In that moment, an understanding seemed to dawn upon them. They exchanged glances and simultaneously waved their hands forward, summoning a swirling vortex of blue and red behind them, which began to consume the thunder. Tai Jinren watched in astonishment, realizing with a sense of inevitability that the fusion of the spiritual pearl and demonic orb could yield such power. Within the vortex, Ao Bing and Nezha were enveloped in arcs of lightning. Nezha exclaimed, "I can't take it anymore. My body feels like it's about to explode. Ao Bing and Nezha concentrated their energies into a lightning sphere, deciding to return what they could not consume. The purple lightning sphere they created collided with the blue lightning sphere above, sending waves of energy rippling outward in an explosive display. I can't hold on. Nezha gritted his teeth. At that moment, the blue lightning sphere and the thundercloud devoured their purple sphere, causing a tremendous explosion of lightning that illuminated the sky, reducing it to ashes. Below, Tai Jinren's expression grew serious. They had managed to endure this long. He retrieved the 7-colored treasure lotus from his pocket, uncertain if his addition would make a difference. With that, he soared into the heavens, braving the thunder as he flew toward Nezha and Ao Bing, exclaiming, "Open." The 7-colored lotus blossomed and enveloped both of them in a brilliant white light at the last possible moment. A tremendous wave of magical energy surged forth. As the white light flashed, the citizens of Chintang Pass, amidst the ruins, helped one another to their feet, gazing up at the immense pit at the center. Lady Yin and Li Jing, filled with sorrow and despair, searched tirelessly through the debris. Jar, jar. Finally, Lady Yin discovered the glowing 7-colored lotus. As the lotus opened, a sphere formed from the fusion of red and blue light emerged, revealing the figures of Nezha and Ao Bing. They awakened, astonished. Ao Bing queried, "How could this happen?" Nezha joyously responded, "Huh? I am not dead." "Wrong. You are both dead," Tai Jinren said, crawling out from the ruins and collapsing to the ground. The 7-colored lotus could not preserve your physical forms, but at least it safeguarded your spirits. Alas, I have lost my 3 flowers gathering at the crown. My cultivation diminished by hundreds of years due to the heavenly thunder. You little rascal, you nearly scared me to death. Lady Yin cried, leaning against Li Jing, nearly overwhelmed with joy. Tears welled up in Nezha's eyes as well. At that moment, a commotion arose from the vast pit behind, where the citizens of Chintang Pass approached. Their backs turned to the radiant light, ultimately kneeling before Nezha. They had at last acknowledged their errors. The presence of Tai Jinren and his companions brought smiles of reassurance as they beheld the scene. Nezha, illuminated by a flickering red glow, wiped away the tears from his face, contemplating the question of whether one could alter their destiny. "I am uncertain. Yet I understand that defiance against fate is Nezha's true essence." Finally, under the resplendent sunlight, Nezha spoke earnestly. "One cannot unleash their full potential without risking consciousness, for it evokes both admiration and sorrow. My fate is determined by me, not by the heavens. Whether I am a demon or a celestial being, my words hold the ultimate weight." Upon hearing this, an indescribable emotion welled within me. It struck me that prejudice is an affliction shared by all sentient beings, rendering this world rather absurd. I was truly moved to tears, feeling both invigorated and despondent, and I sighed with relief upon realizing that both of them had survived. Each Nezha bears a heavy burden, yet it appears that this incarnation is far better off than the other, the little bitter melon, who possesses not, but is relentlessly pressured toward demise. It is truly suffocating. If one were to ask me whether a person can change their fate, I cannot say for certain, but I do know that defiance against destiny is Nezha's calling, and it brings me to tears. While I deeply admire Nezha's words, I often find that one must accept fate. We ordinary individuals cannot contend with the divine beings of the cosmos. Though we cannot match their power, we must resist. Should we lose even the courage to oppose, and if all become numb, then our kind shall indeed face extinction. Under the heavenly canopy, the audience was moved to tears, feeling both the intensity of the moment and the weight of despair. After witnessing the contrast between the two Nezhas, I felt an overwhelming sense of suffocation. The circumstances of both worlds are similar, yet vastly different. The truly helpless one is the spiritual pearl Nezha. He possesses nothing at all. The concepts of good and evil cannot be defined by race or identity. Everything becomes indistinguishable. As Lady Yin gazed upon Nezha in the celestial realm, her heart swelled with joy upon realizing he was alive. "My dear Nezha," she exclaimed, embracing him tightly. This miracle was, indeed, thanks to the final lotus flower bestowed by Tai Xianchang. Had it not been for that flower, he would have truly been lost. Tai Jinren chuckled. "Nezha is my disciple. How could I not save him?" Nezha and Ao Bing exchanged a knowing smile, marveling at the prospect of fighting side by side in the future. "You are quite reckless, charging in like that, without fear for your life," Ao Bing retorted, to which Nezha replied, "Who would befriend you if they weren't a bit foolish?" They both burst into laughter. Meanwhile, Shun Gongbao stood aloof, his expression somber and displeased. Below the eastern sea, Ao Guang was seething with rage. This little rascal, does he not value his own life? He flew up to shield others from the heavenly tribulations. When he returns, I shall teach him a lesson. Fortunately, as long as the person is safe, that is all that matters. It is certain that one would be reluctant to draw. At most, a reprimand would suffice. In the world of primordial chaos, Nezha gazed up at the heavens with a complex expression, never expecting that one day he would fight alongside Ao Bing, and that Li Jing would risk his life to save him. So many loved him, yet those affections were ultimately not his own. At that moment, a voice resonated from the celestial expanse. Nezha, do you wish to traverse to that world? Simultaneously, in the demon child realm, the voice of Tianyin posed the same inquiry to Li Jing, Madame Yin, and Nezha regarding their opinions. Would you allow another Nezha from a different world to come here? Li Jing and Madame Yin were momentarily taken aback, but quickly realized it was the heavens asking them, their astonishment giving way to contemplation of the question posed. They felt profound sympathy for the alternate Nezha's experiences. If possible, it would be far better for him to come to this world rather than remain in a dismal existence elsewhere. However, they first needed to consult their own child's perspective. Thus, they turned to Nezha. What do you think, dear? Nezha felt little concern. The plight of his counterpart was indeed tragic, and he naturally wished for a better fate. His suffering in another world wouldn't lead to a better life. If he comes here, then so be it. From now on, my family will be his family. As for friends, here, Nezha glanced at Ao Bing. Friends cannot be shared. They belong solely to me. Meanwhile, the other Nezha was still pondering his response when he caught sight of the imagery transmitted from the celestial realm. He remained silent for a long while before suddenly breaking into a smile. His voice rang clear and bright. No, each Nezha is unique, with his own world and mission. If I were to go, it would merely be to steal a life that does not belong to me. I find my current state quite satisfactory. However, should trouble arise, I would not hesitate to lend a hand. His response was relayed to the denizens of the demon child world. Though Li Jing and Madame Yin felt a twinge of disappointment and sadness, they respected his choice. Very well then. Nezha pouted. If he doesn't come, then so be it. Nevertheless, the celestial realm bestowed different opportunities upon the two Nezhas. The reward for the Nezha of the demon child realm was the removal of the heavenly tribulation curse and the bestowal of golden immortal cultivation. In contrast, the Nezha of the primordial chaos realm received a ticket for interworld travel and the pinnacle of Tai golden immortal cultivation. As a spiritual pearl nurtured by the benevolent Inhua, his previous cultivation had reached the peak of Tai golden immortal, but having died early in this life, his cultivation had stagnated at the mid-stage of Tai golden immortal due to various reasons after reconstructing his body. Now, it was merely a restoration of his original cultivation. Both realms experienced changes due to the celestial realm's interventions, yet the transformations were more pronounced in the demon child world. The calamity of the investiture of the gods was effectively in shambles. Both the demon and human races had begun to mobilize, while the factions of the Way of Enlightenment and the Way of Interception found themselves in dire straits. This time, the human race sought to assert their own authority, while the demon race no longer wished to endure oppression. Nuwa, revered as the mother of humanity and the sovereign of the demonic realm, had previously fallen victim to the machinations of several other saints. However, with the assistance of the celestial veil, she now stands as a pillar for both races. As one of the earliest ascended saints, her peers are notably inferior. Otherwise, they would not have expended such effort to undermine her fortune and foundation. This time, fortified against deceit, none shall succeed in their schemes against her. Should certain factions within the Chan sect contemplate further subterfuge, they must reckon with the wrath of a saint and the fury of Nezha, the champion of both worlds. As the audience beneath the celestial veil presumed the display to be at an end, the screen illuminated once more, revealing yet another segment featuring the demon child Nezha. A murmur of surprise rippled through the crowd. They had thought it concluded. In my view, unusual occurrences often herald more chaos, and it is certain that further complications will arise. Amidst the discussions, the celestial veil began to play. Can we not leave yet? Asked the curled-nosed barrier beast. Straining against the debris above it, the flat-headed barrier beast responded with equal effort. We have yet to receive a signal. The curled-nosed beast inquired. What is a signal? The flat-headed beast paused, indeed. What is a signal? Upon hearing this, both the sea yiksha and the curled-nosed barrier beast gaped in astonishment. The audience beneath the celestial veil exchanged incredulous glances. It is truly remarkable. They had nearly forgotten about these three, who remain as unreliable and absurd as ever. Indeed, amidst such tumult, they have no intention of fleeing. Even a simple relocation to a safer spot would suffice, yet they stubbornly persist. The irony is further compounded by their prolonged wait for a signal. only to forget what a signal even is. It is no wonder they are so ludicrous. One must never entrust critical tasks to such characters, for one can hardly fathom the outcome. In the pitch-black depths of the ocean, Shen Gongbao was recounting the events to the Dragon King. Ao Guang, upon hearing this, was nearly driven to fury. My son Ao Bing, after a millennium of waiting, I shall make Chuntang Pass pay in blood. As stones fell, mocking voices emerged from the magma. If you shout any louder, you might just scare your enemies to death. The other dragons tightened their chains in response. At that moment, a voice echoed. What authority do you possess while trapped in this celestial prison? Before Ao Guang stood another dragon, who seductively proposed, would you be interested in a trade, brother? The crowd beneath the celestial veil furrowed their brows. Indeed, Shen Gongbao had once again sought the Dragon King's counsel. Though I hold no fondness for the inhabitants of Chuntang Pass, fundamentally, this affair does not concern them. It is not their fault. Had Shen Gongbao and his cohorts not exchanged the spiritual pearls at the outset, such calamities would not have ensued, bringing harm not only to Nezha, but also entangling Ao Bing in the turmoil. Who can be blamed for this? Indeed, in the end, it was ultimately Ao Bing's own choice. He chose his conscience and his friends. Ironically, it was Shen Gongbao and his companions who pressured Ao Bing into making such choices, wielding a far greater influence. I can only express my disbelief. From human to demon and then to deity, all seem to be afflicted by their own peculiarities. None are normal, and those who attempt to be are driven to despair. It's truly astonishing. In the world of the magical child, Ao Bing received a thorough reprimand from Ao Guang, primarily regarding his reckless actions witnessed in the heavenly screen. Ao Bing dared not utter a word, fully aware that his father was concerned for him. Yet, as he glanced at the heavenly screen, Ao Guang fell silent. When the heavenly thunder struck, his heart skipped a beat, and in that moment, he thought to himself, to hell with the plan. As long as my son is safe, that is all that matters. Thus, the occurrences that transpired were entirely of their own making. Everything is bound by the cycle of cause and effect. One cannot blame others, alas. As the celestial screen dimmed, and then illuminated once more, the scene returned to Chuntang Pass. With the emergence of the seven-colored lotus, the words of Tai Jinren echoed, stating that although they had withstood the heavenly tribulation, their physical forms were destroyed, and without a vessel for their souls, they would dissipate in an instant. The seven-colored lotus is the guardian and nurturer. I shall now use it to reconstruct your bodies. From the seven-colored lotus descended a stream of spiritual energy, weaving beneath the water to reveal a network of lotus roots. The roots swiftly took root and sprouted, yielding leaves upon the water's surface, while the seven-colored lotus blossomed atop the leaves. The souls of Nezha and Ao Bing gazed in astonishment at this aquatic realm, as Tai Jinren pointed forward and proclaimed, "Let us begin." The citizens of Chuntang Pass approached with their tools in hand, rolling up their sleeves to retrieve the lotus roots from the depths. Some peeled the roots. Others stirred the mixture, while others attended to daily tasks or transported the goods, forming a seamless process. Nezha and Ao Bing's souls stood at the center of this activity. Observing this scene, Nezha could not help but exclaim, "This is not what I expected." Tai Jinren explained, "Indeed, the lotus roots must be processed into powder to reconstruct your physical forms." During their exchange, a middle-aged man holding a lotus root was seen scratching his foot with his left hand, and after doing so, he intended to continue preparing the lotus powder. Nezha, witnessing this, flew forward and pointed at him, inquiring, "Did you just use your foot-scratching hand to prepare the lotus powder?" The indifferent man replied, "Oh, it's nothing. Just a bit of dirt from my foot. I'll wash it off later." Nezha, gritting his teeth, retorted, "I am not concerned about your foot." At that moment, a middle-aged woman behind Nezha wiped her nose, prompting him to turn around and point at her, asking, "Did you just blow your nose?" The woman, with mucus on her hand, casually remarked, "Oh, it's not mucus, it's lotus powder. Look, it's lotus powder." She then, in front of Nezha, plunged her mucus-covered hand into the lotus powder, stirring it, and held up some of the powder for Nezha to see. Nezha gazed at the scene before him, unable to suppress a wave of nausea. The onlookers beneath the celestial canopy also recoiled in disgust. Good heavens, this cannot be right. Ugh, how revolting. I shudder to think of the discomfort that body crafted from this would bring. I am utterly bewildered. The aesthetic of this world is always so remarkably unique. In the primordial realm, Nezha's complexion shifted from pale to ashen, as he could no longer endure the grotesqueness of another world. Why not simply use lotus roots for limbs and lotus flowers for the torso? Wouldn't it be more straightforward to manifest oneself in such a manner, rather than complicating the process as though sculpting a deity? When he originally fashioned his form from lotus flowers, he had taken on the visage of the deity that had been shaped by incense offerings. Thus his transformation bore that same likeness. Yang Jian chuckled from the sidelines, acknowledging the absurdity of it all while also recognizing the visual offense it presented. Nezha, too, suffered greatly, subjected to the mental torment of this alternate reality. Ha! In the celestial expanse, four commoners approached, pushing 2 buckets of lotus powder, exclaiming, "The lotus powder is ready." They proceeded to pour the contents onto the ground, forming 2 mounds that resembled coiled serpents. Tai Jinren beckoned to the 2, saying, "Come, come, each of you take a mound. Not a portion but a mound." Ao Bing and Nezha exchanged glances, unable to articulate their dismay at the sight before them. Tai Jinren, growing increasingly anxious, urged, "Hurry up, your souls are about to scatter." Nezha stood frozen, exhaling a resigned sigh. "Just let me scatter then." Tai Jinren retorted from behind. "Oh, such finicky behavior. You have so many quirks." With a swift motion, he shoved both Nezha and Ao Bing into their respective heaps of lotus powder, transforming the mounds into hues of red and blue. The commoners and Tai Jinren observed closely, and suddenly, eyes emerged from each mound, culminating in the emergence of 2 ghostly figures. Nezha, exhilarated, began to dance with joy, exclaiming, "I can move now?" Ao Bing's blue mound also surveyed its new form. In the next moment, however, Nezha's mound mimicked a gesture as if choking, and from its throat, it produced a medicinal paste. Nezha, perplexed, inquired, "What is this?" A commoner approached, saying, "Thank you. I was wondering where this had gone." He then licked the paste and affixed it to his forehead. Nezha stood dumbfounded, watching as the commoner walked away, a vivid illustration of the psychological trauma he now endured. The onlookers beneath the celestial canopy were similarly affected by this spectacle. "Ah, my eyes. My eyes. They are tainted. I was in the midst of a meal. In the primordial realm," Nezha lamented, "I am exhausted. Let it all be annihilated." With a flourish, Tai Jinren proclaimed, "Shape." Subsequently, the celestial steed of Tai Jinren, a pig, landed before Nezha and Ao Bing, with each of its ears holding a carving knife. Then, amidst swirling smoke, the pig commenced its intricate sculpting. Tai Jinren, stroking his beard, remarked, "The memory of the flying pig is unparalleled, and its carving skills are truly exquisite." Just as he finished speaking, the flying pig completed its work, revealing figures of Nezha and Ao Bing that were indistinguishable from their original forms. Unable to contain his pride, Tai Jinren exclaimed, "Oh, do take a look. Is it not remarkably similar?" Nezha grasped his own form and gave it a gentle squeeze. He then turned to Ao Bing, who also examined his own body, discovering that though both figures possessed remarkable elasticity, they were indeed identical to their previous selves. Ao Bing clasped his hands in gratitude and bowed, saying, "Thank you, brother pig." However, the next moment, his body could no longer support itself and collapsed onto the ground, leaving Nezha sitting nearby, astonished with his mouth agape. Tai Jinren hurriedly rushed forward, exclaiming, "Do not move, the body has yet to set." He quickly went to support Ao Bing. At that moment, Li Jing and Lady Yin arrived, mounted on horseback and accompanied by soldiers, declaring, "Immortal, I have gathered the entire army of Chuntang Pass to stand guard against the potential incursions of Shun Gongbao and the Dragon Clan of the East Sea." Tai Jinren waved his hand dismissively, smiling as he said, "Rest assured, the Dragon Clan is preoccupied with suppressing the underwater beasts. I assure you, not a single one will emerge. We need not fear Shun Gongbao. Come, take a look at how similar they are." He then leaped aside to show the bodies of Nezha and Ao Bing to them. Li Jing and Lady Yin gazed at the figures, unable to suppress their astonishment. "Oh." Tai Jinren patted the flying pig, proudly stating, "This is the skill I have imparted." Nezha, unable to resist interjecting, remarked, "However, there is no need for them to be identical." Nezha's spirit soared from the lotus paste and playfully tapped Tai Jinren's arm, joyfully inquiring, "Can we enhance their appearance further?" Tai Jinren gasped in surprise, glancing at Li Jing and Lady Yin. Upon hearing this, Lady Yin clapped her hands, saying, "Indeed. What parent does not wish for their child to become even more outstanding?" Li Jing nodded in agreement under Lady Yin's watchful gaze. Nezha, brimming with excitement, directed, "Make them tall and mighty." The flying pig then sculpted a robust figure for Nezha. A voice chimed in, "And make it handsome and elegant," followed by another, "A man should embody strength and vigor." The flying pig dutifully adjusted the figures as per their suggestions, but eventually, Tai Jinren could no longer contain his exasperation, saying, "Please, can you all come to a consensus on how to modify it?" Nezha stepped forward, insisting, "Tall and mighty." Lady Yin chimed in, with grace and elegance. Li Jing added, strong and vigorous. Lady Yin concluded, yet retaining a lively charm. Witnessing this scene, Tai Jinren and the flying pig were left dumbfounded, causing the carving knife in the pig's ear to fall to the ground. Ultimately, the flying pig retrieved the fallen knife and presented it forward. Nezha gazed at the carving knife before him, questioning its significance. Tai Jinren elucidated, it conveys that if you are capable, then you should take action. Nezha seized the offered carving knife with determination, exclaiming, Pa, it's about time I took charge. The most satisfying creations are those crafted by one's own hands. He then soared forward, commencing the intricate task of sculpting his own mound of lotus root powder. Observing this scene, Tai Jinren placed his hands on his hips and remarked, now, we have something to await. Let's set your form, shall we? He subsequently invoked a spell to establish the shape. Turning his gaze towards Ao Bing, he continued, you, born of the water element, require the refining embrace of Can water. The waters of the pond enveloped Ao Bing's corporeal form, coalescing into a sphere, ultimately converging at the center of the seven-colored lotus. Time passed unmeasured until Tai Jinren bellowed, commence. The petals of the seven-colored lotus unfurled, revealing Ao Bing seated within the watery sphere. As Ao Bing opened his eyes, Tai Jinren exhaled a sigh of relief, declaring, the task is complete. He then turned to Nezha, inquiring if he had finished. Nezha, diligently carving with the knife, stepped back and replied, almost there. Li Jing and Lady Yin approached to inspect, revealing a rather haphazard representation of Nezha. The three scrutinized the form, and Nezha, shaking his head earnestly, stated, though this draft is undoubtedly the most striking, the details require extensive refinement. Let us temporarily utilize the first version. Lady Yin concurred, the first version is still acceptable. Li Jing added, indeed, I share the same sentiment. Tai Jinren paused momentarily, nodding gravely, indeed. In the next instant, the Qinkuan circle soared from Tai Jinren's hand towards Nezha's neck. You, born of the fire element, require the smelting heat of Li fire. Following the same procedure as Ao Bing, Nezha sat enveloped by the fiery sphere, cocooned within the seven-colored lotus, commencing the process of shaping his body. At that moment, a soldier rode forth to report. Hostile activity has emerged at sea. It appears to be Shun Gongbao. Li Jing stepped forward to inquire, how many foes do we face? Just him alone. Tai Jinren pondered, curious. Li Jing, clasping his fists, responded, you continue your incantations. We shall confront the enemy. Ao Bing, unable to contain himself, exclaimed, Master, allow me to plead with my teacher. Before Ao Bing could finish, Tai Jinren swiftly turned and pointed, stating, do not move. Your physical form requires the time of an incense stick to stabilize. Ao Bing contemplated seriously, sighed, and chose to remain silent. The onlookers beneath the celestial canopy, having watched the film of the mischievous Nezha, were increasingly troubled, sensing an ominous foreboding. Shun Gongbao's arrival surely heralded trouble. Undoubtedly it was. The subsequent moments unfolded in a series of shocking events. As misunderstandings erupted into conflict between the Dragon Clan and the denizens of Qintang Pass. Once the misunderstandings were resolved, the Chan sect instigated further chaos. With the onset of the investiture of the god's calamity, the Chan sect exhibited a brazen disregard, engaging in nefarious acts with impunity. The figure resembling an evil peach, the infinite immortal elder, brazenly resorts to concocting elixirs using the demon race. The pills distributed to the disciples of the Chan sect are all derived from demon materials. To add insult to injury, he audaciously contemplates refining the entire Qintang Pass and the Dragon Clan. Good heavens! The crowd beneath the celestial dome is utterly flabbergasted, their minds in disarray. Is it true that the Chan sect has descended into such lawlessness? Does Yuan Shitian Zun truly remain oblivious to the misdeeds of his disciples? As a sage, how could he possibly be unaware? It appears he even turns a blind eye. One must ponder, does he truly fear no divine retribution? The inhabitants of the primordial world are on the verge of exploding with indignation. Meanwhile, the Chan sect members wear expressions akin to the sky collapsing around them. Slander. This is sheer slander. While we may not see eye to eye with the Jie sect, nor harbor any fondness for the demon race, we would never stoop to such absurdity. Indeed, who among us does not understand that the primordial world is about cultivating virtue? Slaying so many demons for alchemy, are they seeking to invite the burdens of karmic retribution and divine punishment upon themselves? It is inconceivable that a single individual would engage in such practices, let alone the entire Chan sect. This reeks of vendetta. Once the karmic burdens descend, even the master would be affected, possibly leading to a fall from grace. Is this an attempt to be the first to succumb during the Great Calamity? I am utterly astounded. Do the Chan sect members in another realm lack common sense? Surely, if a disciple acts foolishly, the master cannot also be equally foolish. The other world seems distinctly different from ours, as previously mentioned beneath the celestial dome. In that realm, the heavenly Tao is not manifest. There is no Hongjun Dao Zhu, and the 6 great sages are merely quasi-sages, their rank being lowly. Divine retribution is likely nothing more than a means for the heavenly court to intimidate mortals. Perhaps no one has ever truly experienced the essence of divine punishment. Our reputation is tarnished even further in that realm. For the first time, Yuan Shi Tianzun, amidst the chaos, loses his composure. Foolishness. Ignorance. Little do they realize that excessive bloodshed invites karmic entanglements. Is this a desire for self-destruction? Meanwhile, Nezha and his companions from the heavenly court are equally incensed, yearning to traverse to that other world to confront the infinite immortal elder. The demon and human races in the world of the demon child are equally outraged, and the Jia sect deities share their indignation. In an instant, the prestige of the Chan sect plummets to unprecedented lows, earning the disdain of all. After all, who knows if they might be inexplicably seized for alchemical purposes? Nezha gazes at the image of Lady Yin, transformed into an elixir, his eyes blazing with fury. Infinite immortal elder, you wretched old man, I shall slay you. As Yuan Shi Tianzun observes the unfolding events and the barrage of comments from the other world, a chilling realization dawns upon him. He seems to have overlooked the gravest of matters. To accumulate such heavy karmic sins amidst the tribulations and become ensnared in karmic retribution is tantamount to self-destruction. He had previously chastised the Jia sect for their actions, yet it appears he may be the one facing ruin first. The transgressions committed by his disciples, along with the rise and fall of fortunes, dictate their fates. With this unfolding calamity, it would be fortunate if he were not stripped of his saintly status. Unimaginably, there came a day when he became so arrogant that it ultimately led to his own downfall. He has indeed tasted the bitterness of being betrayed by his own disciple. The primordial Supreme One was instantly overwhelmed by profound regret. The calamity of the investiture of the gods had yet to officially commence, and already his teaching sect was facing ruin. What a source of ridicule this has become. In the celestial realm, under the combined efforts of Nezha and Ao Bing, along with countless demon clans, they shattered the celestial alchemical cauldron. After witnessing the destruction of the cauldron, the infinite celestial elder, filled with indignation, retaliated against the crowd. His form transformed into that of a muscular giant, with branches intertwining around his body, morphing into an enormous net that spread wide, commanding, annihilate these beasts. Ao Guang also shouted fiercely, kill. The demon clans clashed with the disciples of the teaching sect. Meanwhile, Tai Jinren was pulled back and forth between both sides. Ultimately, with Li Jing's assistance in severing the branches, he furiously confronted the disciples of the teaching sect, exclaiming, "You wretched youngsters, accomplices to the tiger." Unable to discern right from wrong, he soared forward to lend his aid. On the other front, Ao Guang collided with the deer boy and the crane boy, eventually reverting them to their original forms. Ao Guang jeered, "Ah, so the subordinates of the celestial elder are merely 2 beasts. What sorcery is this? Claiming to be demons or immortals? It's all a ruse to deceive." The onlookers beneath the celestial canopy were nearly driven to the brink of explosion, their hearts gripped by sheer indignation at the scenes unfolding above. It was no wonder they were named the Crane Boy and Deer Boy. Their true forms were indeed crane and deer demons. How could he have once proclaimed that the dragon clan was not his kin, and their hearts must differ? Without considering his own nature? He certainly did not care, for he was a disciple of the infinite celestial elder, having consumed untold quantities of elixirs, and thus had no regard for the other beings of the demon clan. The deceased demons were not his kin, and in the face of overwhelming interests, how much significance could other demons possibly hold in his heart? I am utterly infuriated. What manner of beings inhabit this world? Though our primordial realm has endured the tumult of the investiture of the gods, it has always been a conflict between 2 factions, striving to elevate the celestial court. Without descending into such madness, they do not even pretend anymore, utilizing demon clans for alchemical purposes while ensnaring the human race as well. This is truly a reckless ambition. I pondered that with the myriad of immortals converging, the foremost sect of the primordial realm must be the Zhejiao. Initially, the name of Zhejiao was esteemed and beloved by the myriad beings of the primordial realm. However, over time, due to an influx of external disciples, anyone could claim to be a disciple of Zhejiao, using its name to perpetrate misdeeds, thus tarnishing its reputation. Nevertheless, Jiejiao has always remained the preeminent sect of the primordial realm that has never changed. Why, then, has the Jiejiao of another world become so beleaguered? It is truly infuriating. The disciples of the teaching sect in the primordial realm are enraged, cursing vehemently. The foolish actions of the teaching sect in another world are akin to walking on a tightrope, pushing one's blood pressure to the brink of explosion. As anticipated, with the assistance of the celestial canopy, the consciousness of the Tao in the demon-child world has awakened. The first course of action was to eradicate those burdened by karmic obstacles. The Chan teaching suffered the brunt of this, with a significant portion of its practitioners perishing. And the primordial heavenly sovereign was also adversely affected, nearly destabilizing his sacred position. The gravity of the situation is unimaginable, and one can only speculate on the extent of the transgressions committed. The primordial heavenly sovereign was filled with regret, lamenting his past decisions. To think that a sage could nearly bring about his own demise before the calamity had officially commenced is nothing short of absurd. Now, there is no need for the furious interventions of both Nezha and the goddess Enwa from the two worlds, as the divine retribution has already taken the initiative. How delightful and fortuitous! All have perished,